Here comes the turn. 10 of clubs. Jeff Gross gets there.
Wow.
And now Joseph Chong is left in need of a 5 or a 6 to fill up, make the best hand, and stay alive. Here comes the river. It's the 3 of spades. And Joseph Chong, who at one point had won 4 straight pots and really run it up and looked to be controlling the table, is busted.
Unbelievable. We saw something similar with Jason Mercier earlier, where Jason had been crushing and then got a little bit unlucky in a couple hands, and he himself also busted.
And that is the way high-stakes live tournament poker can go from time to time. Most importantly now, with the loss of Joseph Chong, we're down to 5 players, and you know what that means.
Yeah, you can expect the tension to really rise here as the 5th finisher gets $0, and we're really looking at a huge bubble here.
Well, A8 Florida has seen its lion's share of losers. The good news is we are close to crowning a champion. So, who has the moves that will make them the alpha player? Join us next time here in South Florida when we will play down till we have a winner. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. The world's richest and bravest players are competing in poker's most elite final table. And tonight, we crown our champion. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino and what has become the biggest pressure cooker in South Florida, the A8 final table. The game we play here is Texas Hold'em and the stakes are high. The buy-in for this event was a cool $100,000, making the field a who's who of high-rolling poker pros and affluent amateurs. We started with 21 entries and are down to the final few who have a real chance at making their 6-figure risk really pay off for them. A8's own Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet have a bird's eye view of all the action from the ClubWPT.com skybox. Good evening, guys.
Good evening to you, Lynn. We started our event with 18 players. The final table was met at 8, and now we're down to just 5 hopefuls. Olivier, who do you like out of this field?
Well, my money is on Isaac Haxton. Not only is Ike our current chip leader, but he's also a phenomenal player. Also, Jeff Gross and Steve Silverman are very tough pros. They have a little bit less experience than the other 3, so it'll be really interesting to see how they deal with the pressure in this moment. JC Tran and Matt Glantz are seasoned veterans, and I expect them to rise to the occasion as they've done in the past.
Now, we have a little bit of a wrinkle on our hands here. 5 players, only 4 spots are getting paid. $250,000 to 4th place and $0 to 5th. How does that play out in the action?
Right. This is what we in poker call the money bubble. It's one of the most exciting stages in tournament poker. Like you said, 4 of the 5 remaining players will end up divvying up over $2 million in prize money, and 1 of our remaining players will go home with nothing.
Let's take a look at the chip counts as action gets underway here. Current chip leader is Isaac Haxton, as you mentioned, $687,000 in front of him. Not far behind is Matt Glantz with $587,000. Then you've got JC Tran in 3rd and a couple of stacks that are pretty close in size, and Jeff Gross and Steven Silverman, 4th and 5th respectively. The blinds at 6 and 12K, the ante at 2K. Couple of folds in front of Matt Glantz, who kicks off the action, raising to $25,000. And Isaac folded the small blind. It's over to Jeff Gross with 10-9 suited, certainly playable out of the big.
The suited connector actually plays really well. I think most players would defend here from the big blind.
Can't imagine a fold.
All in.
Oh, but an all-in, that's a little unexpected.
270? I think 260, so.
Jeff Gross showing right off the bat that he is not afraid.
You're good. You're good.
I like this play by Jeff for 2 reasons. First, he's going to get a lot of credit from his opponents. And second, if he does run into a monster, his hand actually plays pretty well.
Glantz laid down the ace-9. Jeff was dominated, certainly sent a message there. JC Tran with queen-10 offsuit raises to $25,000. Matt Glantz folds, and Isaac Haxton with a couple of 7s.
All in.
Moves all in, and Jeff Gross in the small blind looks at ace-king offsuit.
Ike, having a pretty strong hand and a dominant chip position, deciding to put pressure on the rest of his opponents, putting them to a decision for their entire tournament life. And Jeff here, with ace-king offsuit, is in quite a predicament, a very tough spot.
This is getting comical every hand, so.
You seem to have pulled back a chip from your small blind.
This is true.
With ace-king, I don't know what I would do. I'd probably take a long time, probably eventually call, but this is a really tough spot here.
Sorry, when you guys see my hands, you'll understand.
Jeff really deliberating here, referring to what he considers a number of difficult decisions that he's had to deal with in this tournament. It's pretty common when you're playing with such a tough level of competition that you're going to be put to real tough decisions. Jeff ultimately deciding to play it safer and folding ace-king.
I want that hand.
Jeff, you really can't talk about how difficult your decision is when there are people left to act. It really changes what JC calls with if you call after you talk about how close and hard it is.
Big, but it doesn't, like the difference between a mid pair, like a big ace. How's it?
Jeff, what happened to Leroy Jenkins?
It's a bit, yeah. I should have Leroyed it.
Come on, kid.
Our 9th place finisher, Bill Perkins, hanging out offset. Gross is actually his coach, but looks like Perkins has given him a pointer or two, saying he should have Leroyed it there, referring, of course, to the viral video entitled Leroy Jenkins. Just watch it.
I was just thinking, let me have your hand.
Yeah, you would have done something different. You would have done something
I just like to
different.
gamble a little more, I guess. No, you're in a tough spot for sure.
Action has been folded around to Jeff Gross, who's given his chewing gum a workout.
All in.
And with ace-jack offsuit, he's a little bit more comfortable in this situation, opening up the betting, moving all in for over 300,000.
So again, we see the difference with him as the aggressor, deciding to play it a little safe, not see a flop.
You're right, though. I shouldn't say it. Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I understand it.
I think it's pretty, obviously I take that long. I mean, it's a pretty tough decision, but you're right. So.
No, it's not so much what happens if you take that long and then fold, but if you take that long and then call, it's a lot easier for JC to call with jacks or tens than if you.
I see your point. I'm just saying it's like, in my mind, I'm looking at like it's obviously they're like.
Yeah, but he
whatever.
could be saying the same thing with queens.
Yeah.
So it's not easy for me to.
It's not like he knows I have either a big ace or I have a pretty big pair. It's like, but a player sharp as JC, I don't think it matters. But you're right. In a normal scenario, it might influence him.
So the player's talking about the etiquette. Ike making the point that you want to keep the information to yourself, not give the other players a clue as to what your hand might be.
So I can't wait to hear from my friends about this one. They're probably having a field day in there, especially to you, but.
All in.
Action is folded around to JC Tran, who moves all in with an ace-jack offsuit of his own.
Matt Lance without a decision in the big blind with just 9-3 offsuit.
And it's another tour of duty with ace-king offsuit for Jeff Gross. He's had some premium hands to start off the action this evening. And Jeff has raised it up. Jeff Gross has some experience in big buy-in events. $10,000 2012 World Series of Poker heads up. He finished 8th. In 2013, he played the 6-handed event, $25,000 buy-in, finishing 12th.
Looks like Ike's chosen to defend with ace-10 of diamonds.
And not the best board texture for ace-king as the flop comes 7-4-8. Ace-10 suited, certainly not thrilled with the board either, as Ike checks it over to Jeff, who checks behind. And the turn card, a 5 of hearts. There's a wet board.
Yeah, if I'm Jeff and I decided not to take a shot here on the flop, I'm probably just giving up and going to fold to any further aggression.
Looks like Haxton has the same idea in his head and is looking to take advantage by putting a bet out there with what is, of course, the worst hand.
Ike taking advantage both of his chip position and the weakness that Jeff showed on the flop. I like this bet here, even without a lot of equity. He's just in a position to put a lot of pressure on Jeff. Not sure why Jeff decided to call there with just ace-king and no heart.
Well, he may have had a plan as the 4th heart rolls off, pairing the board, and Haxton checks over to him. Gross can't imagine ace-king offsuit is good.
Oh, but I think I remember I had a heart.
I agree. If I was Jeff and I decided to call on the turn and then river was another heart and my opponent checked, I wouldn't expect my ace-king to be good enough of the time here.
Check.
Oh, and Gross just checks back. He'll be pleased to see Ike roll over ace-10 of diamonds, but more often than not, ace-king will be no good in that spot.
Didn't have a heart. I thought I had one.
I thought you had one too.
Yeah, and you see Ike surprised at the way Jeff played this hand.
Well, at least he didn't shove pre, because I would have called there.
I believe it.
Yeah. I just braced on. I told you that yesterday. I just try to brace on and hope the board stays true.
Jeff a little fortunate that ace-king was good enough.
Haxton giving Gross the, I see how it's gonna be, buddy. Look. Ace-jack offsuit for JC Tran. He raises it up
He opens for 25,000 as it folds.
to 25,000.
There we go.
Steve Silverman in the big blind, our short stack here. I think normally from the big blind I would defend with Jack-10 offsuit, but since he's the short stack, but not by that large of a margin, I wouldn't want to give up any extra chips to put a gap between me and the second shortest stack.
Steve calls out of the big blind.
Silverman has opted for just a call, but look at this gin. An ace and 2 10s. Silverman has JC crushed with trip 10s. JC with just aces up, and both players check.
Conservative but thoughtful check from JC. Relatively dry board and doesn't think he can get much action. I don't like this check on the turn by Steve. I think he's getting a little too tricky planning a check raise.
And Tran not biting, checks back on the turn, and Rivers the best hand with aces full. Disaster for Steven Silverman.
Yeah, this is a huge turn of events here. Steve, by all accounts, must think that his hand is best here, and looks like he's going to come out with a bet. I do think he should be able to get away from the hand, though, when JC moves in, because there's just no way, from Steve's point of view, that JC will be bluffing here.
All in.
And that's exactly the way the script plays out. Silverman bets out, JC moves all in rather short order.
And there are two reasons I think JC is unlikely to be bluffing. One is that it's such a critical moment, and two, it's not that unreasonable that Steve himself has an ace. And if JC were bluffing into an ace, he would just be giving up all of his chips for no reason.
Silverman seems to understand what you do as he lays down, and JC picks up a nice pot. We'll see if Steve Silverman can recover from that small misstep as the action continues from Florida. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
We are cruising down Millionaires Row in Fort Lauderdale, where all of these houses are multi-million-dollar mansions. I'm up here with Captain Gary, First Mate Pablo. These guys live the dream, cruising around the canals of Fort Lauderdale all day, every day, and today they're taking us with them.
This is the largest marina south of Annapolis, Maryland.
All the boys come down with all their toys just to show off their yachts. Oh, look at that. What would that be worth?
Yeah, it would be somewhere around 120.
$120 million to buy that yacht.
Steven Spielberg charters his for $1 million a week.
Wow.
So,
$1 million a
yeah,
week.
$1 million, but he's a $220 million yacht. The house coming up belongs to Michael Mann, just a one-bedroom house.
I wouldn't mind staying there.
Yeah.
Well, that was an awesome tour, and now let's get back to the poker action.
How come we don't get invites to that stuff?
I know, we're stuck here talking about poker and Lynn's out seeing million-dollar
Seriously.
yachts.
I thought we were friends, Gil Martin. As we get a look at the chip counts, Isaac Haxton still with over 600,000, and Steven Silverman very short stack with just over 100. Button is on Matt Glantz, and Steven Silverman will be first to act. Looks down at 9-7 offsuit. Steven, the one-time roommate of Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberg, who also played in this event. Meanwhile, JC Tran, four-time World Series bracelet winner, has King 10 offsuit and has raised it up. Making it 25,000 to go, Isaac Haxton with a couple of sixes. Your chip leader thinks it over. He's going to just call from the small blind.
As it calls from the small.
The main reason Ike decides to just call instead of move in is because Jeff Gross has moved up so much in the chip count that now Ike would be putting more at risk by moving in.
So it's heads up to the flop. And that flop, King, King 4 with a couple of hearts, a pesky one for pocket sixes. JC is flop trip kings, and Ike is staring at a paired board with an undercard to his sixes.
He's probably thinking that it's such a tense moment on the bubble that he has JC out-chipped, and that therefore JC will play pretty straightforward. So this bet will give him all the information he needs, rather than just checking and calling and potentially seeing a disastrous turn card that would give JC a better hand.
So this is not necessarily the type of line Ike would take with the pocket sixes, but given the context, he elects to do it this way, and JC is playing straightforward, right away raising up to 125,000 total after the lead for 42. And JC picks up a nice pot.
It's really important to have a good mindset coming in and, you know, good stamina, especially at my age now. I feel like I'm pretty old. I'm 36.
Wow, 36 is old.
What does that make us?
I know.
As the action continues at our final table,
Fold it around to Ike.
Ace-9 suited for Isaac Haxton. And he is going to raise it up, making it 33,000 to go.
Wow,
Ace-King
spot.
offsuit.
Great spot for Steve Silverman. You know, if he had 300 or maybe even 200,000, it might be easier for Ike to get away here. But with just 107,000 chips, under 10 big blinds, there's just no way Ike can fold Ace-9 suited.
And of course, all in and a call. Haxton gets the bad news.
Wish I had more chips. Wish I had a little more chips.
Stranger things have happened. Silverman's tournament life at risk here on the bubble. He is dominating Isaac, heading to the flop, but he does need to hold.
Steve complaining that he didn't have more chips. I think I'd just be happy enough that I got my money in so good here as the short stack.
Flop is a very safe one for Ace-King. Neither player connecting with the board. Queen 7-4 rainbow. And the turn card is a 6. All Silverman needs to do is avoid a 9 on the river to double through Haxton and stay alive. And easy enough, 3 on the end. Solidifies the double up.
I think Steve was probably the only person rooting for himself there. All the other players hoping to burst the bubble and guarantee themselves a nice payday.
They do it quietly, though. Well, with that, we do have a new chip leader. Take a look at the board. JC Tran has inherited that title with 528,000. Matt Glantz in second. Action is on him.
And Ike has managed to move down into 4th place out of our 5 finishers. And with the blinds up on this hand,
All in.
Ike with 25 big blinds has decided to move in here with 2 10s. You can see he's not messing around on the bubble, just wants to take the pot pre-flop.
This is a really big all-in pre-flop, though.
Yeah, Ike always has a very strong hand when he does this. I would say 2 9s or ace-queen minimum.
Call.
And JC takes a look at ace-queen and says call.
There will be a new chip leader. Good luck, guys.
Wow, when you think about that range that I just described from Ike, ace-queen is probably a fold. And right now, Ike is in the race of his tournament. If he loses it, he will be out and the bubble boy.
And a queen right in the window on the flop. JC jumps out to a huge lead, but Ike knows he can hit a 10 or a jack to take over control of this pot.
Or another 10 to the turn.
Tension mounts, 8 on the turn. And now, our one-time chip leader, Isaac Haxton, needs to hit a 10 or a jack to double up and stay alive. Anything else, and we have burst the bubble. Can Haxton hit? No, he cannot. And that's it. Minus 200K for the effort. And you see him rolling his eyes, and you can't blame him, Olivier.
Yeah, a really tough set of hands there for Isaac Haxton. Probably the toughest player that was remaining. All the other players are just elated to now be guaranteed money and to have one of their toughest competitors out on the bubble. An absolute brutal set of hands for Ike, who was our chip leader with 5 left and now goes out in 5th place with no money.
That is the way the poker cookie crumbles sometimes.
I'm joined by Isaac Haxton. You have been eliminated just shy of the money. I know that's such a tough spot to handle, especially for this amount of money, but you still seem to be in good spirits.
Yeah, you know, you show up for a 20-player tournament, you're going to bubble it about 120 times, so I'm reasonably content with what I did.
All right, well, thank you so much for talking to us. So sorry to see you go.
Find out everything that our players have to say after a bust out. Simply log on to ClubWPT.com for an exclusive look at all of our exit interviews from Alpha 8 Florida. ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
All 4 of these players in the money right now. They can breathe a little bit easier, but the pay jumps are significant, of course. As you get a look at the total prize pool of over $2 million and how it divvies up. And Jeff Gross will begin the action here, laying down 10-3 offsuit. And a premium holding for Steve Silverman, ace-queen suited.
Steve on the button here with about 16 big blinds here.
Is that enough to play with, or does he need to move all in?
I like either, a small raise or just an open shove. I think either play works fine with this hand.
Min raise from Steven, and ace-jack offsuit for JC, who is 3-betting it to a total of $68,000.
Yeah, button versus small blind, ace-queen suited against ace-jack offsuit is really just a cooler. Not much either player can do here besides just put their chips in and hope that their hand either holds up or gets lucky.
All in.
Silverman all in, and is there any chance JC's hand hits the muck?
I don't think so. I think JC is just making sure that
Under 300, right?
Steve has the same number of chips that he thought that Steve did, and it looks like, yeah, he is going to call here and going to get the bad news when Steve flips up ace-queen.
So JC's choice to make a 3-bet there pre-flop was certainly predicated on the understanding that if Silverman played back, he was going to be in a position to call the entire
Right,
stack.
he had a plan. He knew that Steve was likely to either fold or go all in, and he had a plan to call if Steven did go all in, which I think is the exact right way to play this hand. Just a little bit unlucky for JC that Steve has such a big hand on the button.
That's a good card.
That's one of the ones you were thinking of.
That's a good card.
The board is paired on the turn, and Tran can potentially chop if he hits an 8 or a 10 on the end.
Pretty good card on the turn, gives Chan some additional good cards on the river, but the 3 is not one of them, and Steve does double up, moving up from 4th all the way into 2nd place now.
Just do it.
Steven had just about 100,000 in chips at one point in time, and he is up to 520,000 in his stack.
It's really such a confidence boost when you're under 10 big blinds on the bubble, double up twice, get in the money, and now you're in 2nd place. I really look for Steve to make a strong push here at the end.
JC folds. Matt Glantz with ace-9 offsuit raises it up to 35,000.
I think Jeff should at least consider playing queen 10 from the small blind to a button open. I think throwing it away is acceptable some of the time, but definitely should consider playing others.
Well, Silverman does have a bigger stack than he did just a hand ago, right behind Jeff.
35.
He's elected to put some of those newfound chips to work with 6-7 offsuit out of position against Matt. They head to the flop heads up.
And as we've seen before, with such small raises before the flop, the big blind getting such a good price defends with relatively wide range.
5-5 tray on the flop. Silverman checks over to Glantz.
Very dry board here. I expect the pre-flop raiser to bet most of the time, but Matt Glantz checks back. Sometimes, I can't tell if Matt is just really nitty or has a great live sense, because Steve actually did have equity, and as we see by the turn, Steve has now turned the nut straight. A lot of times when the pre-flop raiser checks such a dry board, he has some sort of either showdown value or a plan to try to win the pot later. We'll see if Matt just picked up on something on the flop from Steven, or if he's going to try to make a move or at least see a river card.
Silverman's praying for a call here. And Matt will not oblige, getting away from trouble.
Yeah, Matt drawing dead there.
Great instincts by Matt Glantz.
Yeah, again, it's hard to tell. It could just be his conservative nature, but I'm willing to bet that Matt Glantz just had a nice read there on Steve, knew that he had picked up something on the flop, wasn't sure what it was, and just decided to play it cautiously and let it go.
It is important, of course, to make decisions that at times might seem a little bit silly, but are based on the intangibles of the game.
And that's part of the difference between playing poker on the internet and playing it live. You have this additional element when you play live that you just get a sense for the situation, a sense for the player, and you can make kind of higher level decisions based on that.
Now, you've played both online and live. You ever been in a situation where you felt like a guy was looking right through you at a table?
Sure, his name was Phil Ivey.
Those eyes. Glantz folds.
Actions on Gross. It's interesting to note that Jeff Gross folding a raggedy ace on the button. The button is really the strongest position at the table. I think that's too strong of a hand to fold. Maybe Jeff is looking to move up in the pay jump.
King Jack suited for Steven Silverman. Silverman raises. And we see a raise out of the ace-10 offsuit of JC Tran to a total of 41,000. Silverman calls.
King Jack suited plays really well, and I think Steve was willing to take a flop in a limped pot, or, as we've seen, just limp and then call a raise here from JC.
2 6s and a 4 on the board, similar to the last flop. Silverman checking over to JC.
Another dry board. Neither player has much equity, but I expect JC to bet here.
And JC has done just that, betting 45,000 into a pot of 90.
Now, the standard play for Steve would be to just fold. He doesn't have much of a hand, and there's no reason to expect king high to necessarily be good.
Well, for some reason, Steven hasn't found his fold button just yet. And instead, he hits call.
So Steven is floating here out of position. He does have 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw. We'll have to see how the turn plays out and what Steve decides to do on the river.
Floating, of course, calling with the intention of taking the pot away from your opponent on a subsequent street. And the turn is a decent one for Steven Silverman. He picks up a diamond flush draw to go with the 2 overcards and checks it over to JC.
I think with this card, Steven will at least call if JC bets the turn, if not raise. I don't like this card for JC to barrel on the turn. A lot of Steve's flop calling hands have improved. They've either made a pair of 8s or a straight. So JC does elect to bet, but I'm not a fan of this bet when the turn card is an 8.
Well, let's be honest, Silverman's probably not a fan of it either. He would have been more than happy to have JC check behind him and potentially see a river free of charge. But instead, he's faced with a decision, 86,000 to call.
And even though JC is bluffing, he actually does have the best hand. And this is part of the problem with being out of position if you're Steve Silverman. If you don't decide that you want to raise here and decide to just check call, what do you do if you miss on the river?
And those are things that you need to be thinking about as you continue to make decisions throughout a hand of poker.
Right.
What do I do next?
Right, and Steve is such a good player that I can't imagine that he won't have some sort of plan.
And the river puts 4 to a straight out there.
Yeah, the 5 of hearts is a very interesting card. It's a card that's most certainly going to help Steve Silverman's range more than JC's range. But at this point, JC actually has the best hand, and Steve Silverman can't imagine that King Jack is good enough to win. So the only way he can try to win the pot is by leading out into JC. And we see that Steve has now elected to lead into JC, representing the 7. He missed his flush, but he still had a plan to try to win the pot, and out of position, his only option was to just lead right out into JC.
And you see Tran laying down the best hand. Well played by Steven Silverman as he earns a healthy size pot from the chip leader.
Feels very 7-8 of spades-ish.
And that is your new chip leader, Steven Silverman.
Welcome back to the final table of A8 Florida, coming to you from the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. I'm Lynn Gilmartin here with Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet up in the ClubWPT.com skybox.
Speaking of up, Steven Silverman started this evening's action on the short stack and is now sitting pretty in the chip lead with over 800,000 in front of him.
Yeah, he's been on a roll, both playing well and running well. A dangerous combination for someone as talented as Steve Silverman.
When we pick up the action in this particular pot, Silverman has pocket 9s, raised it up from the button to 36,000. Matt Glantz defends with 8-6 suited, and we go to the flop heads up. That flop is Jack 4 deuce, couple of hearts.
And as the blinds have been going up, Matt Glantz has actually fallen into our short stack position, defending here from the big blind with 8-6 suited, also not picking up a lot of equity on this flop.
Both players check the flop. Turn is a queen.
So Steve Silverman deciding to check back on the flop. His hand he thought was strong enough to take a free card, but he didn't want to face a check raise, so he just took a free card.
And the queen, both players checked again. River is a 3.
Yeah, the queen, not a great card for 2 9s. Steve electing to check again. I think after seeing 3 checks from Matt, Steve will probably elect to try to get some value out of his pocket pair.
Matt checks it to him. Any chance Glantz could have tried to steal the pot on the river here?
You know, he could have. He did have a 6 in his hand. He could have tried to represent 5-6 or something like that. But I actually like the idea of, you know, defending to a small raise with a hand that can flop a bunch of equity, not hitting anything, and then not going after chips that kind of don't belong to you. Staying disciplined, so to speak.
Well, discipline is certainly a good word for Matt Glantz. Calls Lafayette Hill, Pennsylvania home. Temple University MBA in finance on his resume, along with some very good finishes over the course of his career, including the 20,000 euro buy-in high roller event in London, where he finished first for $832,000. As we see Glantz with 10-8 suited. pushing all in from the small blind against Jeff Gross's big blind, and Jeff has an ace.
Yeah, I mean, with Matt Glance's stack here, you can't really fault him for moving in with 10-8 suited. It's definitely mathematically justified. I personally would probably have preferred just calling. It's a hand that plays very well before the flop.
All right, sorry, I'm not net rolling you. I'm going to call, but I don't.
Gross makes the call, takes a look at 10-8 suited. He'll be happy to see those two cards.
It's not at least ace-5. I'd rather call or 4 than that.
I
understand.
I thought we talked about this. I don't, you know. I like the easy decisions.
Well, we all like the easy decisions, Jeff. Ace-8-7 on the flop, middle pair for Matt.
Saw the 7 of hearts first, didn't like that.
You want the 9 of hearts on the turn?
I like Matt a lot, but I don't know. That seems like a little aggressive. Maybe like a 5, or no, like a 6 or something.
Here comes the turn card. It's a 9. Glance is now open-ended to go with his 8s. 10 is no good. That will give Gross a straight. But a
Also
6
a very nice guy,
or an 8 would be a good card. So would a jack. Can Glance hit, or is he headed home? Show us the river. It's a 4 of diamonds, and that is the end of the evening for Matt Glance. One-time chip leader will shake some hands and head over to the cage, where he'll be collecting a cool $243,180.
I thought Matt Glance played really well throughout this tournament. At the end, when the blinds got up, you know, there wasn't really much he could do. He didn't get a lot of good hands, and he did his best.
Well, Matt, congratulations. $243,000. You have won in 4th place. You came into this final table as a chip leader. Tell us about your journey here.
It was a great time, great experience with Alpha 8. A bunch of real great guys have played this event. I mean, I know them all, and you're playing with the best in the world, so you have to make a lot of decisions they're not used to making, and this is a more challenging experience.
So we're down to just 3 players at this point, Olivier. Has that changed the action at all?
Yeah, every time you lose a player, the hand ranges start to get a little bit wider. I think as the blinds being as high as they are, this probably favors both Steve and Jeff, a little bit more experience playing shallow than JC.
Of course, when you're three-handed, you're either on the button or in one of the blinds, and JC Tran finds himself in the small blind here with King 5 suited. He raises it up to 35,000. Jeff Gross is defending with 10-9 offsuit. And the flop. Ace 10-9, 2 hearts.
Absolutely huge flop for both players. Obviously, Jeff Gross flopping bottom 2 pair, and JC flopping the nut flush draw. I wouldn't be shocked if all the chips got in the middle right here on the flop.
Well, there's currently 76,000 in the pot. Yeah, JC is going to lead out for 41,000. And now Gross has a number of options.
Yeah, if I'm Jeff Gross, I don't mind just calling here and seeing another card. Obviously, there's a lot of potential draws, but you disguise the strength of your hand when you do that. At the same time, raising is fine too, just trying to get it all in right here on the flop.
And Gross does raise, making it 112,000 total, which puts the ball back in JC's court.
All in.
JC
Call.
all in.
And he does move all in here, so JC gonna have to hit a heart or 2 running cards to make a bigger 2 pair. Otherwise, he's gonna be out of the tournament.
Yeah, Gross snap called the all in.
Have a turn card.
And JC is looking for a heart and hits one.
7 of hearts.
Heart flushes have been really, really hot in this tournament.
He's got the nut flush, but it's not over yet. He also needs to avoid a 10 or a 9 on the river, otherwise his day is through. And a queen of spades is not it, as JC Tran hits his flush and snaps Jeff Gross's 2 pair to double into the chip lead.
What a tough spot for Jeff Gross here. Now, from his point of view, he's in a great position to knock JC out and have the chip lead going heads up. Instead, he doubles JC up, and now he himself is the short stack.
Do you know when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em? Prove your poker supremacy and rise to the top of the ClubWPT.com leaderboard.
Play all the poker you want 100% free, today and every day at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to the world's most exclusive poker room, WPT Alpha 8. Tonight's event is coming from the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in South Florida.
3 players remain, and that's what it looks like. JC Tran with $1 million in front of him, Steve Silverman with $844, and the short stack of Jeff Gross takes a peek down at king 10 offsuit.
Jeff sitting on 16 big blinds. We'll have to see how he decides to play it.
Can he limp? Can he just min raise?
He could probably consider either one of those. I don't think folding is an option, but looks like Jeff has decided to go all in here with king 10 offsuit.
Makes quick work of the jack 10 offsuit for Steve Silverman, and it's over to queen 9 suited, showing pause in JC Tran's hand.
Queen 9 suited feels close, but ultimately I don't think you can really call here. Maybe if he had queen jack suited, definitely king queen, but queen 9 suited is kind of on the borderline.
You have queen 10?
Worse.
Oh, okay, well, you're a good fold. What's that?
I just don't think I can't find where I can really dominate.
Yeah, I wanted you to call after you, when you were like, it's a good one, and then I knew you didn't have an ace, so I was like, I had a king high. Probably better king than you, I'm guessing.
No, I didn't have a king.
Oh, yeah, I had king high. I kind of wanted to call. Wouldn't mind getting off to the races again.
Blinds and antes have gone up to 10 and 20,000.
Seems
For the
fair.
3K ante, diminishing the value of every stack at the table, including that of Jeff Gross, as he looks down at king 10 offsuit.
All in.
And he's going to move it all in.
With the blinds moving up, Jeff sitting on 12.5 big blinds. Not a lot of choices with this hand, and looks like he's run into a monster hand in the small blind of Steve Silverman.
All in.
And Silverman moves all in over the top.
Wow, this is it right here. This might define how good I'm gonna run.
And JC gets to play the squeeze game.
Oh, I thought you'd already looked at this. No.
No, I haven't looked.
Show me ace 10, or ace jack. Oh, that's not good. That's a good hand. Taxi cab. Where's Perky? We got taxi cab.
Steve Silverman is dominating Jeff Gross here.
In Houston, that's the nuts. I know that. I can't lose that. And if we're in Houston, I can't lose this.
I think I got the queen 5, I believe.
Well, it's king 10 off against ace king. Jeff Gross is in bad shape for his tournament life.
Go come queen and end it.
And he's in even worse shape now.
Oh, wow, he's got the club too. That's a tough one. That's gonna be a tough one to win. Let's do the jack first.
Asking for a jack, and he gets one. Looking for a queen to double up and stay alive.
Queen. $4,000 tip to you with the queen, red queen. Oh.
It's a king, a pair, but not a big enough pair. And Jeff Gross will shake a couple of hands and head to the cage to pick up a very healthy $364,770.
Can't be too disappointed if you're Jeff Gross. Could easily have bubbled this tournament, but instead picks up over $350,000.
Yep.
Jeff Gross, your biggest career cash in a tournament. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
You know, I think I ran okay, and I think I played well, and I'm happy, and amazing tournament. I'm going to try to play all the Alpha 8s this year, and so this was a lot of fun.
Of course. Well, it was a lot of fun watching you, and you, of course, are a brilliant player. You've done yourself proud, and the rest of us. It's great to watch you. We'll see how it all plays out when we come back.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in South Florida, where we give you a look at our inaugural WPT Alpha 8 trophy and, of course, the bundle of cash that these two are playing for. And Olivier Bousquet, you know a little something about Steven Silverman. My guess is you're favoring him in the spot?
Yeah, I have to say, you know, Steve has played a lot of heads-up hands online. He was one of my toughest competitors a few years ago before he took a break from poker. I'm sure he's happy that he's come back. He's had a great year thus far.
$891,000 to first place, $526,000 to second. And there are the chip counts.
Even though they're even in chips, I would have to give Steve the edge here.
As we begin heads-up competition, 10-8 suited to start heads-up play for Steve Silverman. He min-raised it.
Yeah, reasonable defend here from JC. I think mixing it up between 3 bets and defends are pretty good.
And JC chose to just defend with king-queen offsuit. Board is 8-4-7, a good one for Silverman.
Doesn't really flop much for JC here.
He checks it over to Silverman, who checks back.
Yeah, that's surprising. And this is a perfect spot, I think, for Steve to just start getting value from his top pair. And instead, a queen has turned, and the hand has flipped into JC's favor.
86,000 in the middle, and JC is going to bet out.
After Steve checks, JC elects to lead when he turns a pair of queens. I like that. That's exactly how I would play the hand.
It could look very bluffy.
Yeah, and also you're just trying to build a pot. There's only 2 betting streets left. Pair of queens, definitely strong enough to bet for value.
Well, Silverman called to 51,000, and the river, another queen. That's a bad card for Steve Silverman for more than one reason.
Yeah, Steve now going to feel pretty good about his pair of eights. He now actually beats hands that he wasn't beating, hands like 7-8, 7-4, 8-4, and it actually makes it less likely that JC himself has a queen. It's going to be very tough, maybe even a mistake for Steve to consider folding an 8 here.
138,000 to call. That's not a small amount.
And I like that JC didn't get cute and try to check 3 queens. He just let out on the river, trying to get extra value, and looks like he did.
Yeah, Silverman's going to be a little bit disgusted there. A case of him maybe getting a little too fancy for his own good?
Yeah, potentially. I'm not sure exactly what he was thinking on the flop. I think his hand is a little bit too vulnerable to just check back, and definitely worth a bet with top pair.
It is so tempting to get tricky, especially when you're playing against a world-class opponent and you feel like a very straightforward strategy is going to be transparent.
That's true. Sometimes it can become a leveling war between these two players.
That's a term we've been hearing more and more in poker. Explain that to me, leveling.
It basically means you think your opponent knows how you play and how you think, so you try to go up a level and try to exploit the information that you think he has on you.
Ace-Jack suited for JC Tran on the button. He min-raises, and it's 2 9s for Steve Silverman, who 3-bets it to a total of 135,000.
2 monster hands here, Ace-Jack suited and pocket 9s. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets all in here. It's really going to depend how JC decides to play his Ace-Jack suited. I wouldn't mind if he wanted to call the 3-bet, maybe even 4-bet and then call an all-in.
All in.
Call.
Looks like he's decided to go all in himself.
Snap call from Steve Silverman, and these two turn him up. They look pretty relaxed out there, Olivier.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to these stakes in poker, especially heads up when you're not that deep, you just know that it's potential that you're going to get in for most of the chips as a race.
That's exactly what's happened here. The board reads 4, 5, 7, a good one for 2 9s.
Makes it more fun when I hit it and turn the river, right?
So far, so good as the turn pairs the board with a 4, and now JC Tran is down to 6 outs once to double up and stay alive. He cannot hit. Silverman continues now with a massive chip lead after sticking JC Tran on the short stack, and Steven Silverman will be first to act.
All in.
And he's going to lean on him with Queen 9 suited here from the button. Queen 8 off for JC.
This is kind of a big all-in by Steve Silverman. Definitely justifiable. I think Queen 8 is a little bit weak here. JC could have been a little bit more patient. Also a little bit unlucky that Steve had him dominated with a bigger queen.
I would chop it. I don't know, I'm greedy.
I'll swap a flush. That would be cool.
Pair the board.
Can he make it happen with Queen 8? Apparently he can, as he hits the 3-ball corner pocket. 8 right there on the flop.
Steve not dead, though. He's got a 9 or a jack that could give him the lead.
Got shot straight draw. Oh, and there is the 9, and Silverman has now regained the lead in this particular pot.
Jack for the chop.
You were calling for the chop.
A jack would make this a chop pot, and 8 would give JC the win outright. Instead, it's a queen. Both players make 2 pair. Silverman's is best, and he is your first ever WPT Alpha 8 champion.
Congrats to Steve. He really played great throughout the tournament. And you can see what a roller coaster ride that is tournament poker. Steve Silverman at one point under 10 big blinds on the bubble seemed like he might not even cash, and instead becomes our first champion.
Steven, you are the Alpha 8 here in Florida. Tell us about your experience at this final table.
And the players that made the final table overall, great players. I mean, everyone that played the tournament was really great, and
Okay, of course he gets distracted by this thing. It's huge. Do you have space at home for that?
I'll make space. I'll find a nice little room.
I got a lot of space in my room. You guys don't fly.
Well, that wraps up our coverage here at the Seminole Hard Rock. So for Ali Najad, Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and we'll see you at the next Alpha 8. Poker's most exclusive table has docked beachside by the crystal blue waters of the Caribbean. A seat here will cost at least $100,000, but it could earn you millions. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to St. Kitts, a gorgeous vacation destination cherished by the well-off. This picturesque island paradise is now making a name for itself in the world of high-stakes poker. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, ready to bring you VIP access to our $100,000 Super High Roller event. I'm joined by our own prestigious poker commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, stationed over in the ClubWPT.com skybox. Hi, guys.
Hey, Lynn. Olivier and I are just enjoying a little bit of this Caribbean breeze, as you are. I gotta tell you, there's nothing like poker al fresco.
This tournament's actually become one of the players' favorites. Businessman and high-stakes regular Bill Perkins actually likes to call St. Kitts home and thought this would be a great place for one of our events. And thanks to the help of the Royal Beach Casino and the folks here at Christoph Harbor, here we are.
Last night, the players were treated to a bit of a pre-tournament party where Alpha 8 third-place finisher Jeff Gross from the Florida event showed his strong suit might just be on the dance floor as well as on the felt. And it seems like that relaxed party atmosphere has spilled over into today's action.
High cards, you said. Whoever loses has to go naked. You in?
The players are definitely in a relaxed mood, both because it's still early in the tournament and also the tropical environment.
Is that all the break? We get 15 only?
You packed your Speedo, right? We're going in. No, not happening. We've got 3 tables and 22 players to kick off this event, and 5 of them actually have perfect Alpha 8 attendance, those being Jeff Gross, Eric Seidel, Bill Perkins, Florida champion Steven Silverman, and London champion Philip Gruesome.
The businessmen have been giving the pros lots of action. Ray Tabby actually busted in the first hour of play and has already rebought for another $100,000, an option available to all the players during the first 6 levels.
Yeah, Tabby's new seat is at the featured table. The other businessman at that table is Greg Whaley, another new face. 7 players in action, blinds at 3 and 600, and the ante is 100. Each player started with 100,000. Chip leader is Jason Kuhn, and the short stacks belong to Fabian Quas and Bill Perkins.
What are the chances that Fabian runs around at any point naked at Burning Man? Is he?
I mean, just naturally, without us saying anything?
Yeah, just he's
It's high.
He's motivated. It's high?
It's high, like, and
I would
by
think
high,
Philip has a much higher chance, no?
Oh yeah, Philip is definitely higher. By high, I mean
feels
like
naked
20%.
all the time. Obviously, there's a much higher chance.
Well, I don't know. I've never really, hung out.
Are you going to Burning Man this year, Olivia?
No, it's not really my scene. What about you?
No, definitely not. Ray folds the Jack-6 offsuit.
That's not going to happen.
Perkins does the same.
You got to do the naked thing. It's so liberating. And it's so normal. Like, you walk around naked,
so
there's like thousands of people, and it just feels so normal. Yeah, seriously.
You're still talking about the desert.
Yep.
Find yourself, players.
Yeah.
Greg, come.
Hey,
you won't regret it. I'll bet you won't come this year. You want to bet?
You bet I won't come this year.
Yeah, I'll bet you 5K you don't come.
I'll call.
It's,
Kuhn has raised it to 1,600, and Greg has made the call. Ace-4 against Ace-5 suited.
I bet you 5K. All you got to do is show up for 1 minute inside.
I just got to be the 1 minute.
1 minute and you win 5K.
Antonio takes the concept of table captain
easy,
to a whole new level.
Yes, he does.
He's one of the more aggressive players on the circuit, but he's also one of the most talkative, always engaging the other players.
Now, for 5K, we'd go to Burning Man for 1 minute, right, Olivia?
I wouldn't. You can send me a postcard.
It's metagame, though. There's method to the mayhem.
I think there's definitely a strategic element to it. I think Antonio engages the amateurs to try to build a rapport with them to exploit later on.
It's very cash gamey, huh?
And then he also engages some of the very good players to try to distract them and get them off their game.
With amateurs in particular, that can be very effective.
Yeah, especially if you haven't had the experience, you might feel some pressure to kind of continue to engage with him as opposed to like what I do, which is mostly ignore him.
Flop is Ace-Jack-6 with a couple of spades, both players with a pair, and Jason checks.
2,000.
Yeah, after taking the initiative pre-flop, Jason kind of wants to see where this amateur is at. He's got top pair, but not a great kicker, so he doesn't want to put too much money in the pot.
Kuhn is so calm and collected and good.
And Greg has bet 2,000, and Jason calls.
Easy call for Jason.
Calm, collected, and good, you know? Look at that. Doesn't even crack a nudge, nothing.
Turn is a 7. Kuhn checks again.
7 of diamonds adds a couple draws there. some straight draws and a second flush draw.
5,000.
Greg bets 5,000 this time. And Kuhn just lays down the ace.
Yeah, that's a pretty conservative fold by Jason.
And you just walk around naked in the desert?
It's always the same. 5K bet Burning Man.
A lot of pros, when they are playing hands with amateurs, they tend to take the more conservative route because they think that they have a post-flop advantage.
Bill Perkins with 8-5 suited. Can't resist the temptation, and he's going to pop it to 2,000.
Yeah, that's a big raise, more than 3 times the blind, and with a, it's probably a function of the fact that his hand is not that strong. I think it's probably better just to fold 8-5 suited than try to steal the blinds with this weak hand.
But it's really important, if you are going to raise to 2,000 with a weak hand, that you also take 2 aces and make the same raise so that you don't give up any information pre-flop.
Yeah, it helps to not be transparent, but I think the best solution is just to fold 8-5 suited in early position. It's just not strong enough a hand.
And after a cold call with Jack-9 offsuit by Greg Whaley, Sorrell with Ace-King offsuit has made it 7,000 total.
So Sorrell with a big hand and in position, an easy 3-bet here. Bill adds insult to injury with his 8-5 suited by calling out of position a relatively large 3-bet.
Greg laid it down, not wanting to make the additional 5K investment, and the flop is 7-deuce-4, all spades. Perkins checks to Sorrell, who's got the nut flush draw and 2 overs.
Yeah, this is a pretty good flop for Sorrell without hitting a pair. He's got the ace of spades, and Bill with just a gut shot and 8 high can't continue.
Well, to Bill's credit, he understands when his hand is not in great shape, and he check folds the flop.
I never thought perky money was so easy.
It's not very easy. He's just calling, fishy, just trying to get it in, kid. Can't get a flop where I can get it in.
We send it over to one of our outer tables right now, where Timothy Adams and Jeff Gross are locking horns on the board of Jack-9, Ace, Queen, King with 3 hearts, and Jeff Gross has made a runner-runner flush against top 2 pair for Timothy Adams.
Wow, that's a very strange play by Adams to move in here. I think it's because he has the ace of hearts that he's trying to represent a flush. This is a clear bluff by Timothy Adams, hoping maybe that Jeff just has a 10 and will fold.
Well, Jeff does indeed have a 10, but he's got a 10 and an 8, both hearts.
48. Yep. 48 and 1.
This is so brutal. Like the nuts, and then more.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what Jeff's thinking about. He has the second nuts here. Obviously, he loses to an ace-high flush, but that's the only thing he loses to. He can't really consider folding.
Can understand showing a bit of pause.
Yeah, I think it's more a question of in the lower stakes, people aren't bluffing as often, so he just doesn't expect his opponents to be bluffing as often as they actually are.
But Gross is going to look him up.
Adams is a good enough player that he'll be bluffing sometimes.
I do. That's bad.
I mean, yeah, I know you have ace hearts, just never forget. Yeah.
And that sends Timothy Adams in search of a second bullet, or maybe a pool chair.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that bluff. It's an interesting play with the ace of hearts, but I think Jeff is not a player who will be bluffing that often in that situation, so I think it's a dangerous play, and Timothy Adams, probably partly because it's also the rebuy period, decided to take a shot there.
I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the bluff, but I don't know. Sometimes it goes through and you feel really good, and sometimes it doesn't and you feel stupid. So right now I feel stupid. But,
oh no. Well, the good news is it's still early, so the re-entry period's still open. We're gonna see you come back.
yeah, I'll jump back in.
Back over to the feature table, where an 8th player has joined the action.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, how's it going?
And that would be Mike McDonald, who goes by the name Timex. And I understand you two know each other, Olivier.
Yeah, Mike and I are pretty close friends. I think he's one of the better players on the circuit. He's a regular in these big buy-in events. Actually started playing when he was really young. I think he was the youngest winner of an EPT event ever. He won over $1 million when he was just 18 years old. So he's actually been playing for these stakes for a while now, even though he's still in his mid-20s.
Taking a look at the feature table leaderboard, Jason Kuhn comfortably at the top with 149,300, and the 2 short stacks belong to Fabian Quas and businessman Bill Perkins, hovering around 53,000.
Pull-ups are so hard. I'll bet you can't do 20 pull-ups at any point in the next 5 years.
Wow. Okay. How much? How much?
I'll bet you $100.
I'm a fat guy.
You should snap that.
Not enough incentive for Sorrell to start working out all the time.
No, but the ace-queen offsuit, enough incentive to make it 1,500 to go. Antonio folds. Ray Tabby with 7-8 offsuit makes the call, a little liberal.
We continue to see amateurs playing a wider range of hands than the pros.
To be expected.
In a tournament like this, yes, the amateurs tend to be, wealthy enthusiasts who can afford the tournament and even during the rebuy period can afford a rebuy.
Both Perkins and Kuhn lay down, as does McDonald. Pocket fours for Greg Whaley in the small blind. He makes the call. And with 8-6 offsuit in the big, Fabian can't resist the pot odds. He'll come along for the ride as well as we take the flop four-handed, and that flop is 8-6-7. Top and bottom pair for Fabian, and top two pair for Ray Tabby, who's got him in a world of hurt. Check. Greg checks, and Fabian bets right into the field, 5,000.
I don't love this lead by Fabian. I think if I were to make a lead like this, I would tend to have either a stronger hand or a weaker hand. Maybe a hand like a straight or a set, or maybe a weak hand like just a 9 or maybe pocket 5s, something like that.
Sorrell lays down, and Tabby makes it 15,000 total. Action on Greg Whaley, and he lays it down.
It'll be interesting to see how Fabian decides to move forward.
10,000 to call after Ray made it 15,000 total.
And Fabien's in a strange spot here. He's out of position. He doesn't have a lot of experience with Ray. He knows that since Ray is an amateur and has been playing a number of hands already, that Ray's range is going to be a little bit wider than some of the pros.
I feel like I can go up to Perky and just hug him.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Table talk focusing around the huggability index of other players here at the event.
The least huggable person.
Oh.
And Eric Seidel was like the least.
That's correct.
It is correct, right? It's like the perfect answer. We gotta start. Can you hug Eric?
And Fabian's going to call the extra 10,000. A lot of cards that he doesn't like might hit the turn, and the Jack of Hearts isn't necessarily one of them.
No, and I think that's part of the reason why Fabian decided to call. If a 9 or a 5 or a 10 did roll off on the turn, Fabian would have a much easier time getting away from his hand.
I want to see you hug Seidel on break. Will you give that to us?
It takes a special moment because Seidel is the kind of guy.
Well, yeah, but you can't. So you can't just go up to him and say I would like a hug.
I did not.
Could you?
You got to be on Seidel's. Like you got to catch him at the right time.
Yeah, that's true.
Me and Teddy Bear.
Yeah.
I might have to, like,
And he's going to lead out a second time into Ray, this time for 13,000.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a strange play, especially considering Fabien's stack size. He's got about a pot-sized bet remaining, so this lead just strikes me as bizarre. I don't think he would have made this play against another pro. This is part of the dynamic that emerges when pros play against amateurs. They play a little bit funky, a little bit different than normal.
Tabby has made it 40,000 total.
Would Mike be more towards most huggable or least huggable?
Not huggable.
Not huggable?
No.
How do you feel? That's feedback, Mike. How do you feel about that?
I thought I would have been a top 10 least huggable person.
Least huggable?
Yeah. Would have been my guess, yeah.
Your energy is not like, come hug me.
Not super positive or anything like that.
No.
Standoffish.
It's not standoffish, it's just not huggable.
Yeah, so now Fabian has to make a decision for his tournament life. Personally, if I had made a lead like this, I would have already decided before I bet what I was going to do if I was raised all in.
Oh! Fabian makes the call, and he's going to get the bad news.
Call.
He's in a world of hurt, praying for a 6 on the river to win the pot outright, or a jack would give these two a chop. And the river is a 3. No help to Fabian.
See you later.
And he is going to head in search of a second bullet.
I think part of the reason Fabian was willing to call off here was because it's still in the rebuy period, and he knows if he busted, he'll have another chance.
From what you were saying, the Germans tend to buy in again.
Yeah, the Germans come to these tournaments deep-pocketed. I expect to see Fabian definitely rejoin us at some point later on today.
Well, we'll let him hit the hotel room safe and step away for a moment. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Thank you guys for coming down, supporting the island, supporting St. Kitts, my homeland. You'll find that it's a wonderful place to stay, play, and have fun.
Located 1,300 miles southeast of Miami, situated between the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, St. Kitts is a wonderful, unspoiled island paradise. Taking a look around, it's easy to see why bringing Alpha 8 to this luxurious locale was always in the cards.
It's a prestigious event, first of all. It's high quality, it's the best of the best, and that's what St. Kitts is about.
In the playground of the rich and famous, the stakes are always high, and Alpha 8 is no exception. $100,000 ponied up by each of our players today.
Yeah, this is
Have a good time,
hands down the coolest set. Maybe, actually, I'll rephrase it. Hands down the coolest tournament I've ever played.
All right, I'll take that.
It's definitely, I'm just trying to think of something better.
Yeah, I mean, you're
can't.
more Hollywood, you know? So you've probably played like on a private jet.
Well,
against.
Let's go over to one of our outer tables where Philip Gruesome has Jack 10 suited against Michael Singh's Jack 6 suited on the Jack 4-7 board. And on the river, the 10 plays. Philip with the best hand. Michael checks it to him. And Gruesome's going to bet 20,000.
I don't envy Michael in this situation. Philip, our London champion, a very aggressive, unpredictable player, very, very capable of bluffing in all types of different spots. I can't imagine Michael getting away from 3 jacks here.
Give the amateur credit for thinking about it, though. He didn't just snap call, and after calling the 20,000, realizes his kicker is no good.
And that's part of Philip's reputation as an unpredictable and aggressive player. He tends to get paid off a lot more than some of the other pros.
Back over at the feature table where the blinds have gone up to 4 and 800. Antonio raised pre-flop with ace-4 suited to 2,000. He was called by Ray Tabby's 9-6 suited, and along for the ride is Mike McDonald with 7-8 offsuit. Flop is ace-4-5, 2 clubs.
A little bit of everything on this flop. Antonio with top and bottom pair, Ray Tabby with a flush draw, and even Mike McDonald has a gut shot straight draw here.
McDonald has checked it over to Antonio, and with 7,100 in the middle, Antonio bets 38.
Healthy bet here after raising the 2,000 pre-flop. Trying to build the pot. I like the size of this bet. Ray Tabby with 9 high club draw. I can't imagine him folding. He's probably deciding whether he wants to raise or just call.
Looks like just a call. Mike folds, leaving these two heads up with 14,700 in the middle.
This is known as the Persian War.
And the turn, right color, wrong suit for Ray, king of spades.
Not a terrible card for Antonio. Top and bottom pair still figures to be best, and I would make a nice healthy bet here, trying to extract more value from my opponent.
How do you feel about 8,200?
It's a little on the smaller side than I would like, but still, you know, more than half the pot. It's a good size.
Over to Ray Tabby.
I think Ray benefits from being in position here. I think out of position would be a little bit tougher to call with such a weak draw, but in position, when you're the last to act on the river, I don't mind the call here.
And Ray does make the call, and the river's a king, which counterfeits Antonio's aces up.
Yeah, it's not the worst card in the world for Antonio, but it's not a great card. Now he just has an ace with the 5 on the board as his kicker.
Well, Antonio has chosen to check, and Ray is betting 16,200. Gutsy bluff.
He's in position. He missed his draw, but Antonio showed some weakness by checking on the river. And Ray taking a shot here with a missed draw. I like the play.
Well, now it's up to Antonio to decide what Ray was calling with on the flop and on the turn, let alone pre-flop. And a bigger ace than ace-5 certainly figures into his range.
What do you have, Reza?
Something good.
Something good like a bluff?
And Antonio going to work on Tabby.
Huh? Mr. Tabby?
Maybe.
I don't think you should move at all when Antonio's looking at you. Antonio's very good at picking up on things like this, especially from amateur players. The problem here is that Ray is trying to act comfortable. You know, when you're bluffing, you're uncomfortable. And so he's trying to act like he wants to call, like he's very comfortable with Antonio.
You got it. No flush.
Nice then.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh, I thought you were gonna punish him. Pro gets away with it. All in would have definitely worked.
Call in, I call faster.
This is one of the things that separates Antonio from some of the other pros, especially some of the more online-based pros. Antonio is incredible at making these types of reads.
Ray Jun, you trying to steal my money, huh?
The pro gets away in the first Persian War Part 2. He wins that one.
Yeah. Action continues from St. Kitts after this.
Looking for high roller excitement without the high roller risk? Go to ClubWPT.com now and play in our Alpha 8 High Roller play chip tournaments and ring games for a chance to be crowned champion.
Well, scenes like that can only mean one thing. We're back here in beautiful St. Kitts for the continuation of the WPT Alpha 8 event here at Christoph Harbor, courtesy of the Royal Beach Casino. And Olivier, 23 players remain in action, 2 of whom have just rebought.
That's right. Seasoned pros Timothy Adams and Fabian Quas have both decided to rejoin us, putting up another 100,000. Timothy Adams here at our feature table.
That brings their total investment to a cool $200K. Also in for a second bullet is the big stack at the feature table, Ray Tabby. Second in chips is Antonio Esfandiari.
All right, I got one, okay? Yeah. So, the man with no stop, you know him better than I do.
Correct.
So I'll give you edge, all right?
All right.
How many women does he think Jason Kuhn has slept with in his life, okay?
How many people?
Yeah.
I don't think I have any edge out of that one, but.
Whatever. All
You'll
right.
write the number down.
No, just whisper it to Tim or Ms. or whatever. Whatever you think, okay?
Oh, it looks like a game of Laden Thinks has broken out at the feature table. Invented by Antonio and Phil Ivey. Olivier, I know you've played it before. It is essentially trivia where the real answer to the question doesn't even matter.
Right, it's actually a betting game where 2 or more players are betting on whether they can come closer to an answer that a third person has come up with to some question.
We're playing 5K, you want in? Sure. All right, Greg, when you have your number, whisper it to Tim, okay?
And the question on this occasion is a little bit racy.
Now remember, the actual answer itself doesn't matter, just what the third person is guessing the answer is.
So Olivia, how many women do you think Jason Kuhn has slept with?
I'm not gonna go there.
Ray Tabby cold call with Queen 9 suited. It's over to Mike McDonald with Jack 9 off.
It's the second time we've seen an early position raise from 8-5 suited. I don't know what the attraction is to this hand. I really don't think it's the great hand. It's just not strong enough to play in early position.
A raise to 3,600.
Well, Greg Whaley's got a hand that's strong enough to play from just about anywhere. Ace-King off suit, and he's going to re-raise, but to only 3,600.
Yeah, after Sorrell's original raise to 2,000, 3,600 is way too small. I would expect at least 7,000 or 8,000 from a re-raise.
Good.
Yeah, you're neither going to narrow the field or gain any information from your opponents.
Both players call.
The number's out?
You have the number, Tim?
Yeah.
And the flop is Ace, Deuce, 4 with a couple of spades.
All right, let's go.
17.
I'll bet 3,000.
While the Laden Thinks action continues between Antonio and Bill, Greg has bet 3,000 with Ace-King off suit.
Again, showing a little bit of inexperience with relation to bet sizing. This bet is too small, and you know, Sorrell, I don't think it would have mattered really how large the bet was. He wasn't going anywhere with his huge draw.
What did you say?
26.
I did not say 26.
What did you say? 13?
He looks like he's 22 to me. I said 7.
Turn card is a 9.
In 10th grade.
Wait, it's 7 by 10th grade?
No, that's not true.
That's 1 unit for me, Perky.
Yeah, okay.
So Antonio has won round 1 of Laden Thinks.
It was 1 by 10th grade.
Wow, I thought you would have been easily higher than that.
10,000.
Meanwhile, Whaley bets 10,000 on the turn. Quick call from Sorrell. Not getting creative with the two-way draw, and Mizzy makes a pair of 5s on the river.
Not a great card for Greg, but unfortunately for Sorrell, he didn't make either his straight or his flush.
Not a great card because there's 4 to a wheel out there, but that's not going to slow the amateur down. He bets 18,000.
Still confident in his hand with Ace-King. Sorrell now, I don't think he's really thinking about calling with his pair of 5s. He's probably thinking about bluffing. I think because he's playing against an amateur, he doesn't expect to get as many folds as he would against a pro, so smartly decides to get away.
Yeah, it takes the bluff out of his arsenal a little bit there.
Yeah, I like the way Sorrell played the hand. I think I would have played it the same exact way.
All right, how much for Kuhn to shave his head right now? How much would he have to be paid? Greg, don't say it, okay?
There you go, get a look.
That's the thing about Laden Thinks. It never really ends. As long as you can think of a question, the game just keeps going.
Perky?
You go first.
All right, 5,000.
Under. All right, done.
God, please say lower, just to hurt Mizzy. One time, you know?
I'll give you 4 to 1 on more. No?
What was the number?
To shave his head?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
The only answer you guys are going to answer is I have too much money.
Oh, yes.
I said 150 grand.
Jason doesn't have that much hair. I think it would be a little bit less than $150.
Yeah, definitely not a $150,000 mop up there.
His head's gonna throw right back. He's a young guy.
You paid somebody $500,000 for a tattoo, for Christ's sake.
It's permanent. He can't remove it.
It's under his
hair grows
shirt.
back.
And the person who Bill Perkins paid $500,000 to get that tattoo happens to be here right now. His name is Jeff Gross.
Yeah, Jeff actually has an egg-shaped rainbow flag tattooed on the top of his back, courtesy of a $500,000 payment from Bill Perkins.
Would you have done it?
I can't say that I would have.
I would have done it.
It's a hefty price, though.
I wouldn't have done it. Oh, wait, there's poker going on? I'm sorry. Ace-Jack offsuit for Antonio. He raised to 1,800. He's been called by the 10-9 suited of Ray Tabby. And now Bill Perkins looks at 2 queens.
This is part of the issue of engaging like this at the table. When you get dealt a hand that you want to play, you got to kind of reorient yourself from the conversation and then focus again on the poker.
And Perkins makes it 10,000 total. That's a big 3-bet, and now Jason Koon looks at ace-king off.
Yeah, 10,000 is definitely a big 3-bet. I don't mind it, though, with his stack size and a lot of early position action already.
Well, Koon is re-raised to 24,000, and that makes Mike McDonald's pocket eights look not so good, and he knows it as he pitches them.
I think Jason, he's willing to commit his chips to basically to Perkins' stack. Perkins only starting the hand with under 50,000 in chips. I think if they were both deeper, Jason would consider just calling, but instead, he's willing to commit to Perkins' stack here with ace-king off.
Antonio and Ray both fold.
I got... ladies and gentlemen. Snap call. I think I'm beat.
Really? Ace-king.
No, I'm ahead. It's a race. Fair fight. Let's go.
Jason had already decided to call off Perkins' stack if he moved in, which he did with his pocket queens, and they're off to the races.
Yeah, he had a plan, but it didn't involve being up against a set of queens on the flop. As you see Bill's queens improving, and the turn leaves Jason Koon drawing dead. The river will be but a formality, as they'll count the chips down.
Easy, Tiger.
Easy.
No, I'm like 0 for 7 in these.
You have to get on the poor guy, you know? That was not very huggable.
No.
Did you say that was huggable?
Get in.
Cost me like $1 zillion a lot of things.
Antonio never shies away from an opportunity to needle someone after they've lost a pot.
Nice hand.
Thank you, sir. Pretty good at that.
I'm eventually just gonna, like, people are gonna say I'm the luckiest human alive. Because, yeah, I mean, we've all been there. I'm like 0 for 7 lately in massive spots with ace, king, to queens.
Yeah, Jason, not too happy about losing that flip. He would have had a nice stack with about 200,000. Instead, he's back to starting stack.
Oh my gosh, do we have to see that?
Oh, come on. This is like a bad news anchor. You're supposed to wear pants at the poker table.
At least a bathing suit.
Come on. Sun, sand, and a little bit of surf here at Christoph Harbor, where the WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts continues. We are down, however, to just 22 players, and a very lonely-looking Tony Guglietti is the man who just busted out, but that's not a bad walk to take, Olivier, is it?
It's probably the best scenario you could bust out of a 100,000 tournament.
I believe it. Antonio Esfandiari has been moved from the feature table to the outer table to rebalance the action. And we find him involved in a pot with Igor Kurganov. Antonio has top set up against Kurganov's set of sixes, and the board reads ace 10, 6, 7, 9 with 3 spades.
Obviously, both Antonio and Igor with very, very strong hands. Yeah. But Igor, set over setted, not much he can do.
He check called 42,000 on the river.
Could have been worse. Guess it could have been worse, right? Absolutely. Freaking river card.
Is Antonio complaining about the river there after getting paid off? Did that happen?
Yeah, well, you want to make sure you maximize when you do cooler people, so I understand him feeling a little bit unlucky, though. It's nice to end up having set over set.
And back over to the feature table, where the action is now 7-handed. The button is on Ray Tabby. Bill Perkins and Jason Koon in the blinds. It's been raised to 2,000 in the cutoff by Sorel Mizzi. And Ray Tabby has smooth called with ace-queen offsuit. And Jason Koon is just called with his pocket nines. Here comes the flop. It is ace 4-9 with a couple of diamonds.
It's a dangerous flop for Ray here, having top pair with a good kicker.
38.
Sorel, the pre-flop raiser, bets, and he is way behind against Tabby's ace-queen. And of course, the hand we haven't even touched on, Jason Koon with middle set.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn just in a dream spot here with the original raiser betting, the amateur raising, and him sitting on middle set here with 3 9s.
He's made it 21,000 total. Sorrel folds, and now it's over to Ray.
This is an extremely aggressive play. Ray Tabby doesn't have a lot of experience playing high-stakes poker, but when it goes bet, raise, re-raise on the flop here, ace-queen definitely shrinks up in terms of its relative size.
But what do? Do you just call and then hope that the guy checks behind on the turn, which is so unlikely, or do you just sail off?
I think you just fold here with ace-queen. I mean, you just have one pair, so.
Tabby goes for option D. That is a re-raise to 49,000.
All in.
And Kuhn goes all in for 99.4 total.
Call.
Tabby quickly calls, and this pot is over 200K,
This is
Olivier.
an absolutely massive pot here. Ray Tabby simply overplaying his pair of aces with a queen kicker.
Showing a little bit of his noviceness.
Yeah, a little bit of inexperience here. I mean, it's, you know, he does have a pretty good hand, but it's just not strong enough to put this many blinds in. And Jason Kuhn just in a dream spot with middle set against this opponent.
Now, Tabby does have Kuhn covered, so he isn't being forced to consider a third bullet just yet. Now, you saw a lot of the players get up and leave before the conclusion of this hand, and that had something to do with the break that we're enjoying right now. And Lynn Gilmartin has headed out to the pool to chat with Antonio Esfandiari.
Antonio, welcome to paradise. How good's this?
I think it's the best place. We were talking about it earlier, and I was trying to think of some place better that I played poker, and I can't think of one. So I think it's a bold statement saying it's the best place I ever played poker, but I can't think of somewhere better, so I'm saying it without saying it.
All right, now how's the action? What's going on?
It's good. I was at a fantastic table.
Yeah.
And then I got moved to another table, which was kind of tilting because there's like 4 Germans and all the pros, and you know. And then, but I just got set over set against Igor, so that was kind of nice.
I am gonna.
I am gonna kill you.
Oh my God!
That was fast.
I'm so glad I didn't look down at that moment. I didn't look down. I'm safe.
Wonder how much Bill paid for that.
What happened earlier?
Well, Perkins said,
How much money you guys got pants Antonio right now?
and I was like, pay me? What do you mean? Thank you for giving me that idea.
Oh, wow. I was
Mitzi
might do it for free.
Mitzi
might do it for free. Go. Yo.
You know, so I just like didn't even think about it, and I just like ran up to him and did the underwear thing like while he was doing the interview. If I didn't take that spot or take that opportunity, like I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. It was just so perfect.
I am gonna kill you, kid.
You know, a real man would have just stood there like this.
Yeah.
And he might not be sleeping tonight thinking about what was seen.
You guys should make it like a really small blur, like when you're blurring it out for the WPT, and then just like keep the bush there, you know?
Thank you, Sorrel Mitzi, for basically a moment that's going to go down in poker tournament history.
And haunt me for the rest of my life.
All right. Now, during the break, Steven Silverman busted out, but as you know, Olivier, 100K will get you right back in. So Steven became the 4th player to rebuy so far in the event. And we move on to our feature table and getting a look at the stacks. Currently, Jason Kuhn is in the lead. Timothy Adams on the short stack. Blinds have gone up to 6 and 1,200, and the ante is 200. Greg Whaley is on the button. Timothy and Sorrel in the blinds, and Ray Tabby first to act. Lays down Jack 7 suited. King 5 suited for Bill Perkins. And it looks like he doesn't want to fold.
Yeah, King 5 suited, not the worst hand to raise with, but
better than smooth calling.
Yes, that's true. Definitely, you know, in the bottom, hopefully in the bottom end of Bill Perkins' range here.
Keyword there, hopefully, as Perkins made it 3,000 to go. Jason Kuhn called with pocket deuces. Now over to Greg Whaley on the button with ace-8 offsuit.
Was it 3,000?
Oh, looked like he was going to call, but lays it down.
Thinks better of it. I agree with that fold with ace-8 off. Even though he's on the button, it's not a hand that plays particularly well in raised pots.
1 Canadian down in the blind.
Don't leave home without Sorrel.
Nope, it's not a party until I get here.
Sorrel capping the action from the big blind, getting a good price, decides to see a flop with 10-6 suited.
Well, Sorrell picks up middle pair, but the real story is Bill Perkins with top pair and bottom set for Jason Koon. Sorrell checks to Bill.
Yeah, Jason in his second consecutive situation where he has a set against an amateur's top pair. Really just types of situations that you dream about as a pro playing these big tournaments.
Perkins fires 6,000, and with this board texture, you can understand why Koon would just call.
Yeah, he's in position here, so he'll be able to get that last bet on the river. And I agree with this call. Just hope that your opponent continues to fire.
Turn puts a 9 of hearts out there.
Bill checks here on the turn, having picked up a flush draw here. I like this check. His kicker is not great, but he does have additional equity with the flush draw, so he can't get pushed out of the hand, assuming he decides to just check call, which is what I would do in this situation.
Koon bets 11,000.
Now, the real interesting question will be if Bill misses his flush, is he able to get away from this hand on the river?
Bill calls the 11, 45,000 in the middle, and the board pairs on the end. Bill improves his kicker, but Koon's got a full house.
Yeah, Bill now plays the 9 on the board as his kicker. But still, if Jason had any king in his hand, he would have a better kicker himself. King Jack, King Queen, all those hands beat Bill. So Bill right now really doesn't beat any value hands that Jason has, and there aren't that many reasonable bluffs for Jason to have. There weren't not many draws on the flop, and I think Bill should really consider folding this hand.
Well, Perkins can't resist the temptation, calls the 25-1, and seems a little frustrated about it.
Nice hand. That hurt.
Yeah, you see this situation a lot in tournaments. Amateurs are expecting the professionals to be bluffing them a lot, and because of that, they call down a lot. But the reality is that pros are very rarely bluffing amateurs, at least compared to other pros, and it's for that exact reason, because amateurs are so likely to pay off.
Lessons learned here in St. Kitts. Back with more in a bit. There's a lot more to Lynn's interview with Antonio. Want to see what you missed? Log on to clubwpt.com/alpha8 and check out the A8 clip of the week. It's all there on clubwpt.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Here are the chip counts at our feature table. Jason Koon is up over $250,000, while Timothy Adams still on the short stack. Button is on Adams. Sorrell and Ray in the blinds, and Bill Perkins kicks off the action with a suited connector, raising to 3,000. You like these hands in no limit tournaments?
This particular hand, I actually don't mind. I think when you start getting gaps in your connections, 9-6 suited, 8-5 suited, then I think you're raising too often. But the 9-8 suited, I don't mind.
Timothy Adams is all in with ace-king offsuit.
How much is that?
Perkins is actually asking for a count here.
33%. 33.333.
Yeah, I don't know what Bill's thinking about with just 9 high.
How many hours we have left to the rebuy?
Oh, that gives us a clue.
End of this level is the rebuy? Call.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure why the rebuy period would influence this call. Bill has over 80,000 in chips, so rebuy would only give him 100,000, so.
This is a rebuy.
Looks like he just wants to gamble and see what happens. And he's actually not in the worst shape against ace-king offsuit.
Absolutely beautiful hand. You see how sad Tim is. That's a beautiful hand.
Who's all in?
He's all in. He is.
Antonio is still in his underwear.
Yeah, come on.
You're a big favorite. Sorry, Tim.
Here comes the flop. It's King 7-4, much to Timothy Adams' relief.
Pretty bad flop.
All heart board.
I don't think.
10 of hearts making
Not so good for 8-9 suited.
No, the 6 gives him some outs, though, on the turn.
Always.
It's never easy. That's what Timothy Adams thinking. And the river pairs the board. So Adams will double through Perkins.
I really didn't want to have to go rebuy again.
Timothy, that was courtesy of the rebuy period ending soon.
No, of course.
Yeah. You felt good when I said that.
Yeah.
Moving over to the outer table where Igor is playing Shutterbug/Paparazzi, we find Max Altergott and Isaac Haxton engaged in a pot. And Altergott apparently is a lifeguard here at St. Kitts.
He does have that look, especially with his knee up on the table. Ike and Max, both two very, very tough competitors. Not guys that you really want to tangle with if you can avoid it.
Well, speaking of avoiding things, Isaac couldn't avoid the gift shop. They lost his luggage on the way out here, so I feel like Isaac might be sponsored by Tommy Bahama or something at this point. Back over to the featured table. Sorrel Mitzi with ace-jack offsuit makes it 3,000 to go.
All in.
And Perkins ships all 50,900 into the middle with king-jack suited.
Yeah, this is a huge bet here from Bill when the blinds are just 6 and 12. Continuing in his, willingness to get his chips in the middle in anticipation of a rebuy.
You want action?
Whatever you want to do, kid.
I don't have a great hand, but if you're in a gambling mood, I might just.
Sorrel's saying he doesn't have a great hand, though he's dominating Bill's hand.
Whatever you
He
want to
can't
do.
know that, though.
Yeah, I think ace-jack against Bill, you probably have to call here.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to call and then I want to win.
What he wants is 100,000 chips.
That's what I want.
And he either wants to give you his 50 and go buy them, or he wants to take your 50.
That's what he wants, right?
Yes. Either way.
The reason Sorrel's thinking about this is because Bill has so many chips.
Let's gamble.
Let's gamble.
Oh, I thought it was because Sorrel's not a billionaire.
Oh, don't like that. One out. Let's go.
From a strategic point of view, against a guy like Bill Perkins, who just called off almost 30 big blinds with 8-9 suited, you'd think it'd be easier to call with ace-jack, but 50,000 chips is a lot.
Be gentle. I know it's going to be a sweat either way. Well,
Make it all
it's not going to be easy. Oh.
Look at this flop, Olivier. Queen 4-9, 2 hearts.
This is not a great flop for Sorrel, obviously.
Is he a favorite?
It's like exact.
Is it?
He's still in the lead right now. And the turn tears the board.
That's a very good card.
Bill looking for a 10, a king, or a heart.
Right color, wrong suit on 2 occasions.
That's it. See you in a sec.
And Perkins will head over to the cashier and drop off another 100 pack.
I knew it wasn't going to be easy.
Yeah.
Gamble, right? He wants to gamble. I want to gamble.
Bill,
Hi.
you're the man of the event.
Yes.
Sad to see you go.
Oh, well, I'm coming back.
You coming
It
back?
is sad to see me go, but I'm coming back.
You're coming back. The re-entry period's still open.
Yes.
Now, was that always the intention? You were always going to have 2 bullets at least?
Yeah, well, I got myself into a situation where I want to go into the next level with the amount of chips I had, so I had to open up a little bit more aggressive. So I was going to either have 100,000 chips or not. I had 50,900. Got it in and lost.
All right, well, but you're happy about coming back?
Are you kidding? I'm ecstatic about coming back.
This must feel like a home game for you. You got so many of your friends here.
Yeah, it
You're
is.
having a good
It's
time.
awesome. We're swimming, we're hanging out, playing bocce ball. It's a good time.
All right, well, go and rebuy and we'll see you.
See you
Come
soon.
back.
Bye-bye.
Well, it's a good time that just got a little bit more expensive for Bill Perkins as we draw the curtain on day 1 action. Olivier, your thoughts?
Well, Bill's re-entry marks 5 for the tournament, which is actually the same number that we had both in London and Florida combined. I think the relaxed atmosphere has made the players a little bit looser.
Yeah, I think they all packed a lot of money, is actually what it is. On behalf of Lynn, Gil Martin, and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Ali Najad saying good night from St. Kitts.
The tranquil evening air of the tropics has set the stage for red-hot, high-stakes poker. This is WPT Alpha 8. St. Kitts is an island paradise known for its charm and natural beauty, but this serene setting has shifted gears as WPT Alpha 8 has moved in to host an international field of adventurous poker players. Joining me for all the fun are 2 guys who know all about parties and poker, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, stationed over in the ClubWPT.com skybox. Hi, guys.
Hello, Lynn. To be fair, you're the one that seems to be out by the pool. We're up here in the skybox, and while the temperatures have cooled off, one thing is for certain, the poker action never ever does with this crew, does it, Olivier? And we get a look now at some of what these guys were up to earlier, including diving into the ocean, which of course caused some people to lose their pants.
Oh my gosh, do we have to see that?
And set the stage for some high-stakes pranks.
Underwear, because
I am gonna
Now, the re-entry/registration period is nearly over, and we currently have 21 players spread out across 3 tables here in St. Kitts. 6 of them are at the feature table, and the big stack belongs to Jason Kuhn. Short stack at the table belongs to Timothy Adams. Button will be on Mike McDonald, better known as Timex. He's got roughly what he started with at $101,200. Couple of businessmen in the mix at this table, including Ray Tabby. He takes a peek at 3-5 offsuit. Blinds are at 6 and 1,200. Antes are at 200. And Tabby avoids a sub-premium entry with that 3-5 off. Over to Jason Kuhn with King 8 suited in the cutoff. He's going to raise it up to 3,200. And the man they call Timex, Mike McDonald, looks down at aces.
Great spot here for Mike with pocket aces on the button. Usually not going to be given as much credit as normal since the button is the best position at the table.
Any argument in favor of just calling in this spot, or you don't want to tempt the blinds in?
You could decide to trap and play aces slow and just call, but I think Mike is normally going to be 3-betting a number of weaker hands, so he's going to want to include some strong hands to offset that.
And he has 3-bet it to 9,000, both blinds out of the way, and it's back over to Jason. Well, he doesn't seem ready to give up on his King 8 suited just yet.
22.5.
And he's going to re-raise to 22,500.
So he decides to 4-bet here, I think, because of what we talked about, the button being a position that players will 3-bet a little bit more liberally than other positions. He's not giving Mike as much credit. On top of that, his raise to 22.5 represents almost 25% of Mike's total stack, so it's a good percentage to raise to because you force your opponent to have a real hand if he's going to continue.
Yeah, so he's got a little bit of information about Mike's hand. McDonald didn't, of course, put in a 5-bet, just called, and now Jason has given up on the flop, just checking it over to Mike.
Yeah, I think Jason is really recognizing the texture of this flop. 9-10 queen is going to be a board that's going to hit a lot of Mike's range here, whether he has pocket 10s or a hand like King Queen suited. In general, I think this is a good recognition of Jason to just make his move pre-flop and then on this board recognize that it's not good for him to continue and get away with a minimal loss.
Don't chase bad money with good money, right? Jonathan Duhamel has joined the party. You may recognize him as a former World Series of Poker main event champion. Not a lot of those names floating around.
And Jonathan is probably one of the best main event champions of the past 10 years. He's really able to distinguish himself beyond just winning that one tournament. He's actually a regular in these high-stakes tournaments and has done fairly well.
It's for sure proven.
He's going to be under the gun in his first hand, which is Queen 3 suited.
Just 1K, 2K.
He'll get away. Tabby lays down as well, and it's Jack 10 suited for Jason Kuhn.
Another playable hand for Jason.
32.
Making it 3,200 again.
You did? Yeah. I went check bet, or?
Yeah.
Folded to the other Canadians at the table. Adams out of the way in the small blind, and Sorrell won't defend from the big either. You know, Jason has shown a lot of heart so far in this event. The kind of heart that I suspect played a part in his thrill-seeking with Lynn Gilmartin.
I'm joined by Jason Kuhn in St. Kitts, and this man loves a good challenge, so we're putting him up to one completely off the felt and in the Caribbean Sea. Are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
All right. Woo! Oh yeah, he's ready.
All right, baby steps, baby steps. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Oh yeah, baby! Woo! That was sick!
You're officially the Iron Man of poker.
I'll take it.
Well done.
Thank you.
I'm jealous.
Well, get out there.
You know
You got
I want
underwear,
to.
you don't need a bikini. This is Alpha 8!
All right, last time I checked, Iron Man was 3 events, so I don't know if just flyboarding is going to earn him the title.
Well, I know that Jason used to run track in college, and he's known in the poker world for his athleticism and in particular his fitness, so I think we can give him the title.
Well, Bill Perkins is known in the poker world as having a lot of disposable income, and he's put another 100,000 of that to work here, having purchased his second bullet. Players all too happy to see him still in the mix.
Perkins seated at one of our outer tables.
Back at the feature table now. Action's been folded around to Sorrell Mitzi in the cutoff, and he makes it 2,400 to go with King 10 off. It's a min raise.
Nice little price.
Yep, giving Jason a good price.
Talk me into it.
Never turn down a good deal.
Though Jason was not going anywhere with ace-jack, settles on just calling from the big blind to see a flop.
And that flop, 2 queens and a king. Jason checking.
Little something for both players. Sorrel flopping top pair, and Jason with ace-high plus a gut shot straight draw.
Sorrel bets 3,000.
I think Jason is normally going to peel one off here with ace-jack. His ace could be good enough. Not to mention, if he hits a straight, he might win a big pot.
Oh, speaking of which, there's the magic 10 ball. Kuhn makes Broadway. Sorrel doesn't take the bait after it's checked to him, however. Checks behind, and the river's a 3.
I think Sorrel checks because his kicker doesn't play anymore, and if Jason had a queen, then obviously Sorrel was in bad shape.
Well, Jason's betting 16,000 on the river. This is massive.
Yeah, this is a huge bet, more than the size of the pot. I'm not sure why Jason elected this particular situation to overbet, trying to make his hand look like a bluff and get paid off here from Sorrel, but Sorrel too smart for that play and gets away from his king, really losing the minimum there after flopping top pair.
Yeah, not buying what Jason was selling on that particular occasion. Now, the registration and rebuy period is over, which means, of course, that our field is set, and we've got 22 active players, Olivier.
That's right, we had 23 unique players with 28 total entries. Tony Guglietti being the only player who busted and didn't rebuy.
No one's been on a third bullet, but when we return to St. Kitts, the hunt for the title really gets underway.
Looking for high roller excitement without the high roller risk?
Then go to ClubWPT.com and sign up for our Alpha 8 High Roller Play Chip tournaments for a chance to be crowned champion.
There's a seat waiting for you right now at ClubWPT.com.
It's so hot here. Why do people want hot food?
I think it is something that came from the old days, what the folks brought that across from Africa and India, Indian tradition. So the spicier it is, it's all the best.
So this is just straight pepper?
Straight pepper, that's all that's in there right now.
Oh, I want to stick my face in that barrel.
Don't go too much.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that's strong, yeah. Why didn't I have my chaser prepared? Love it. It's coming home with me.
You a hot sauce guy?
I'm more of a poker guy. Let's get back to the cards.
You're no fun. We should set up a prop bet.
Why'd you want to
versus
stick her face in the barrel?
Because that's a natural thing to want to do when you're faced with a bucket of pure peppers. Getting back to that poker you're so fond of, the prize pool is now set. $2.71 million and change. First place worth over $1 million, and now the intensity is going to start to creep in, isn't it? Pocket sevens for Sorrel Mitzi, who makes it $3,500 to go. Ace King for Jonathan Duhamel.
That's a bad
It's not a good sign.
Duhamel just calling with Ace King.
I'm not sure if there's any real reason for John to just smooth call besides just trying to mix up his play.
Tabby also along with 10-9 suited.
I like this play in this position from Ray.
Folded over to Greg Whaley in the small blind. Timothy Adams in the big blind. Doesn't want to play along. And we'll take the flop 3-way. 6 deuce tray, raggedy looking board. Sorrel likes it. He's got an overpair and bets 6,800.
Very, very strong flop for 2 sevens. Not much more you can ask for without actually flopping a third 7.
Duhamel hasn't connected with this board at all, but it's not going to stop him from trying to take this pot with a raise to 18,500.
It's kind of an odd play from John. He's not representing very many hands. And this is something that you see as the poker world has changed in the last 5 or 10 years. You see people are just calling on the flop much more. And
well, what's he representing?
He's really just representing a set. I don't think he would credibly play 4-5, maybe 4-5 suited, probably not even call pre-flop with that hand.
Certainly plenty of respect for Jonathan's game as we move to one of our outer tables and catch up with Michael Singh and Philip Gruesome in a pot. And look at this board, Queen 8, 10 ace with 2 hearts, top 2 pair for Michael Singh, and the nuts for Philip Gruesome, but Singh has a flush draw.
Singh does have a flush draw.
And Singh is all in here and connects on the end with a heart. and that's going to put a decent dent in Philip's stack.
Yeah, tough beat there for Philip. Philip really one of the most feared players on the high-stakes circuit. Very aggressive and a little bit unpredictable. I think a lot of the other players are going to like to see this transfer of chips over from Philip to the amateur Michael.
I'm still up for today.
Up 100?
Yeah.
Philip, of course, our London champ, able to maintain a positive attitude.
We always hear about German engineering, but what about German optimism? You got a little look at it there.
It's the new generation of young Germans.
Back to the featured table. Now, apparently, Sorel didn't relinquish his starting hand from the last pot, as it's been dealt right back to him. And again, he makes it 3,500 with the pocket sevens. And Ray Tabby with 8-7 offsuit.
In our previous show, we saw Ray win a big pot with 8-7 offsuit. Maybe he feels it's a lucky hand for him. He's continuing to play it.
You don't have a lucky hand, Olivia?
Well, I like pocket aces. That's one of my favorites.
What a boring answer. Come on.
It's definitely not 8-7 offsuit.
Timothy Adams wants to join the fun with deuce 4 suited from the big blind, and the flop is 6-10 tray with a couple of clubs.
Not a bad flop for 2 7s, but definitely a better flop for Timothy Adams. Even though he doesn't have a pair, he has a gut shot straight draw plus a flush draw.
And Tabby's also got something.
Yeah, Tabby has a gutter. Any 9 would make him a straight.
6,300 to call from Sorel, and Ray's not going away with a draw. Action on Timothy now.
Yeah, Tim's not going anywhere. He's either going to raise or call here.
Opting for just a call, and this pot is up to over 31,000. The turn card is a 4, giving Adams a pair and changing the hand a bit.
Yeah, this is a card that's going to hit all 3 players. Adams now makes a pair, Sorel makes a straight draw, and Ray Tabby actually makes a 2-way straight draw. If a 5 were to come, Tabby would actually have the best hand because it would be a straight up to an 8, even though Sorel would only have a straight up to a 7. This is going to give a straight draw in the other direction as well, so now any 5 or 9 would give him a straight.
And on the river, there's the 5. Timothy Adams has the dummy end of the straight and checks it over to Sorel, who has the good end of the straight and the nuts for Ray Tabby.
This is an absolutely amazing river card. This has really just hit everybody. I think with action in front of him, it's not going to be that tough for Tim to get away, but it'll be very interesting to see what Ray does. I'm sure he's going to raise. It's just a question of how much he raises with his nut straight.
And it's tough to imagine any situation in which Sorel's going to be able to get away from his hand. He's got 2 of the 7s in the deck. Here it comes. Tabby makes it 57,300.
Yeah, I can't see Sorel folding here.
Well, Timothy gets away from the bad end.
How much is it?
And Sorel asks for a count.
Really not that large of a raise here, not even 3 times the bet.
I call.
Sorel makes the call and gets a look at the nuts.
Wow. Nice hand. I had 2 of them, so it's hard for you to have that.
We'll move to one of the outer tables now. Igor Kurganov finds his short stack all in. He's got the best of it pre-flop, though, against Isaac Haxton's pocket 9s. Igor with 2 queens. And the flop, king, 10, 6. So far, so good for queens. Here comes a turn, another king, and all Igor's got to do is dodge a 9 to double through Isaac. Oh, but he can't do it.
It's like a shot to the gut when that happens.
That hurt me.
2 outer to bust you from the tournament. It's just after the rebuy period, so Igor is done.
Well, the good news is it looks like Igor's dressed for a night swim. Certainly not the way he scripted his St. Kitts vacation, is it? So we're down to just 21 players as our Alpha 8 St. Kitts event rolls on. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. The festive atmosphere of St. Kitts being enjoyed by Lynn Gill Martin and everyone who has taken the short flight from Miami down to this beautiful tropical island. One of the amateurs is in action right now. That's Greg Whaley. Min raising to 4,000 with the blinds at 1 and 2,000 and the antes at 300. Folded over to Jonathan Duhamel in the big blind, who will defend for another 2K with Queen 10 suited. and to the flop heads up they go. That flop is 2 sevens and a queen.
Great flop for Greg, obviously flopping 3 of a kind, especially when John, his opponent, flops top pair.
Duhamel checking over to Whaley. Oh, and he's gonna slow play it.
Not a fan of that play. I think most pros would bet their 3 sevens, just hoping to build the pot.
And on the turn, the deuce changes nothing.
It puts a flush draw out there, but besides that, John should feel comfortable with his pair of queens.
Raise.
And John bet 4,500, and Whaley makes it 10,000.
A little bit of an odd raise here, very small raise.
Yeah, from 4,500 to 10,000, not enough to get Duhamel out of the way. And the river's a jack of hearts. 31,000 in the middle, and Duhamel checks. Now, how much should Whaley be betting here?
20,000.
He settles on 20. Is that a good figure?
I think it's a pretty reasonable figure, about 2/3 of the pot. I mean, for me, this bet just looks really strong. After making a very small raise on the turn, putting a healthy-sized bet of 20,000 on the river, it seems like the vast majority of Greg's hands here will be stronger than John's. If I'm John, I'm really not liking the spot, and most of the time I'm going to fold Queen 10.
Well, Duhamel does make the call, and
7.
What do you suppose he's thinking Whaley might have had that Queen 10 was good against?
Well, there's just a level of unpredictability because John's never played with this player and he's not a professional player, and because of that, you know, there's a chance he could be bluffing in a spot that most pros wouldn't be.
Yeah, for me, a busted spade draw semi-bluff on the turn was about the only thing that would come to mind in that particular spot as we look at the feature table chip counts. Jason Kuhn, still the big stack, followed by Mike McDonald and Ray Tabby. Short stacks belong to Timothy Adams and Sorel Mitzi. Sorel pretty much in an all-in or fold situation here.
Definitely with under 8 big blinds.
It hasn't been too bad.
Ace-10 offsuit for Greg now. See if he'll put some of those newfound chips to work, but he just lays it down.
Pretty conservative fold under the gun 7-handed, but sometimes just after you win a pot, you want to kind of take a breather and not get involved the next hand right after.
King, queen suited. Good for all of Sorel's chips as he ships it.
Definitely a strong enough hand here for the 7.5 big blinds that Sorel has left.
15-7 plus 2 balls.
See what else I got. If you can't match it, you can't call.
That's 14,800 and apparently 3 bottle caps to call. Duhamel makes the call and Sorel entertains himself.
Let's do a little Jenga.
Yeah, John with ace-9 offsuit, it's a kind of an in-between spot. There are 3 players after him, but I think with ace-9, it's probably good enough against Sorel's range.
He does have 3 players left to act behind him, including Ray Tabby, who's looked at ace-queen offsuit and decided to just call as well.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of just calling with ace-queen. I think it would be better for him to put an additional raise, try to isolate the all-in player, and knock John out of the hand.
I'll just get up anyway.
And the flop is deuce 3 kings. Sorel out flopping both of his opponents.
Pretty decent.
Yeah.
But I'm against 2 people.
Yeah.
Sorel giving his buddies at the outer tables some play-by-play updates.
Yeah.
Generally, in this type of situation, the players who are not all-in will play relatively conservatively, trying to knock the all-in player out.
Both Duhamel and Tabby check. Turn card is a 6.
Yeah.
Jonathan checks again. Ray checks behind him. And the river's a 3. Jonathan checks a 3rd time. And Ray checks as well, just as you predicted, Olivier.
Jack high. Good game, guys.
Boom! Ship it!
I'm allowed to slow roll there, right? I'm allowed to slow roll there, right?
Yeah, you're
Okay, that wasn't unethical or shady.
roll.
I'm allowed to do that.
You're definitely allowed to.
Bit of a spicy showdown maneuver there by Sorel. He better than triples up and gives himself a little bit of breathing room here.
Yeah, that feels great when you're down to under 8 big blinds and you get called in 2 spots, one of them dominating you, and you still end up winning more than tripling your stack. It's got to give you some renewed energy.
Speaking of renewed energy, that's what Bill Perkins is looking for.
Still another fair fight.
Oh, wow.
Hoping to win his flip with ace-king
We need a little Perky Lives. Come on.
against finance entrepreneur Paul Newey's 2 queens, but the flop, queen 7-3, a disaster for Bill. And even though he hits a king, he's drawing dead on the turn.
All right. See you guys.
Bill Perkins has been eliminated.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
This event?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Can we get a clap for Bill Perkins, ladies and gentlemen?
And we saw Bill play a little bit loose with his first bullet, but at the same time, he lost a number of all-ins. He could have won any one of those, so a little bit of bad luck from Bill Perkins there.
And the dreaded red wash up on the top left of your screen, coming over Bill Perkins' thumbnail. But before he says goodbye, there's an obligatory stop at the pool with Lynn Gilmartin.
Bill, we
Yes.
meet again.
We meet again, unfortunately.
Oh, the nasty flips.
The nasty flips. You know, Ace King just couldn't get there. At Ace King on a flip and got cut in half, and then another Ace King, and I'm out. I'm sitting here talking to you folks.
I know.
Elevator going down, not up.
It must be rough how fast poker can really turn around. you know?
Yeah, it happens. You know, you have to win those to win a tournament. Everybody goes through it, and unfortunately, in my home country, I just couldn't pull it off.
Well, something tells me the players would let Bill buy in for another $200,000 at this point, but rules are rules.
That's right, registration has ended and we are down to 20 players with Bill Perkins bust.
$100,000 buy-ins in paradise can only mean one thing. The WPT Alpha 8 has come to town. Our prize pool, over $2.7 million. First place is gonna earn over $1 million. And while we were away from Christoph Harbor here in St. Kitts, there were some fireworks, which included Timothy Adams finding himself all in against the man they call Timex, Mike McDonald, and escaping elimination.
Fade. Fade him.
There is a new short
Still
stack.
alive.
Once again, there's a new short stack.
And Jonathan Duhamel did the same with his pocket kings against amateur businessman Ray Tabby. Back at the feature table now, where 7 players are engaged in high-stakes battle. The shortest stack among them belongs currently to Sorel Mitzi, and the blinds have just gone up to 12 and 2,400 with a 400 ante, which spells even more bad news for him.
Team Germany just smashes.
Sorel whipping out the sunglasses. He looks at ace-6 offsuit.
Sorel in the cutoff with 10 big blinds and an ace.
And he's gonna stick it all in there. Can't just raise with a stack like that.
No, I think you could be a little bit patient with ace-6 off. I don't think you're forced to move in here. But at the same time, it is an ace and you have only 10 big blinds, so I think you can kind of flip a coin to decide what to do.
King-queen suited for Ray Tabby. This is a no-brainer, right?
I think you should call here. There's only one guy after you, Jason in the big blind.
Ray makes the call with king-queen suited.
You have the best hand, sir, I think.
Yeah.
Jason folds, and players turn their hands up.
Yes, that's the only hand I'm ahead of, I think.
And Sorel's happy to have an ace.
It's been fun, boys.
Oh, you're trying to do the reverse hex thing?
Any king or a queen dead?
As you see from the percentages, despite having king high pre-flop, Ray was actually the favorite.
Is it good or bad? No good. You liar. Now if it comes, I'm going to be tilted at you.
That all changes after this flop of 9-7-4, however. Sorel a better than 2-1 favorite at this point.
Paired
6
up.
doesn't really change anything. All Sorel needs to do is dodge a king or a queen on the end.
Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me, Lunkin. You're my Lunkin.
And he does.
Those are the words right there. Yep. There you go.
That might be the greatest hand of poker.
Okay, Scott's allowed to be a Lunkin. He is allowed to be a... You're allowed to be a Lunkin. You were my Lunkin in that moment.
It's just like, bye-bye.
Olivia, do you have any idea what a lunkin is?
I honestly don't. I've never heard that before.
That makes 2 of us.
I'm not sure if I want to be a Lunkin.
It doesn't seem like a good thing, does it?
Well, I think it was good luck for Sorel. He did manage to double up, so.
You're my Lunkin, Olivia.
I don't want to be your Lunkin.
Duhamel now with queen 10 suited.
55.
And he raises it up. 5,600. Pocket 9s for Tabby. Raymond's been pretty active. Thinking re-raise? Indeed, 15,500. And Jason Kuhn's got ace-king.
Jason likes to play ace-king aggressively. We've seen him before throw in a 4-bet. Looks like that's what he's going to do again.
And 37,500 is the amount.
Very aggressive play here from Jason against an amateur 3-bet.
And that's the way he's played this table so far, though.
Yeah, I mean, ace-king is a very strong hand, so, I mean, it's not like he's really bluffing here.
And he's got the chips to do this with.
I think if Ray were to make an additional raise here, it'd just be interesting to see how Jason responded.
Hold it around to Duhamel. Well, Duhamel can't continue. He lays it down, and now it is up to Ray.
And this is part of the problem with re-raising before the flop when you're Ray with just 2 9s, is that now, if you want to continue, which he does, you're in a much bigger bloated pot here pre-flop.
Yeah, 87,000 in the middle, and gin for Jason Koon. A little overkill, actually.
Yeah, just obviously a dream flop, flopping the full house here.
Tabby checks his 2 9s. And why not? Koon does the same. And that's exactly the kind of card you hope your opponent hits if you're Jason Koon. Tabby now has 9s full against kings full.
Yeah, and you know, Tabby, from his point of view, he thinks he's just hit gin. You know, he's made a full house here on the turn. He's making a large bet, almost 50,000 chips, hoping to get called from Jason. Little does he know, Jason's sitting on a bigger full house, really just waiting, trapping his opponent here.
There is a third club out there.
Yeah, both players with full houses are not concerned with clubs. They're just hoping that in some way the clubs are playing into their opponent's hands.
Ray does have 1 out. Queen of clubs is not it. Over 182,000 in the middle, and Ray moves all in. Jason with the snap call.
Just like that, Ray Tabby's going to be eliminated in a pretty brutal cooler here for Ray.
It's like a massive gut punch.
An absolutely massive pot for Jason, almost 350,000 chips in that pot.
And he is going to be the overwhelming chip leader.
That's difficult flop.
Ray Tabby, on the other hand, is headed off to enjoy a little bit of this tropical breeze. Down to just 19 players now.
How did you like it when he made it 42 on the turn and then he went all in on the river?
I enjoyed it.
Feel?
I liked it a lot. I like that queen even.
How do you like just the turn lead right into you?
For bomb. For bomb. How do I mind the 4th club on the river too? I don't mind it, especially the queen of clubs.
Must be nice.
The St. Kitts Mary Resort is a full-service resort. We're right on the beach. We have a casino, a spa, everything you want right here at the resort.
Yes, you've got the works. I'm in paradise. And thanks to the Royal Beach Casino at the St. Kitts Marriott Resort, our A8 players were welcomed in true island style. Oh, look at this! Something's going on here.
This feels like what Alpha 8's about. Nice, beautiful location, warm weather, and it should be a lot of fun.
Couldn't agree more with Jeff Gross. Let's recap where we're at right now. Here at Christoph Harbor, we have 3 tables in action. Up top, you see our feature table, coupled with 2 outer tables, 19 players spread out, and the prize pool, over $2.7 million. First place good for over $1 million. Here at the feature table, we have 6 players seated. Blinds are at 12 and 2,400 with a 400 ante. Button is on Jonathan Duhamel. Action has been folded around to Sorel Mitzi, who is the short stack. And with ace-queen offsuit, he makes it 5,000 to go.
Sorel starting the hand with just about 22 big blinds. Normally players in this position will play a little bit tighter than normally, expecting that their tournament life will be at risk more often than if they, say, have 30 or 40 big blinds.
How much do you have to hand?
McDonald asking for a count.
I think I started with about 60. Did you fold now? 30.
Yeah. He's got ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah.
And is going to make the call from the big blind.
Yeah, of course.
And the flop is 10-8-4, 2 hearts.
Not much of anything for either player here.
McDonald checks it over to Sorel. And he's not going to continuation bet. He just checks behind. Function of his short stack.
And the board texture is going to hit a lot of Mike's big blind defending range.
Turn, produces the 5 of hearts.
Adds equity to both players. Mike turns a gut shot straight draw, and Sorel turns the queen high flush draw with his queen of hearts.
But Mike is going to bet, perhaps sensing weakness, trying to take advantage of a potentially conservative attitude from Sorel with his stack.
Yeah, Sorel gave up the initiative on the flop, and Mike turned equity and has seized it himself on the turn. I like this lead here from Mike.
Well, Sorel called the 8,000 on the turn, and that's a big call given how much he has left in his stack, and both players brick on the river.
WPT twice, I puke on it.
Sorel has the best hand here, but it's McDonald firing again, this time 16,000.
I think Mike correctly identifies that his ace high is not good enough to win. The 9 of spades is actually a card that's more likely to help Mike than it is to help Sorel. As we see, Sorel does fold here. I like this bluff on the river from Mike. He picked up equity on the turn, didn't ultimately hit his hand, but had enough aggression and enough wherewithal to understand the card was good for him and not for his opponent, so he ends up winning the pot with a nice bluff on the river.
Well, Mike McDonald's certainly not the type of player who's gotten this far in his career by making wrong moves. We know that much. I understand you've played with him quite a bit.
Yeah, Mike is one of the top players on the circuit, and you can see there being able to win the hand without having the best of it.
That said, he's second in chips, and there is a big gap between him and the chip leader at the table, Jason Kuhn, who's pushing the 400K barrier. And Sorel, nursing an even shorter stack at this point, lays down his hand. Jonathan Duhamel, unlikely to do the same with pocket queens.
You tend to see players play tighter pre-flop in these types of situations, meaning that when there are players with between 10 and 20 big blinds, other players will open a little bit less wide, expecting to get some all-ins.
Duhamel's made it 5,500 to go.
No, those are hundreds.
McDonald is called with ace-9 of hearts.
And I was like 2 of 4 in Festival.
I call.
Greg Whaley is called with king-10 offsuit, and they'll take the flop 3-way. Burn down, 3 off the top of the deck, and the flop. 10, tray 6, all hearts. McDonald with the nuts.
Yeah, this is a good flop for all players. John has an overpair, Greg Whaley has a top pair, and obviously Mike McDonald flopping the nut flush has an absolute stranglehold on the hand.
Greg checks to Jonathan, and Jonathan understandably fires 12,500 into the pot. Action is on Mike now.
I'm all in.
1 second.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
I didn't see his cards.
Greg Whaley just moved all in when it wasn't his turn.
Oh, man, what are you thinking if you're Mike McDonald?
This is unbelievable. I mean, you see sometimes players, acting out of turn, making these mistakes, but rarely do you see it when the player in front of them are sitting on the nuts.
Do I need to, do I have to stop? What do I have to do?
The tournament director is coming over to make a ruling.
Yeah, so if you don't change, if you call or fold, the action's going to stay. If you decide to raise, then you can reconsider.
If he calls,
I'm sorry, I didn't see
the action
that
doesn't
card.
change. So if he calls or folds, it's all in. If he decides to raise that bet, then you can reconsider.
So the tournament director, Brian Goodham, has made a ruling. His ruling is that if Mike either calls or folds, then Greg's all-in stands. But if Mike decides to raise, then Greg has an opportunity to reconsider. Now, from Mike's point of view, when he's sitting on the nuts, he really only has one option, and that is to call, ensuring that Greg will be all in.
I don't do this very often.
What about being extra deceptive, putting in the raise to make it seem like maybe you don't want your man to move all in behind you? Because certainly if you just call like Mike is doing here, Jonathan Duhamel is going to have alarm bells going off in his head.
If I'm Jonathan Duhamel, I'm not even thinking about the situation. I'm instantly folding my hand. You're all in. When Mike calls, he knows that he has to call 95,000 more all in from Greg, so Mike's only going to call here with an absolutely monster hand. And Greg is going to be drawing incredibly thin for his tournament life.
That was a bad mistake, I think. Yeah.
That was a bad mistake by Greg.
I didn't even know you were there.
Truth be told, if Mike wasn't in the hand, Greg probably would have been called by John and would still be in bad shape, but it's tough to be in worse shape than up against the nut flush here.
Mike's been mean to me all day. Let's turn at 6.
I've been running so good.
Well, we'll see whether or not Greg Whaley will be drawing live as of the turn.
The only way he can win is to hit running cards for a full house. He needs a 10, 3, 6, or king to have a chance.
Oh, there's a 6.
Fighting chance for Greg. He needs a 10 or a 6.
And the 8 won't cut it.
Good game. Good game. Hey, really good playing with you. It's fun.
Good game, man. It was a pleasure.
And that draws the curtain on Greg Whaley's first ever Alpha 8 appearance. And McDonald narrows the gap between himself and Jason Kuhn. Want even more high-stakes poker action? Then log on to clubwpt.com/alpha8. Watch as one of our multi-millionaire amateurs takes on 2 pros at once in a hand you can only see on the A8 Clip of the Week. clubwpt.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
This is the Mango Orchard Spa.
I'm in heaven.
Yep.
In case I wasn't already.
Yeah?
You know what? It's been a long week, so I might just take a break.
Oh, good idea.
Really, Lynn? Take a break?
She gets to do all the fun activities while we're stuck up here in the skybox.
I'm not okay with this. And the other thing that I'm sure some folks are not okay with, it's the arrival of Scott Seaver at the feature table. That certainly makes the game a little bit tougher for the 6 who are seated there.
Scott Seaver is our second place finisher in London and really one of the toughest live tournament players around. Not a sight that any of the players want to see. Scott, having both a lot of online and live success, finds himself comfortable in almost any spot at a poker table.
I know you mentioned that you thought he was one of the top 3 players all around in these live tournaments.
Yeah, he's as tough as it gets.
He'll have the button. Blinds have gone up to 1,500 and 3,000 with an ante of 500. Timothy Adams with Jack 9. Lays it down. Sorrell does the same, and now over to Jonathan Duhamel with Queen Jack suited. He's going to move all in.
Got out of my car and got in hers just to talk. And
Seaver and Kuhn fold. Back over to Timex with ace-10 off.
In the big blind with about 17 big blinds in Duhamel's stack, Mike decides to call with ace-10. Pretty reasonable call.
He does have the best hand heading to the flop. Duhamel's not a huge dog, but a dog nonetheless. His tournament life is on the line, and the flop is not a great one for Queen Jack of Diamonds. He's gonna need some help.
Couple back doors for John.
On the turn pairs the board, and the door is quickly closing. Can John hit a queen or a jack to stay alive? He cannot.
Yep.
And that signals the departure of 2010 World Series of Poker main event champion Jonathan Duhamel. Something tells me with the blinds where they are, we're going to see some more casualties as our field is narrowed down to just 17 players.
Yeah. Sit open. Yeah.
I'd rather be Mike McDonald for a day than a bird for a day. That's for sure.
Sorrell the philosopher, apparently. Still 3 tables in action. The next player that we lose, we're going to consolidate down to 2 tables of 8 players, Olivier. Is there any reason to think Jason Kuhn and Mike McDonald's massive chip counts at this point don't place them firmly as the favorites to win this thing?
No, I definitely think they're the favorites, but as you said, when one more player busts, they're going to consolidate to 2 tables and we'll get a new table draw, so we'll have to see who's sitting where with what stacks, because that will influence a lot of the play going forward.
Timothy Adams with pocket jacks has raised it up in the cutoff to 6,500, and for some reason, Sorrell Mitzi's 10 deuce offsuit has not yet hit the muck.
Well, Timothy's starting the hand with about 23 big blinds, opening in late position. There are going to be a number of hands that he is willing to open with, but not willing to commit his stack. So I think Sorrell picks up on that and puts a small enough 3-bet that he can get away from his hand. I like the choice of a junk hand. I'm not sure I would have picked 10-2 offsuit, but I think he's picking more the situation than the hand itself.
And Jason Kuhn appears keenly aware of that as he puts in a 4th bet. 36,000 total now with his pocket 5s.
So when Jason puts this 4th bet in, I think he's willing to commit to Tim. I'm not sure about Sorrell's stack.
And Tim has moved all in. Sorrell out of the way and will be heads up going to the flop. Kuhn not too pleased with his situation right now, but Timothy Adams' tournament life is at risk here. On the flop, 9, 6, 7.
It's fun for everybody.
Gut shot straight draw for Jason Kuhn.
On the turn, Puts a 10 on board. That straight draw is no longer good. All Timothy has to do is dodge a 5, and he does. Pocket jacks hold up, and Adams will better than double up.
Tightest guy at the table doubles up. Night hand.
Friendly double.
Friendly doubles.
My parents are always like, you play really conservative. Every time all my friends think I'm just like the nittiest player ever. It's like, well, yeah, when you have under 20 big blinds every time.
Timothy Adams is known as one of the more conservative players on the circuit, but he's very tough, very solid, and more than capable of exploiting that image.
Speaking of tough and solid, there's a look at Poker Hall of Famer Eric Seidel, who has just been eliminated by Fabian Quas's pocket aces. Seidel will head up to the room to apply some more SPF 95. Come on, Eric, it's time for an island tan. That draws the curtain on today's action. Bags are being distributed to the players. We're down to just 16 hopefuls.
All right, high card for me, please. Noon tomorrow on the bags.
This is what happens at the end of each night of a poker tournament. Players put all of their chips in a plastic bag, write their name, their chip amounts, and they come back the next day to a new table with new opponents.
And we've only got 2 of our original 6 amateurs left in the field, Michael Singh and Paul Newey.
Yeah, that means that the field has gotten ultra tough with the pros really dominating the early stages of the tournament. I look next time for the big stacks to really put pressure on the small stacks as we near the money. And in particular, we haven't seen too much of them thus far, but Isaac Haxton is actually our tournament chip leader with close to $500,000 in chips, and I expect him to be in a great position to vie for the title.
Let's not forget about Mike McDonald, second in chips. Kind of makes it like the Mike and Ike show, potentially. On behalf of Lynn Gilmartin and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Ali Najad saying join us next time for more action from Christoph Harbor here in St. Kitts.
The warm waters of the Caribbean are playing host to the hottest high rollers in the world. These poker sharks are ready to devour any fish that get in their way. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts. This luscious island playground is hosting the latest in our series of super high roller tournaments. The game we play is Texas Hold'em. Our players are an elite group who travel the world in search of the highest stakes. This event has attracted some of the most affluent players of the game, and all of them have paid at least $100,000 for a chance to be the Alpha 8. Day 2 of our tropical tournament is about to heat up, so let's head over to A8's esteemed commentators, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. They join us from the ClubWPT.com skybox.
Thanks, Lynn. Esteemed and at least for one of us, always impeccably dressed. He is Olivier Bousquet. I'm Ali Najad, and welcome to our continuing coverage of the Alpha 8 event from Christoph Harbor here in beautiful St. Kitts. Both Olivier and I had the privilege of a front row seat to all of Day 1's action, which included a couple of bust outs, not the least of which were Igor Kurganov, who walked the plank after being plundered, running into Isaac Haxton's rivered set of 9s, and World Series of Poker champion Jonathan Duhamel, whose exit came courtesy of Queen Jack suited, which didn't improve against Mike McDonald's Ace 10. All in all, an unlucky 7 players have busted so far, leaving us with just 16 remaining in the event. Although those players who have busted are probably not looking for the first flight out, since it is so pretty here.
Yeah, so we're down to 16 players, which is just 2 tables. And one of the scariest parts of Alpha 8 events, and one of my favorite parts, is that as tough as this competition is, this is actually what you would expect in these super high buy-in tournaments. At the outer table is our tournament chip leader, Isaac Haxton. I look for him to make a deep run into this tournament. But here at our feature table, Mike McDonald is our current chip leader, and I expect him to put a lot of pressure, especially on the shorter stacks as we near the money.
Isaac with over $450,000 in chips. He will certainly be a threat as he takes aim at that over $1 million first place prize, over $2.7 million in the prize pool. Getting a look at our feature table, we are 8-handed there. The blinds are 2,000 and 4,000. The ante is 500. And the button is on Paul Newey, one of the 2 remaining amateurs in the event. Antonio Esfandiari starts the day's action off by folding 10-7 suited, and Tom McDonald, our first look at him at the feature table.
9.
Takes a peek at pocket jacks and makes it 9,000 to go, 3 times the big blind.
Tom's a professional player from the UK. I have to say that I'm not too familiar with him. I haven't seen him too much at these tournaments, so I'm not sure if he's a big online player or not. But it'll be interesting to see how he plays, how he fares against this very tough competition.
Well, we'll get a chance to see just that as Jason Kuhn defends his big blind for an extra 5K with the ace-8 offsuit. And we head to our first flop. 2 3s and a deuce.
Pretty safe flop for 2 jacks.
Antonio doesn't have a hand, but apparently he checked behind Jason.
Full scene. Looks like he has a slow, deliberative betting style.
Kuhn folds.
Doesn't seem like a stranger to the live tables. 14,000 after only raising to 9,000 pre-flop on a board of 2-3-3 is a rather large bet. I think most players would have bet something more like 7,000 or 8,000. So we'll have to keep watching Tom and see if his bet sizing is a little larger than some of the other players. Might be from a cash game background. A lot of cash game players tend to bet larger than tournament players.
Over to Jeff Gross with king-queen offsuit. He lays it down. A little conservative out of him.
I'm not sure why he folded that hand, honestly. It seemed good enough to raise with. Jeff a little bit on the tighter side. Maybe that was just an example of him playing it safer.
Folded around to Jason Kuhn. Jason Kuhn from Weston, West Virginia, just 28 years of age. And he's just going to limp in with ace-9 offsuit.
The small blind is always a tough position to play. You're heads up, but you're out of position against the big blind, so...
How much did you start with?
I don't know.
Can you count it down?
Well, Antonio, he makes it 15,500 total with 10-3 off.
Yeah, Antonio using a junk hand to try to put pressure on Jason. Antonio with starting the hand with 134,000. It's about 34 big blinds. I'm not a huge fan of this play just because I think when Jason calls the big blind from the small blind, a lot of times he's going to be willing to call this raise and see a flop. So Antonio's going to have to play a flop with this junk hand.
And sure enough, Jason has made the call for an extra 11,500. And the flop is 4-5 deuce with a couple of spades. And Jason checks it to Antonio. And with 35,000 in the middle, he's moving all in 118,000.
Jason only has ace high, but he's looking a little suspiciously at Antonio. I don't think he's really thinking about calling, though. He suspects he might have the best hand. I think if Jason had even a 4, he would probably call this, but...
Kuhn does lay it down, but is there ever a situation where Antonio could just turn his hand face up and for that price, Kuhn won't make the call?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be close. You'll have to do the math, see what his equity is, and figure out if it's worth risking those chips at this point in the tournament. But, you know, ultimately, Antonio taking a big risk there and getting away a little bit lucky that Jason didn't have enough to call.
Action on Tobias Rankenmeyer, the 26-year-old German who has over $7.5 million in live tournament earnings, to which he's not going to be adding in this hand.
I actually helped add to those tournament earnings when I finished second to Tobias in the high roller in Monte Carlo a few years ago.
Ouch. Over to Paul Newey, and he's going to put it all in, Olivier, 64,500.
Not too much of a decision there from Paul.
All in.
And over the top of him comes Jason Kuhn with ace-queen offsuit, all in himself.
I think with ace-queen and Paul Newey's stack, Jason can't just call with the amount of chips that he has. He has to just move in himself and hope that no one behind him wakes up with a monster.
Jeff Gross looks at 1 ace, and that's not the card he had in mind.
This is the best spot.
I know, right?
Send that hand into the muck.
I had an ace for the first one.
So it'll be heads up between Paul Newey's pocket 9s. He's all in and at risk and gets outflopped. Queen in the window, queen deuce 8 on the flop. And Newey is now 9 fishing. Ace on the turn really doesn't change much for Paul. He's got 2 outs once, and the 3 isn't one of them. And that leaves just 1 amateur remaining in the field as Paul Newey finishes in 16th place, leaving 15 players behind.
The ace, the first card, Jason. I'm glad I didn't have ace king.
Oh, yeah?
I had ace deuce.
You squeezed an ace first card?
Yeah.
Good squeeze.
Glad I didn't have ace king, that's all I'm good.
Come on. Thank God you didn't have ace king.
I know. Aces I would have taken. But I like Jason a lot too, so it's tough.
Yeah, it is tough. But then you just
But
call.
sometimes you gotta win, yeah.
Yeah. I can't think of a person in this tournament I don't like.
That's rare too, you know?
Yeah.
It's actually not that rare at these very high stakes. There's a relatively small community of players. A lot of them get along with each other.
And a lot of them talk strategy with one another too, don't they?
Yeah, the poker world is kind of divided into these kind of small social groups. It's very cliquish, actually. 5 or 6 of them become close friends, travel together, talk strategy together, and it really improves their games. It's one of the ways that the poker world in general has gotten so tough, people have gotten so good, is from talking strategy with their friends.
Tom McDonald now with King Jack offsuit. He's raising it to 9,000. Tom says one of his goals is to make enough money that he can move into a house with a thatched roof, close to a small stream with salmon where he can sit for many hours and enjoy the peaceful view. Well, we've given him the view. I'm not sure if there's any salmon out there. There may even be some thatch around. Folded over to Tobias Rankenmeyer, who looks at ace-5 suited. And he's going to move all in from the small blind. Total of 76,000. All in. Mike McDonald moved all in with his pocket queens.
Tobias, it was nice knowing you, brother.
No, I'm in good shape.
The reason Toby says that is because ace-5 suited is never a huge dog to any hand besides pocket aces.
Not out yet.
No way. Over 30%.
Even against pocket queens, he's almost a third of the chance to win.
Good shape.
Mike's like, damn it.
Over 30.
And the flop is king 4-6.
I mean, it's always a deuce or a 3 or a 7. Always.
Tobias's chances grow thinner after the turn, which is the 10 of clubs. Tobias needs an ace. Instead, it's a 7.
One of the tougher players in the field. Toby is a member of the very successful German crew.
And Tobias leaves behind 14 combatants, but not before a round of handshakes and a sigh of relief from the remaining field. We'll return to St. Kitts with more action after this.
Looking for high roller excitement without the high roller risk? Go to ClubWPT.com now and play in our Alpha 8 high roller play chip tournaments and ring games for a chance to be crowned champion. This is the most stunning setting I've ever seen for a poker tournament.
Yes, I absolutely. Forget poker tournament. It's one of the most stunning settings you've seen in the world. Crystal Harbor has probably the best beach in the Caribbean. The pavilion that they built is not obtrusive. It integrates well with the scenery. It's very beautiful, open air. You know, atmosphere is very important. It makes for a great mood, a great time, and it makes everyone happy, even if you're busted on the rail rooting for your friends. You know, I'm happy.
I have to say, I totally agree with Bill. When my wife and I look at the schedule, we look at the environments that we'll be good in case I bust, making sure we still have a good time. So I think St. Kitts is really a great venue.
Steve Silverman was moved to the feature table during the break, but let's head to the outer table where we find the last remaining amateur in the field, Michael Singh, with pocket 9s, moving all in on a board of 8-8 deuce with a couple of diamonds against Timothy Adams, who has 2 overcards and a flush draw.
Yeah, I think Tim is trying to figure out if there's a chance that Michael has a better flush draw. But otherwise, I think he's getting pretty close to good enough odds to call with his 10-9 of diamonds here.
And Tim decides to call, gets a look at pocket 9s, and he's drawing to a diamond or a 10 to send Michael Singh packing. Here comes the turn card. It is a diamond, but it's not over yet. Tim in the lead, Singh fishing for an 8 or a 9, and instead it's a 3. And our very last amateur in the event is shaking hands and saying goodbye, Olivier.
This tournament just gets tougher and tougher as we've lost our final amateur, down to just 13 pros all vying for this title.
A real bloodbath on our hands. Let's send it over to Lynn Gilmart.
How was your experience here?
It was great, spectacular. I love this place anyway, but playing poker here is amazing.
Now you've got the beautiful ocean to sit by.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Soak it up.
Spectacular.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Getting a look at the leaderboard at the feature table, Mike McDonald with almost 450,000 has the lead. A distant second is Jason Kuhn with 228. And the short stack, just shy of the original 100K each player was given, belongs to Steven Silverman with 97.5. Jeff Gross will start this hand off with Jack 6 offsuit. Return to sender. Same goes for Steven Silverman and Mike McDonald as well. Queen Jack offsuit, meanwhile, for Jason Kuhn, who makes it 9,000 to go. And Antonio's interest seems peaked with 4-5 suited.
Always a painful process to get Antonio to fold his button.
But he folds the button. Tom McDonald folds the small, and now to Philip Gruesom's ace-queen off. He is, of course, our London Alpha 8 event champion. Understands a thing or two about playing in these super high roller buy-ins, and that's playing a part in him re-raising to 25,500.
This is a difficult spot for Jason. Philip is known for aggressively three-betting late position openers, so Jason's not likely to give Philip as much credit as he would some of the other players.
Also doesn't seem likely to put in one of those hero fourth bets as we see him settle on a call, and he's dominated heading to this flop, which is a bad one if you're Jason Kuhn. Queen, 4-3, rainbow.
Yeah, this is kind of a nightmare spot for Jason. It's going to be tough for him to get away if an ace or king doesn't peel off on the turn.
And Philip's bet of 20,000 is quickly called. To the turn we go, which is an ace. And Gruesome doesn't love this card, does he?
Well, obviously this makes Gruesome a big hand. If there's any reason he didn't like it, it's because he's afraid he'll lose his customer, Jason Kuhn, here on the turn.
Gruesome bets 32,000.
I think Jason can plausibly call one more bet, but I wouldn't want to see him call a river bet here. Jason will actually have some aces in his range calling on Queen 4-3, so calling the river here, if he doesn't improve, I think is a little bit too weak.
The river is a 7, and there's over 160,000 in the middle here. Now, what's Philip putting Jason on?
All in. Probably some weak ace or a queen, but I think Philip, his only move here really is to move in like he's done. And it's up to Jason now to decide whether he wants to call.
73-5.
I call. Wow, Jason does decide to call. He's not going to be happy when he sees Philip's hand.
Now, Kuhn just didn't believe what Philip was selling the entire time.
This is part of what separates Philip from some of the other pros. He's a little bit more unpredictable. His ranges are seen as being a little bit wider than the other pros, and for that reason, he gets paid off a little bit more in these big spots than some of the other players would.
What about Germans always have it when he goes in?
And you see Philip climbing up the leaderboard there into second in chips with over 300,000. And Jason Kuhn slides all the way down into seventh in chips here at the feature table with less than 80K in front of him and the blinds at 2,000 and 4,000. Meanwhile, Mike McDonald, the pro from Waterloo, Ontario, just 24 years of age with pocket tens.
Nice hand here for the table chip leader.
Makes it 11,500 to go. And it's pocket kings for Tom McDonald. We could see sparks here. McDonald makes it 28,500.
Monster for Tom.
28.
And look at this, Jeff Gross with pocket jacks.
Jeff Gross sitting on just under 32 big blinds.
Calling's not an option.
I think Jeff's the type of player he's tight enough that I don't think he's going to get much action here from a worse hand.
He's going to 4-bet to 62,000. Look at that, Mike McDonald with the quick fold of the pocket tens.
All in.
Quick all in on the heels of that fold by Tom McDonald. And Jeff's not going to like that as he shows his pocket jacks.
Big fold, Mike.
J for Jeff.
Pretty big cooler here for Jeff Gross.
Yeah, he's a 4-1 dog, and the flop is 8-9 queen.
It's got possibilities.
6 of them.
Take a 10 of spades. Just make it interesting.
10 of spades.
Turn is a 7.
Well, I mean, I don't want to just end it.
And the river is an ace.
You cover.
No, I don't know.
I think you did. You're sure.
Well, Jeff almost checked out, but it looks like he's actually got a handful of chips left.
Yeah, Jason's right. Jeff did start the hand with 10,000 chips more than Tom's.
Guess I needed the ace-king there.
Not even the great Jeff Gross can get away from that one.
No, sorry.
Silverman good, but not Jeff Gross.
Yeah.
And Tom McDonald, the beneficiary of that cooler there, moving up in the chip stacks, over 300,000 in chips.
Mike McDonald, who's got to be feeling good about that lay down with the pocket tens, lays this hand down, as does Jason Kuhn.
It's a fun game. I guess once I 4-bet, I was...
yeah, I think he's committed once he 4-bets. It's difficult in poker a lot of times when you end up getting cooler or losing a hand. You try to second guess yourself, figure out a better way to play it, but a lot of these situations are just unavoidable. I don't think there's much Jeff could have done better. Once he 4-bets, he's really just committed there.
He's going to stick his remaining 9,500 in the middle with a fairly premium holding, ace-queen suited.
This is a good spot for Jeff. The very next hand to come up with a big hand with ace-queen suited. He's going to have an opportunity to at least double or triple up here.
And there's going to be a side pot here between the two players who still have chips. Jeff Gross, of course, not one of them. It'll be Philip Gruesome against Steven Silverman. Flop is 9-8-5 with a couple of spades. Silverman checks. Top pair for Gruesome.
And generally, players in these situations, when there's a third player who's all in, will play relatively conservatively in the side pots. Philip, flopping top pair, does have a relatively vulnerable hand, so he's betting really to protect the hand and see if Steve wants to continue.
And Steve, of course, did not, so he folded.
There you go.
And the turn is a queen, giving Jeff Gross the best hand. River's an ace. Bit of overkill.
Jeff moves up from
back in it
10,000 to almost 50,000 in chips. That's quite a move for the short stack Jeff Gross, and he still has a chance here in the tournament.
Well, they say a chip and a chair. I know it's been overused, but Jeff Gross taking the first steps down the road to recovery. Meanwhile, at the outer table, we find Max Altergott with ace-jack offsuit up against Scott Seaver's ace-deuce. The board reads ace-7-4 with a couple of clubs, and Scott's all-in is called by Max. Max shows the best hand. Seaver needs some help. The turn is a 5 of clubs, which won't cut it. And the river is a 3, and Seaver makes the wheel, sending Max Altergott home. Ouch!
That's a pretty rough way for Max to lose. Runner straight for Scott.
Down to just 12 players and one tank top when we return. Welcome back to the beautiful beaches of St. Kitts, where Max Altergott is standing by with Lynn Gilmartin.
Max, you busted out. It's got to be tough on the mind, but it certainly didn't affect your body.
No.
You got your shirt off, you're relaxed, you're in paradise. You still have to be happy, right?
Yeah, right. It's good. Like the first 5 minutes, I was a little bit disappointed. In the first moment, it's not about like the money that you're losing, but like the chance to still play with it, because I love playing poker.
Yeah.
And if you play, it makes so much fun. You know, to bust out makes like basically says, okay, now you can enjoy the ocean and everything else, but you cannot enjoy like bluffing the people, you know, making right cards. So.
Tell us about the players. You're sitting here on the secondary table with Scott Seaver, Isaac Caxton. How are they all playing today?
Great. Everybody's there right here at the table. Like Timothy was playing great. Like, everybody that you can see here on the table, if you see the guys like behind me, everybody's a world-class player.
All right, well, thank you so much for chatting to us, and hopefully we'll see you at the next stop.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Let's get back to the feature table.
Yeah, a little bit. Two more, we call it even. All right. I gave you a chance.
Jason Kuhn with pocket tens. And he's going to make it 10,000. That's a min raise. Pocket fours for Antonio.
Jason with only about 75,000 to start the hand. A little bit suspicious to min raise about 15 big blinds.
And Antonio just lays down the fours?
Yeah, I think it's a function of Jason's stack and Antonio not really having any good options there. He doesn't want to re-raise with 2 fours into potentially a very strong hand or the number of players after him.
Yeah, Jason's move pre-flop almost seems like it's inviting someone to put them all in, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. With just 15 bigs, I think a lot of players would just move in with most of their hands.
Meanwhile, Jeff Gross, with ace-10 suited, is going to stick it all out there. 70,500 total, and in a world of trouble.
Yeah, another little bit of a cooler there for Jeff from the big blinds from the big blind with ace-10 of clubs. I think he's got to commit his 14 bigs.
Jason's good enough to raise the ace-8 there, and then raise.
Here comes the flop.
It's a pretty dry flop.
It is queen 7-5, not a good one for Jeff.
It's the lead.
He's rooting for an ace. Instead, it's a deuce on the turn. And the river card is not an ace, and that means Jason Kuhn is forced to eliminate his buddy Jeff Gross by the thinnest of margins. They'll count it down nonetheless, but this time Jeff Gross is officially eliminated.
Jeff, 12th place. I'm sure you're understandably upset.
Yeah, it's never fun to bust, but at least we're in a beautiful location, and I think I played well and had fun. Great venue, and hoping to go to the next Alpha 8, I believe, in Johannesburg.
Yes, that's going to be amazing.
Right.
Now tell us a little bit about your table. You have our London champ, Philip Gruesome, on your right.
Oh yeah, and then Silverman was the other champ on my, he's on my
Exactly.
left.
Oh
so I
yeah,
was
you
at
had a champion sandwich. You did too.
Yeah, it's, but there's really no easy spots here. Everyone's just a really great player.
All right, well, thanks so much for talking to us. Enjoy the sun. Go get a tan, jump in the pool, do whatever you got to do to cool off.
For sure, I will. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Well, you never want to be the lunch meat in a champion sandwich, that's for sure, as we get a look at the counts for the 5 remaining players at our featured table. Tom McDonald at the top, Steven Silverman, still with roughly what he brought to this table, crept up to 103,000. And when the action gets down to 5-handed, Olivier, that changes the dynamic even more so.
Yeah, players will start opening up their ranges a little bit, playing a few more hands than they normally would.
Not hands like Queen 3 suited or Deuce 5 off, apparently, but Ace 8 suited for Tom McDonald certainly will fit the bill.
Pretty strong hand on the button here. Definitely good enough for a raise.
And McDonald min-raising to 10,000 himself.
A little bit of a tricky spot for Philip. I think in the big blind, this would be a much easier hand to play, but from the small blind, see a lot of pros fold this hand, maybe 3-bet every once in a while. Philip electing to call here.
Silverman out of the way in the big blind, and we're heads up to the flop. Seven, Jack, Queen, a good one for Philip.
Yeah, great flop for Philip. He flops a pair and a flush draw. Not much of anything for Tom.
Philip checks to him. McDonald doesn't take the bait and ends up turning the better hand with a pair of 8s as Philip checks a second time.
A lot of players would have led this turn with a pair and a flush draw. I actually like Phil's check. His hand is good enough to win, and he does have equity in case Tom does have a better hand.
Tom's betting 12,000, and Philip's just going to call.
Yeah, I like this play from both players. Tom checking back with no hand, turning a pair of 8s and betting it for value.
Oh, and look at the river. It's a 6, giving Philip the best hand now with 2 pair, and he checks it a third time. Tom won't bite, checks back, and Philip will take down the over 51,000 chip pot.
Cool. He's ready for fireworks on the flop.
Philip staying in rhythm there.
Okay, flop.
Even though he rivered 2 pair, trying to get Tom to bet again. Tom with just a pair of 8s, smartly checking back.
I'm a little surprised, honestly, that Philip didn't lead on the turn there and maybe just try to take the pot down without forcing himself to get there, as we see that he did.
Well, I don't think he thought he needed to get there since he had a pair of 7s. I think if Phil had, let's say, a straight draw with a flush draw, he probably would have bet. But since he actually had a pair, I think he was willing to take a card off and just check.
And Hasselhoff is back.
I know.
Better known as Altergot in the poker community.
Egal, ja, schick die rüber.
I don't think Hasselhoff's that skinny.
You would say that.
I remember him having some hair on his chest, too.
That's so passé. No one does that anymore, Olivier.
Men do.
Meanwhile, it's been raised to 10,000 by the ace-deuce offsuit of Tom McDonald. And we have a call from Jason Kuhn's Jack-8 offsuit. The flop is ace-10 king. Jason checks to Tom.
12-5.
Who bets 12,500 with top pair. And Jason doesn't want to hunt for a queen to make the Broadway. Lays it down, and McDonald gets a little refund from his losses in the last pot to Philip Gruesome. There's a look at our Alpha 8 Florida champion, Steve Silverman. Former roommate of Andrew Chewy Lichtenberger. Started playing poker online, and since then he's racked up over $3 million in live tournament earnings. Folded over to Jason Kuhn, who makes it 12,000 to go with pocket kings, given that the blinds have now gone to 3 and 6,000. Ante is up to 1K. So 12 is the new min raise. Ace-10 offsuit on the button for Antonio.
Antonio with about 21 big blinds. Probably going to move in here with the ace-10.
All in.
And indeed he does.
Not going to be happy when Jason Koon calls with pocket kings.
Hey, Jason might lay this down. Snap call from Koon, of course.
Yeah, tough spot for Antonio. I don't mind his play. I think it's totally fine with ace-10 offsuit, but just happened to run into a big hand.
Seemed like the writing was on the wall, at least pre-flop.
I love you, but I'd love to tilt you right now. Not tilt me. Just, you know, one time.
Well, Antonio hits his ace, but
Yeah,
Jason hits a set of kings. Not over quite yet. Well, as of the turn, it is. Antonio is drawing dead. And Jason Koon is going to eliminate Esfandiari and give him a nice parting gift. Who doesn't want a Jason Koon hug?
Right after he busts you.
Good luck, boys.
Esfandiari will bid adieu.
Antonio.
That hurt. I'm gonna go and maybe jump in the ocean naked and drown in my sorrows.
We've already seen you naked around these places, so it won't be anything new.
10 players remain when we return to Christoph Harbor.
I think Jason Koon's really tough player, friend of mine, someone I'm definitely, you know, if he wasn't at the table against me, I'd definitely be rooting for.
I think he's a great player, super hard worker. He is a great thinker, and he's just a really disciplined guy.
Now, you're a perfectionist with your body, but you're a perfectionist with poker. Tell me about what you do.
I work really hard. I feel like we're all given gifts. Like, some of these guys I'm playing against are absolute cerebral maniacs. They're just raw brain power. So for me to make up that ground, I need to work hard. And that's an edge I can have. If you look at Eric Seidel, he's been in the game forever. And he plays like a 21-year-old kid. And all the new things that are going on, the new trends, he's on top of them.
Tell us about the other players in this event, you know, any of your friends.
Back in the day, whenever I was in college, I would see Antonio.
I'm all in, and look at this. Antonio stands up and shows the 2 aces.
And I would want to play with him. I'd want to compete against him, but I was like, I got a $200 bankroll or whatever. And now I'm like, hey, Antonio, let's play this $100,000 tournament against each other. Yeah, it's really cool. It's cool to get to play with your heroes, you know?
Well, not only does he get to play with his heroes, but he actually just knocked one of them out in 11th place, busting Antonio.
That's right, leaving 10 players spread across 2 tables. And it actually looks like we've got a third unofficial table in action now. The busted players from this event have started an impromptu charity tournament to benefit victims of Typhoon Haiyan. 20% of the prize pool apparently is going to go to charity, and our very own Lynn Gilmartin has been staked by none other than Bill Perkins, because he's got a spare 20 grand laying around for her. We'll have to keep track of how Lynn's doing. Meanwhile, here at the feature table, we've got 5 players, 3 of whom are sitting on healthy stacks, 2 of whom are less than their original buy-in of $100,000.
I think like this is gonna end up like in a drinking, sit and go thing. When I hear Toby talking, oh, blind all in. Yeah, that was. We played a TV game where he was drinking a lot, going all in blind.
Both Sorrel and Steve, with less than their original 100K buy-ins, laying down here over to the button of Jason Koon. He's got Jack 3 suited and is going to make it 13K to go.
Jason going to play the widest range from the button with only 2 players to play against and having position on both of them.
Tom mucks the small blind, and Philip will simply defend with ace-9 suited.
Strong hand for Philip, but I agree with the defend instead of the 3-bet. It's a hand that plays well post-flop, and you have to have some strong hands in your defending range.
And the flop, a good one for Jason Koon, Jack 6 deuce rainbow.
Yeah, Jason flopping top pair. Definitely likes this flop.
Philip checks to him, and Koon will bet 15,000. And Philip's going to take a card off.
I think it would have been reasonable to check or bet if Jason, he's taken the approach of trying to get value and see where Philip's at.
Board pairs on the turn. Both players check this time, and the river is a 3. Gruesome checks.
I think I win. I have a jack.
What did you say? I can't win?
No, I said I think I win.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I can't win. I can't win, but I win every time. Come on now.
Jason stacking the chips. Let's get up to speed on the action over at the charity table. Michael Singh, Bill Perkins, Lynn Gill-Martin, and others. We don't have any chip counts or hole card cameras out there.
Looks like a pretty juicy spot, though.
Back at the feature table.
34. I'm all in.
Sorel Mitzi is moving all in with pocket fives for his remaining 54,000. And Jason Kuhn's got 2 queens. And is gonna just call.
Yeah, Jason's been on the good side of a couple short stack all-ins here with some big pairs, kings and now queens.
You have a pair? That is not good for me.
I like how Jason just called this raise from Sorel, giving both Tom and Philip a chance to wake up with the hand and think that they could push him off it instead of 3-betting.
Two-sider.
Nice play there from Jason.
It didn't work out, obviously. Board is deuce 7-8 on the flop.
That's not fun.
Sorel's gonna have to hit running cards to make a straight or a 5.
Turn card is an ace, and Sorel is down to 2 outs once. The bell tolls, and the river does not help Sorel.
Good luck in the sit and go.
He'll shake hands and apparently make his way over to the consolation tournament.
I know I would.
When you're in for 100K, what's another 20?
About 20%.
Well, it looks like Lynn Gill-Martin's gonna have to leave the event and go to work because Sorel Mitzi is waiting on her.
Sorel, you surprisingly left in very excited spirits. I've never seen someone so happy to get up off the table.
Anytime there's more action, I get excited. And, you know, like if I busted out of this tournament and then there was nothing to do, you know, then it would have been maybe a little bit more tilting, but there's another tournament happening. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for talking to us.
Well, it looks like Sorel has found his way over to that event. A little 20K will get you right in. And it's worthy of note that it is benefiting victims of the big typhoon that hit the Philippines. We'll return to St. Kitts with more action after this. Find out the secret to surviving the ups and downs of playing poker professionally. Log on to ClubWPT.com/Alpha8 for Lynn's extended interview with American pro Jason Kuhn. It's only at ClubWPT.com, the home of fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Welcome back to the WPT Alpha 8 event here in St. Kitts. Now, our main event's a $100,000 buy-in, but it's not the only poker being played any longer. The players who have busted out have agreed to assemble a $20,000 charity tournament. And it looks like Antonio Esfandiari just got the memo, as he's going to buy in. Apparently, it's clothing optional.
Well, we are on an island.
And we've got one 9-handed feature table.
So this feature table is actually the epitome of the trend in poker in the last few years. Fabian Quas is actually the oldest player at just 31 years of age. Basically have a group of young 20-year-olds flying around the world playing super high buy-in events, and this table is no exception.
There's a look at how it shakes out. Isaac Haxton, the huge chip leader, 601,000 in front of him. Mike McDonald in second, followed by Jason Kuhn. The 3 names on the podium at this point, but there is still a lot of play remaining.
Hey, Scott, familiar situation?
This is a familiar situation. I've never seen you not at that. I mean, guys, I'm just ready for a 10 bitch when he gets
15 to 30 bigs every
This
time.
is actually like the most you've had at the start.
If I come third, it will be huge. It'll be huge for me if I come.
Huge.
Slow and steady.
I'm just gonna get down to heads up and leave. I never win these things anyway. It's blind out from heads up.
Guys, that's confidence. He thinks he's getting heads up. Look around.
Come on.
Come on. I mean, Philboard is a lock. So you think you're just the other lock? Maybe you're like 1 and 3, but like Philboard's locked.
Philboard is Philip Gruesom's online name. And he is a lock because Philboard has had an incredible amount of success deep in tournaments, has quite a number of wins, not too many second or third places.
Well, Philboard finds himself heads up here with 8-5 offsuit against ace-5 for Tom McDonald.
Not a fan of this defend by Philip.
Great flop, great flop.
And he check folds to Tom's trip aces. Tom speaks 5 languages. This is his first Alpha 8 appearance. Steve Silverman under the gun here, lays down to Jason Kuhn. Jack 10 suited. And he's going to make it 14,000. Seaver just calls with pocket nines.
I like that play from Scott.
Look at this, pocket kings for Isaac Haxton.
Isaac actually 3-bets a little bit less often than some of the other players. He likes to see a lot of flops and mix it up after the flop.
And he's going to 3-bet it here to 52,000. And Tom McDonald looks down at ace-king offsuit.
Huge hand here for Tom. I think 4-betting to try to induce an all-in, or moving in himself is relatively reasonable. And unlucky for him, he's run into the pocket kings of Isaac Haxton. He's going to be a big dog to stay alive here.
Tom not concerned at all about the raise, the flat call, and then the 3-bet.
Flat call. I'm not sure it's a question of being concerned as much as it is just his hand is strong enough to move in. I think he could plausibly 4-bet rather than move in, but regardless, it's going to require a very strong hand from Ike to call, and obviously Ike with 2 kings not going to fold. Tom at risk for his tournament life here. No aces have been mucked so far, though, so we know there's 3 in the deck.
Oh, and there's one of them right away on the flop, Olivier.
Just like that, the fortunes have flipped, and now Tom is in the driver's seat for an absolutely monster pot. This pot for the chip lead here.
Only 1 king left in the deck, and oh, that's close, but not quite. As the queen of diamonds rolls off on the river, and Tom McDonald is going to vault way up the leaderboard.
Into first place.
And that's going to put a massive dent in Isaac Haxton's stack. While they count down the stacks, we'll step aside and return to St. Kitts with more high-stakes action in a moment. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of A8 St. Kitts, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where you can play with your friends for free. Log on to ClubWPT.com and start having fun.
Speaking of having fun, Olivier, I know that's exactly what our players have been doing up until this point, but something tells me down to just 1 table, things are going to get a little bit more serious.
Yeah, as always, as we approach the money bubble, the fun level goes down and the tension level goes up. I think we're going to see that here with just 4 players left before we burst that bubble.
Yeah, top 5 places will be paid, $2.7 million in the prize pool and over $1 million going to first place. Single table action starts with Fabian Quass on the button, Steven Silverman and Jason Kuhn both in the blinds. Those blinds are still at 3,000 and 6,000 with a 1K ante. Action is folded all the way around to Fabian Quass, and he's got heart 8, pocket 4s.
Easy open on the button with a pocket pair.
He's going to make it 12,000, min raising.
All in.
And Steve Silverman wastes no time moving all in.
Cool.
Fabian snap calls, and they both turn their hands up.
Silverman making a move with a baby suited ace. I like this play. It's always got decent equity when called.
Here comes the flop. It has an ace and a 4 in it. Fabian Quass way out in front with a set. You see that just 3% figure for Steve Silverman. He's in a world of hurt, but look at this. A little light at the end of the tunnel, an ace on the turn. Means he's rooting for a deuce or the board to pair to stay alive, but can't connect on the end. And we are down to our official Alpha 8, courtesy of Steven Silverman's bust out.
Good luck.
Well, Steve Silverman will bid adieu to his fellow poker colleagues and, of course, $200,000 as he rebought in this particular event. But the silver lining, Olivier, he gets to go speak to Lynn Gilmartin.
Stephen, you were pretty handcuffed all day with that short stack. It must have been a little frustrating for you.
Yeah, you know, I had a few spots to go all in and pick up some chips, but final hand, I just ran into a hand that could call and didn't win.
Oh. Now, you have won one of these trophies before. What does it feel like to win an Alpha 8 trophy?
It feels pretty good. I mean, you get all the chips, you win. Like, you couldn't really go better than that. So.
A lot of cash.
Yeah, so pretty good, I would say.
Well, Olivier, we are down to our Alpha 8. What do you expect from these remaining players?
Well, since the level of competition is so universally tough, I think it's really a function of the chip stacks. Both Mike McDonald and Jason Kuhn have healthy stacks, but our chip leader is actually one of the more lesser-known players, Tom McDonald, so we'll have to see how he plays as we get closer into the money. Another player I'm looking to is Philip Grusom. He's had an incredible amount of success lately, and if he gets a hold of some chips, he could be a real danger.
It's going to be a bloodbath, a bit of cannibalism in the ranks.
The final table will be in full swing next time as we progress towards bursting that money bubble and paying out all the cash. For Eileen Najad and Olivier Busquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time. Poker's most exclusive competition has floated into the Caribbean. It's now sink or swim time for our super high rollers. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to the lovely island of St. Kitts. The magnificent enclave of Christophe Harbour, along with the Royal Beach Casino, is hosting our Super High Roller event. Tournament officials are just about to start our 8-handed final table. But before they do, let's check in with A8's own elite poker pundits, Eileen Najad and Olivier Busquet, who have the inside track on all the action over in the ClubWPT.com skybox. Hi, guys.
Hey, Lynn. It's good to be with you. Now, I know that you've yet to see any sharks in the water, but that doesn't mean we haven't seen plenty of them on land at the Alpha 8 event here in St. Kitts, many of whom have been enjoying themselves around the island, partaking in bocce ball and flyboarding and any number of other fun things there are to do here. Our group who have busted out started a charity event, so everybody's still in action. Our Alpha 8 is set. We've got $2.7 million up for grabs, and only the top 5 are going to get paid. First prize over $1 million. And with so much talent in the field right now, can you even pick a favorite?
Well, it's tough to pick a favorite. Like you said, this table is incredibly talented. A bunch of really young, but at the same time still experienced and accomplished poker players are really at the top of their game. I think if there's a favorite to be picked, it has to be Tom McDonald. He's our current chip leader and actually the player we actually know the least about. Also, Jason Kuhn and Mike McDonald have healthy stacks of their own. And Philip Grusom, of course, our London champion, is always very dangerous and has a decent stack himself.
Now, you didn't mention Isaac Haxton, but you and I both know he's a guy that if he has any chips whatsoever, he's currently on the short stack, he can be dangerous. Getting a look at the leaderboard, there are a lot of flags spread out amongst this highly international field of talent. Isaac Haxton on the short stack. Tom McDonald is the chip leader. Button is on Fabian Quass. American Isaac Haxton, first to act, lays it down here. And the Brit, Tom McDonald. Well, he didn't like his hand there, as Timothy Adams from Canada also folds.
Very solid and competent pro.
Also from Canada, Mike McDonald, who looks down at ace-queen offsuit.
I like how Mike got dressed up for this final table.
And raises it up to 18,000. Might know him as Timex if you play online. And one of the Germans, Fabian Quass, with 10-9 suited on the button.
Part of that group of 4 or 5 Germans traveling the world, playing all the super high buy-in tournaments and massacring them in the last couple of years.
With 10-9 suited, he makes the call. We saw a laydown there from American Jason Kuhn.
Probably the fittest player on the tour, known for his athletics. And
Scott Seaver wants to defend for another 10K with 6 deuce suited.
Scott known for defending a little bit wider than most players.
Oh, and look at this. 2 6s on the flop. Trips for Scott Seaver. He checks it over to McDonald, who checks to Fabian.
Little surprised that Mike checked after raising pre-flop.
Fabian Quass studied at Ludwig Maximilians University in Munich. Math and economics were his major, which no doubt played a role in how proficient he's been in poker with over $3 million in tourney earnings. He's bet 30,000 into the pot of 66.
Obviously not going to get rid of Scott after flopping 3 6s. Scott deciding just to call and play his hand slow.
Mike knows when he's not wanted, lays it down and leaves these 2 heads up. Second diamond on the turn. Scott checks.
This is a board that Fabian could theoretically pursue, but decides to play it safe after Scott's flop call.
Both players check, and the river is a jack.
At this point, Scott most likely going to go for value, trying to get a call from Fabian if he had an 8 or a hand like 2 7s or 2 9s.
Well, Scott bets 70,000, but won't get paid off.
They seem like they're having so much more fun than we are.
Well, Seaver pointing out that at the charity table, the mood is festive.
You folded 6-9 of hearts? Who folded that? Who folded that?
So festive, in fact, that the table is trying to force Max Altergott to play 6-9 suited.
You're even German.
Disgrace, Max.
Every single hand. Okay. I changed. I take his hand. Oh my God.
Well, Igor is actually trying to take Max Altergott 6-9 suited and play it. Not sure that's permissible, at least not at our Alpha 8 final table.
I don't think it's advisable when all the players have seen the hand either.
Somehow I feel like Kurganov could still win the hand. He's a guy that could do it. Meanwhile, action has been folded around to Mike McDonald, who looks down at another playable hand, Ace-Jack suited. He's going to raise to 18,000, and it's Ace-Jack offsuit for Fabian. How do you play Ace-Jack?
I think you really have two options. I think it's too strong of a hand to fold, so I think you could call or 3-bet. With Ace-Jack offsuit, I like 3-betting.
And so does Fabian as he makes it 45,000 to go.
Fabian's ranges, I've noticed with playing him, are actually a little bit similar to mine. This is the type of hand that I would 3-bet with as well.
Action's on Mike. You notice there's a 3% figure in front of each hand. More often than not, these two are going to chop a pot. Mike is going to call the extra 27,000 and take the flop heads up and out of position.
I agree with Mike's play as well with Ace-Jack suited. Definitely strong enough to see a flop here, as deep as both players are.
And that flop is Ace-Queen 5. Both players spike an ace. Mike first to act. Mike checks.
Now, obviously, both players have the same hand. The only way one player can win the hand outright at showdown is if Fabian hits 2 diamonds and makes a runner-runner flush.
Fabian checks.
It's a little bit of a surprising check there.
Third diamond on the turn gives Fabian the only flush draw.
I would like a check if I had a stronger hand, maybe a set of queens or a set of aces, or a weaker hand, like just a pair of 10s or a pair of jacks. But now you put yourself in a little bit of an awkward position if your opponent shows aggression. You're not sure if he's showing aggression because you've shown weakness or because they actually have a hand.
But it's Mike who's taking control and betting 50,000.
Pretty easy call for Fabian on the turn. The real question is, depending on what comes on the river, how the hand plays out. If Mike shows a lot of aggression, Fabian could level himself into thinking that he's beat.
Well, Fabian makes the call. A real blank on the river, the deuce of clubs.
It's about as much of a brick as you could ask for.
Oh, and McDonald moving all in.
It's an interesting play from Mike to move in here. It's a strong bet. It really suggests strength. Obviously, on the flip side, Mike could be bluffing, but from Fabien's point of view, sitting there with Ace-Jack, he doesn't think that Mike could have a hand that's worse than his and betting for value. Basically, he thinks his Ace-Jack is just a bluff catcher.
At the charity table, they're taking interest in this hand.
He's a German. He's a German. He's not calling. He is a king.
I don't see how I can fold. You would have calmed down by now if you were value betting round.
Fabien trying to get a read off Mike. The way he's talking, he could even have ace-king like this. Mike could be a little bit nervous that he gets called by a better hand.
No, I want to fold.
Doesn't look too nervous. Looks pretty stoic.
Doesn't look that comfortable either, though.
No, I want to fold.
Doesn't help when your opponent's right next to you at the table either, but Fabien lays down the chop.
The fans want you to show the cards.
Every time there's a big hand, all the players at the table always want to see what the players had.
Yeah, it's good for business.
That information is very valuable.
Mike had an ace of diamonds.
Mike always had
I bet you he had it.
Mike check raise.
I bet you
had it. I think he had it. The best indicator for Mike having it is that Fabi folded.
Yeah, but he may have folded the chop. Oh, I doubt it.
I would have called.
Fabien's still looking at Mike, trying to find out whether or not he made the right play.
That's the problem with folding on the river, is that you don't ultimately get that information, so you're always a little bit curious. But again, I think the key to the hand was the flop, where Fabien checked back. I think if Fabien just bets on the flop, Mike calls on the turn, maybe it goes check-check, and then they can just put one more bet in, and it's a much more reasonable play than letting Mike take the aggression on the turn and then putting him to the test on the river.
Meanwhile, Mike opens his third straight pot, this time for a raise to 20,000 with pocket tens. And Jason Kuhn looks down at pocket nines, makes the call. Over to Isaac Haxton, who's got ace-5 suited and lays down.
Yeah, I like that fold from Ike. From an early position raise and a call, you're likely to get dominated, and with Ike's chip stack, he's really not getting the implied odds to just call and see a flop.
Over to Philip Gruesome in the big blind with ace-7 suited. 12K for him to call.
This is a surprising fold from Philip. Philip definitely plays a wider range of hands than most players. I'm very surprised to see that fold.
So it's heads up to the flop, which is king 9-5. Jason Kuhn has a set.
Yeah, Jason's flipped the script here on the flop, turning his underpair into a monster.
And with one overcard out there, Mike continuation bets 25,000.
The real problem for Jason in terms of getting value from this hand is that, from Mike's point of view, there are a number of hands that Jason could have that don't have to be as strong as they are that still beat Mike's hand. Hands like King Queen or King Jack suited. Those are all reasonable hands that Jason could have, and they obviously beat 2 10s here.
Board pairs on the turn, giving Kuhn a full house, and Mike thinks he likes that card.
Definitely. This is a card that makes it less likely, for example, that Jason had pocket 5s. Very unlikely that Jason just has 1 5 in his hand given the action. And it's not a card that hits many draws. Not a spade, not a hand like, let's say, a 10 or a queen. 10 obviously giving Mike a set.
Mike checks on the turn, and with his full house, Jason bets 55,000.
From Mike's point of view, Jason probably has some sort of draw, some sort of flush draw or straight draw, or a hand better than his, like King Queen or King Jack. Mike, out of position there, without much equity, without much way to improve his hand, decides to take the conservative route and fold. I like that play from Mike McDonald.
Solid laydown by Timex, showing us why it is that he's managed to make waves in the poker community. He's earned plenty of money over the course of his career. To be specific, $5 million in live tournament earnings as of the start of this particular event. Not too shabby for 24 years of age. Back at the final table, Timothy Adams looks down at pocket kings. This deck seems replete with some pretty solid starting hands. Timothy has put in a raise to 16,000. That's a min raise. Fold it around to Jason. Jason Kuhn will defend his big blind with ace-3 suited. And to the flop we go heads up.
Pretty standard action so far.
And the flop is 8 trade deuce. Pair of threes for Jason, who checks.
He also has a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw.
Tim bets 20,000 with the overpair. And Jason quickly calls. You ever get any information from an opponent based on the speed by which he makes a call?
It depends. It's very tough to get any real information just from one hand, but if you see someone play a number of hands and they make different decisions based on the strength of their hand, you definitely can pick some things up.
And look at this turn card. It's a third heart, but it's an ace. He checks to Tim, who checks behind him with the nut flush draw and the 2 kings. And now look at the river, Olivier. A set of kings for Tim Adams.
Yeah, now that ace of hearts was a very dangerous card. It completed the 4-5 straight, obviously completed the flush. And Jason could have had a hand like ace-4 or ace-5 to make a pair of aces. So I like the check from Timothy Adams. Now the question is he going to raise or just call with his rivered set of kings?
Yeah, Jason has bet 33,000. It looks like Tim is going to play it safe and just call, hoping he isn't up against a straight or a flush, and he'll see the good news.
Timothy Adams known to be a little bit more conservative than most players, but at the same time didn't risk running into a better hand of Jason Kuhn.
Our high-stakes action will continue from St. Kitts in a moment. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Monkeys! Oh my god, can we stop, please? Oh, look at them! Look at all the monkeys. I've never really seen a live monkey before. Oh, they're scared of me. They're scared of me.
To be fair, Lynn Gilmartin can be terrifying.
I know, I was scared of her the first time we met.
I'm still scared of her.
No, she's a sweetheart.
This is true. Not sweethearts, these 8 guys, especially not when there's over $1 million up for grabs for first place. $697,000 represents the chip lead belonging to Tom McDonald, and it's the old McDonald's 1-2. Mike in second.
No relation between the two.
And no EI, or O. Are you familiar with that song?
No. Would you mind singing it for me?
I would. Tom McDonald first to act. 8 deuce suited, not going to cut it. Deuce 5 off for Timothy Adams, who mucks. And Philip Gruesome laying down the ace 9 offsuit. Is that a function of us being near the bubble?
Definitely. Who would have thought that Philip was super, super tight when it came down to the money?
Well, there is some context. Not going to be super tight. Fabian Quas, who's got the shortest stack at the table right now, about 17 big blinds. And with pocket 10s, rather than move all in, he's just going to make it 23 to go.
Yeah, I think both of his options are reasonable, moving in or making a small raise here.
He's piqued Jason Kuhn's interest, who's sitting on ace-jack offsuit.
I think if I were Jason, I'd probably move in here with ace-jack. That's probably why I'm in the booth and Jason's there at the table. Wow, what a fold by Jason.
Wow.
That's the type of play, I think, that separates these players, these really top caliber players, from the second and third tier live tournament players. That ability to make that fold in that situation.
All in.
Call.
Meanwhile, it's folded around to Isaac Haxton, who looks down at 2 jacks and puts Fabian all in. Fabian quickly makes the call, and to the flop we go heads up. King 8 tray with 2 hearts. Quas in a world of hurt. The turn card is a queen, and Fabian has 2 outs once to stay alive. Can he connect? No, he cannot.
Good game, Fabian.
A 4th heart on the river, but neither player with a flush. And Fabian becomes the first casualty of the final table.
Very unlucky spot for Fabian with just 17 big blinds. Really a cooler there against Isaac Haxton's pocket jacks. Nothing really he can do.
This makes the path to the money a little bit easier on our remaining 7 players, but by no means easy.
At this point, at this tournament, all the amateurs have busted, and we're just down to really world-class player after world-class player.
Jason Kuhn under the gun and first to act. He's got queen 9 offsuit and mucks it over to Scott Seaver, who has ace jack offsuit. And Seaver's going to raise it to 22,000. Over to Isaac, who has pocket jacks again. Just calls.
This is a little bit surprising, I think, from Ike to smooth call with pocket jacks. I prefer to see a 3-bet here.
Action's on Tom. Well, McDonald has accepted the invitation with pocket 3s.
Obviously, Ike is one of the best post-flop players in the world, so if anybody's going to be able to navigate a multi-way pot with pocket jacks, it should be him.
Tim and Philip have both folded over to Mike McDonald, who has the 3rd pocket pair in this hand pre-flop, 6s. He'll defend his big blind for an extra 12K, and will take the flop 4-way. 1 burn down, 3 cards off the top of the stub, and a 6. 6, 9, 8. Mike McDonald way out in front.
Yeah, it looks like a pot is going to develop between Mike and Ike here. Obviously, Isaac with the overpair and Mike with the flopped set of 6s.
Mike checks, Scott checks. And now, how do you feel about this board texture and 3 players along for the ride pre-flop if you have 2 jacks?
Well, it's two-sided. On one side, obviously you feel relatively comfortable because you do have an overpair. But on the flip side, because players are playing so conservatively, you expect most players to have somewhat decent hands, and a lot of them are going to include pocket pairs, so you need to be at least somewhat wary of a flop set.
With that said, and 100,000 in the middle, Ike is going to fire 55K. 2 3s hit the muck rather quickly, and now it's back over to Mike.
It's a pretty healthy bet there. Not too large, but definitely signals some strength. It'll be interesting to see how Mike plays. I think he can reasonably play it slow and try to trap, or play it fast and obviously get stacks in. He's more than comfortable doing that with his hand.
And there is the icy stare of Mike McDonald.
All in.
Ivy-esque almost, and he announces all in.
Wow, that is a big, big bet. In this moment, I can't imagine Mike not having a strong hand doing this.
Yeah, I call.
Wow, and Ike does call here. He's not going to be happy when he sees Mike's set.
No, that would explain us having to bleep. Ike displeased after getting a look at Mike's cards.
I think this is a little bit of a mistake in this moment here. It's such a big pot. It's such a critical moment.
But it's not over yet, Olivier. A queen on the turn means Ike can win this pot with a 10 or a jack. Instead, it's a 7. And Haxton with yet another disappointing finish in these Alpha 8 events.
Yeah, he was the money bubble in Florida, now 2 from the money. Very disappointing finish for Isaac. Obviously one of the best players in the world, just not getting the luck he needed at the right time.
He busts in 7th place, and we are officially at the money bubble.
Isaac, was it a hand you could ever have gotten away from?
Well, I definitely could have re-raised pre-flop. I'm definitely content with the way I played the hand. I'm not certain it was right, but if it was wrong, it wasn't by much.
Now, of the remaining players, who do you think is performing really well?
I mean, these are all great players. Everybody's playing well.
Any picks on who you think will take it down?
Oh, I guess Mike's got all the chips now, so.
Yeah. Go with the easy answer.
Yeah.
No underdogs here. All right, well, great to see you play. Sorry to see you bust.
6 players remaining with just one of them going home completely empty-handed.
Find out how Isaac Haxton's obsession with one game led him down the path to becoming a poker pro. Log on to clubwpt.com/alpha8 for Lynn's exclusive interview on the A8 Clip of the Week. clubwpt.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
So this is Brimstone Hill Fortress. It was so strongly defended.
Yeah.
Because after the fort was captured by the French in 1782, the British strengthened the...
Oh, there's a monkey. They really do just hang around.
Yeah, they're scared of Lynn. And so are we, remember? Speaking of scared, none of these 6 players are feeling that right now, except maybe Timothy Adams, who's in for $200,000 and in 6th place right now with the money bubble looming.
Not an enviable position on the money bubble against this level of competition, being the short stack.
If you're Timothy, is that on your mind right now, Olivier?
The fact that I'm 200,000 in?
And on the money bubble right now, and
the money bubble's on everyone's mind for sure. The fact that I've invested 200,000 is just not relevant. That's a sunk cost that I can't change. The only thing I can change are the poker decisions that I make at the table. And as the short stack, you know, I'm hoping that one of the bigger stacks gets entangled in a cooler, but besides that, I'm looking for a spot with a good hand and a good opportunity to double up in chips and give myself some breathing room.
Speaking of looking for a spot, Scott Seaver has apparently found something on the back of one of his cards.
Sometimes in live poker, cards get little blemishes or marks on them, and obviously if there's one way to recognize a card relative to another, you got to get rid of that deck and put another one in there.
Here's some calls.
I mean, no one will ever see it, but it's marked. Yeah, okay, get a new deck. Look at that.
Mike McDonald opened under the gun with ace-10 suited, raising to 22,000, and was called by Jason Kuhn's pocket 6s. Also along for the ride is Philip Gruesome, who's hit this flop pretty hard.
Yeah, Philip flopping a flush draw. We actually saw in a similar spot earlier, Philip fold from the big blind ace-7 suited. Probably didn't want to be dominated by a stronger ace. In this situation with 7-4, willing to take a flop, and we'll see how the hand plays out.
He has checked, as has Mike, and Jason is now betting 45,000. You see that steely gaze from Mike McDonald, always sizing up his opponents. Philip has made the call.
And Mike doesn't have much of anything here. I can't imagine him continuing in the hand. But as the big stack, you are always looking for situations or opportunities to put pressure on the medium stacks.
Down to heads up. And the turn is a queen.
That card neither player is going to like. It completes the Jack-10 straight and is obviously an overcard to Jason Kuhn's pocket 6s.
And they both check it. Here comes the river. Look
Wow.
at this card, a 6 of spades.
An incredible card.
Philip makes the flush and Jason makes a set.
Surprised that Philip checks there.
Quickly.
And Jason checks as well. What is going on?
I win.
I win.
for Jason to check a rivered set of sixes. It looks like a brilliant play. It looks like he got away losing the minimum in a cooler situation. And technically that is true. But when he doesn't value bet a hand as strong as a rivered set, he's essentially saying that he only value bets the nuts. And basically that implies that he's not really bluffing ever. So I would prefer Jason to try to get value from that hand. If he happens to run in to a bigger hand from Philip, who checked 3 times, then so be it.
Jason folding on this occasion, as is Scott. Over to Tom McDonald with pocket 4s. He'll open for a raise to 20,000, and now over to that short stack of Timothy Adams. He's got an ace on the button.
Yeah, Tim with just over 22 big blinds. I think ace-3 offsuit is too weak of a hand.
Philip folds the small blind, and now Mike McDonald taking his time and defending his blind with queen 10 off.
The first McDonald clash.
Now both Mike and Tom McDonald are the big stacks here. Tom starting the hand with over 600,000 and Mike a little under 900,000.
Mike flops top 2 pair and checks it, while Tom is staring at 3 overcards.
Now Tom's hand is relatively weak on this board and doesn't have much opportunity to improve. Really just a 4 would improve his hand. So I like taking a shot here, trying to just win the pot outright if Mike didn't flop anything. Fortunately for him, we know that Mike has 2 pairs. Just a question of how he's going to play it.
Now Tom has bet 32,000. That's a pretty healthy stab.
Yes, it's a on the larger size of a continuation bet, definitely compared to some of the other players. Mike not messing around with top 2 pair, and obviously Tom couldn't continue with just a pair of 4. So nice pot there for Mike McDonald.
He always starts tied for first, and it never really changes.
Our high stakes action will continue from St. Kitts in a moment.
Looking for high roller excitement without the high roller risk?
Then go to ClubWPT.com and sign up for our Alpha 8 High Roller Play Chip Tournament for a chance to be crowned champion.
There's a seat waiting for you right now at ClubWPT.com.
You're scared of me. Magic, I really want to hold a monkey. These ones are scared of me. Oh, hello, beautiful. Oh, he's wearing a nappy. Oh, you are just gorgeous. Oh, look at him. What's his name?
Johnny.
Johnny. Look at his little fingernails. He's just like a little person.
It's claimed there's about 20,000 monkeys on the island.
20,000.
If the monkeys could vote, the monkeys would be in power at the moment.
Where in the world can you feed a monkey a banana just like this? This is incredible.
I'm pushing for a monkey election. I don't know about you.
If the monkeys could vote, the monkeys would be in power. That was amazing. That was awesome.
All right, let's get serious. 6 players remain at the final table. It is the money bubble. 1 player going home empty-handed, and 1 player out of these 6 is in for $200,000. Ironically enough, it is the short stack of Timothy Adams. 5th place is worth $217,000 and change, and the action is on Philip Gruesome. He has $490,000 in front of him, 22,000 of which he's going to stick out there with ace-jack offsuit. Folded to Jason Kuhn, who looks down at pocket 10s and just calls.
Yep, more conservative play, as we've seen time and time again on the money bubble or close to it. Players electing to play a little bit tighter and a little bit more conservative.
Understandably?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the money bubble is big. The equity difference between 5th and 6th is huge, so strategically it makes sense, but I think some of these players have taken it a little bit too far in certain situations.
Would flat calling with 2 10s be one of those examples?
No, I think this is pretty reasonable.
Well, the flop is ace, king, 6. Philip out flopping Jason, but he's going to check, and Kuhn staring at 2 overcards, checks behind him.
Yeah, kind of a unorthodox check there from Philip after raising and flopping top pair, but
turn card is the 8 of diamonds.
A card both players won't mind, giving both of them pretty decent flush draws. Jason, after the flop check and the 3rd diamond, is going to call this bet here from Philip.
30,000 a man, an extra 60 into the pot.
With these big blinds, the pot is ballooned up to 125,000 with just 1 post-flop bet.
And the river gives Gruesome aces and jacks.
This is another bad card for Jason, a 3rd overcard. Obviously a good card for Philip with 2 pair. Expect him to value bet here.
Just how much will Philip bet? How about 60,000, just shy of half the pot?
It's a little bit on the smaller side, but he's really just trying to get called here. Aren't too many hands that Jason can call with, but I think Philip's hand is too strong to check. Jason doesn't have too much to think about. Potentially he could be thinking about making a play and raising here, but I think calling with just 2 10s is just not advisable. Jason realizes that and lets it go.
Philly, Philly, Philly.
Oh yeah, that's it. A bunch of things help.
Would be an interesting call if I snap you off with the queen 6 offsuit there, right? Yeah.
Kuhn lays down, as does Seaver. Tom McDonald will do the same.
And with the blinds up to 6 and 12, Timothy Adams sitting on just under 17 big blinds here.
And king queen offsuit. Good for all of his chips. Oh, the small blind out of the way, but it's cooler time as Mike McDonald wakes up with ace king in the big blind.
Really unfortunate spot here.
Mike's not the one you want to be having snap call.
Very reasonable move in here with king queen off, but very unlucky to run into Mike McDonald's monster in the big blind.
But since that Tim's getting 5th, is he winning or chopping, guys?
I might hit a queen.
I think winning. I don't think chop. I think win.
I might hit a queen. Just maybe.
Timothy obviously looking for a queen here to stay alive and double up. Otherwise, he will be our bubble boy and will go home empty-handed.
8-4 tray on the flop. Not what Timothy Adams had in mind, and he's queen hunting. The turn, no help.
Not too good.
And now it's 3 outs once for Timothy. Can he hit? He cannot, and the bubble has burst.
Yeah.
As Timothy Adams will say goodbye to not only these 5 other players who are all now in the money, but $200,000 as well.
Oh boy. Yeah, and the rest of the field here, the remaining 5 players, breathing a sigh of relief. I expect the very conservative play we've seen thus far to turn into much more aggressive play as these players now vie for the $1 million first place prize.
Tim, that's such a tough spot to bust. I'm sorry, it's got to be rough just missing out on the money.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it happens with these things, and it's not fun, but what can you do?
Yeah.
Great, it's beautiful here. It's really beautiful.
Playing outside in St. Kitts, I can't complain about anything right now.
I love this place. Playing poker here is amazing.
We got a very, very, very special place here at Crystal Harbor. Even the pros who are out there playing bocce ball, they're happy.
Yes,
So.
you never see that. That's
People
awesome.
getting their pants taken down on interviews, things like that are happening here because it's just such a wonderful place. I'm very lucky to be here, and I'm very glad it happened.
It was certainly all fun and games when everyone arrived here in St. Kitts, and as we approached the money bubble, things got a little bit tense. Where are we now, Olivier?
Well, I think all the players can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief as they're guaranteed a pretty decent payday. So there's a little bit of a mix between a more relaxed atmosphere, but they're also focused on that $1 million first place prize.
Scott Seaver and Jason Kuhn currently sitting on the short stacks. Mike McDonald, the chip leader.
This looks familiar. This all looks very familiar tonight.
Philip Grusom and Scott Seaver, of course, are first and second place finishers in London, with Philip ultimately taking that title.
Tom McDonald folds 7-4 suited, and now Philip Grusom looks down at 8-9 suited on the button.
Pretty strong holding for Philip on the button.
And he'll raise it to 26,000. McDonald folds the small blind. Over to Jason Kuhn with Queen 4 suited.
Jason a little bit short stack to start this hand.
And Jason's going to defend. Is this something he'd do with Queen 4 offsuit?
I think Queen 4 off is a little bit borderline. Queen 4 suited definitely strong enough to play though.
Flop is 2 aces and a king with 2 diamonds. Jason checks to Philip.
Pretty good flop for Philip Grusom, flopping a diamond flush draw. Jason, though, with queen high and 2 backdoor draws, backdoor straight and backdoor heart draw.
He's faced with a bet of 25,000 from Philip and is going to make the call here. And the turn, the 9 of hearts, giving Kuhn the heart draw and giving Philip the best hand now.
Both players like that 9, though neither player really likes this king, as Philip's pair of 9s has been counterfeited. Jason now hoping that Philip will check and that his queen high will be good enough.
What are you thinking if you're Philip here? Any chance you can buy the pot?
I think with Philip's check on the turn, he doesn't have a lot of credible hands to represent here on the river, so I don't like a bluff here on the river. I think a give-up is probably the best play, even though you know there's a very small chance that you can win.
Philip clearly agrees, shuts down, and lets Jason take the pot.
It's always nice, you're Jason Kuhn, when you don't really make much of a hand, but you're still able to take the pot with just queen high.
If this is not on, this wouldn't be on television, I would definitely bluff it. But on TV, they always want to be.
I got that TV equity, that TV showdown value.
No, they always want to be heroes on the TV, you know. So they're more likely to call a queen high on TV than.
Yup. Well, I'm definitely more likely to be a hero than most, especially on the TV.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I just want everybody to see I can do it.
You know, the players are referencing a general dynamic whereby the sense is that other players don't want to be bluffed when they're on television. It's a little bit of an embarrassing thing. So because of that, they're more likely to make big, or as Philip calls them, hero calls. I think with these players having so much experience in playing at such a high level, I think they're a little bit overestimating how likely they are to be hero called.
You always look dumber folding than calling. You always look dumber folding than calling. Like if you fold and you're wrong, you look really dumb. But if you call and you're wrong, you're like, oh, whatever.
Tom McDonald lays down the queen deuce suited, and Gruesome with another playable hand, this time pocket 7s. As you see the impressive stack of Mike McDonald, over 1 million in chips there. And Gruesome raises again, this time to 28,000. Why change it?
I think if his sizing is a little bit bigger, it has to do with two things. One, he's trying to disincentivize the big blind from calling, and Scott Seaver is a very, very skilled and good player. And then two, he's a little bit in early position, so with more players to get through, you might want to make it a slightly bigger size.
Got it. Seaver defends his blind with the ace-deuce offsuit, and the flop, 9-7-4, a set for Philip Gruesome.
Yeah, monster hand for Philip here. Not much of anything for Scott, just ace high and a couple backdoor draws.
Seaver checks it over to Philip. They're very familiar with one another.
These are the two guys that got heads up in London, and a very interesting check by Philip on the flop. I actually don't mind this check. He wants to be able to check some relatively weak hands, so because of that, he's also checking some monster hands in order to avoid transparency.
A little bit of balance as he fills up on the turn. Scott Seaver now drawing dead. Little does he know that, though, as he takes a 35K shot at this pot.
Not a huge fan of this bet. Scott does have ace high, which does have some showdown value, but also he has very little equity, which means it's very tough for him to improve to a good hand. Philip obviously going nowhere on the turn with his full house. And this 8 is going to spell disaster for Scott, as it's a card that's much more likely to help his range than Philip's range. And so I can't imagine him giving up here.
All in. You win.
Oh, and Scott moves all in. A snap call from Philip. And rather quickly, Scott Seaver is eliminated.
Scott. Good from you, Campus.
So we're down to just 4 players after Scott Seaver's unsuccessful bluff attempt against Philip Gruesome. And Olivier, we haven't seen a lot of that in this event.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that people weren't playing as aggressively before the bubble burst is because there was so much to lose. Going home empty-handed was really not something any of the players wanted to face. What all the players are really vying for is first place and that $1 million prize. And after Philip checked the flop, Scott saw that as an opportunity to try to accumulate chips. Unfortunately for him, obviously, Philip had a very big hand, and Scott ended up our 5th place finisher.
Over $1 million still up for grabs. We return to St. Kitts with more in a moment. Welcome back to the WPT Alpha 8 event here in St. Kitts. Let's get back to the final table with the rest of these folks still competing for that over $1 million first place prize. And there they are. 1 Brit, 1 German, 1 Canadian, and 1 American in this very multinational lineup. Action on Philip Gruesome. Now bear in mind the giant stack of Mike McDonald, who looks down at 6-4 suited. McDonald raising it to 25,000. Not exactly a premium holding.
No, but four-handed and with his big chip lead, I don't mind this play at all.
269,000. All in.
Jason Koon is moving all in with king-queen suited over the top, and that makes quick work of Mike McDonald's hand.
Yeah, Jason with a little under 25 big blinds. Obviously a very reasonable play there with king-queen suited.
Remember that $20,000 sit and go that the players that busted out started a while back? Well, it just crowned a champion. And guess who? Michael Singh, the amateur, who's going to go home a net winner. But the real winner, Olivier, the victims of Hurricane Haiyan. They've earned over $60,000 courtesy of these players and their charity.
It's always nice when you win a side event, especially when it's organized ad hoc by the players who bust out of the main event.
I thought that was kind of a nice touch. Mike McDonald very methodically deposits $28,000.
Strong hand there for the chip leader with 2 9s.
Look at this, Jason Koon with ace-king offsuit.
I can't really envision a scenario where these two players don't get their hands all in, and Jason will be at risk for his tournament life.
Yeah, Mike has Jason well covered as the chip leader. Koon patiently deciding to 3-bet to 66,000 total.
Jason actually does have a stack where he could theoretically 3-bet and fold. So I actually like this 3-bet here. He could have just gone all in, but trying to get Mike to commit with a worse hand here.
All in.
And Mike is going to put Jason all in. Of course, Koon had a plan that if that happened, he would snap call, which is exactly what he's done. And it's 2 overs against a pair. Mike just shy of a 3-2 favorite heading to the flop.
We know that Tom is folded an ace. That's why the numbers are a little bit worse for Jason than they otherwise would be.
And here it comes. Jack in the window, followed by another jack and a 5.
Pretty good flop for 2 9s.
Not so much for Jason Koon, whose tournament life is at risk. Turn card is an 8. And Jason Koon needs an ace or a king. Not gonna happen, however.
Yeah, man.
Good game.
And a frustrated Jason Koon, who mentioned that he runs terrible in these particular spots, never getting lucky. Obviously only going to feel that way more so now after he finishes in 4th place and earns just shy of $300,000. Let's send it down to our Lynn Gilmartin, who's with Jason now.
Jason, 4th place. You've almost tripled your money.
Yeah, it's not so bad. Anytime you can somehow pull out a 300K cash, it's a good result. And the final table I played really well, so I'm happy with it.
You sure did.
Yeah, cool with it.
All right.
Well, something tells me Jason Koon is a little bit disappointed with that outcome, but the real story right now, it's podium time. 3 players remain. Next payout, roughly $430,000. But that's not what these guys are thinking about, is it?
No, I think all 3 of our remaining players have their eyes dead set on that $1 million first place prize. If I have to give the edge to any player, it's definitely Mike McDonald. He's got just shy of $1.5 million in chips. He's running well. He's playing even better.
Well, we'll find out whether or not young Mike McDonald can earn his first Alpha 8 title when we continue next time from St. Kitts. On behalf of Lynn Gilmartin and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Ali Najad saying good night.
The waters of the Caribbean are heating up as poker's most elite final table has set sail to crown a champion. This is WPT Alpha 8. We are back on the beautiful island of St. Kitts, where we have had 28 entries at $100,000 a pop to compete in our high-stakes Texas Hold'em tournament. We are down to the talented and lucky few who have a chance of taking home their share of the $2.7 million prize pool. Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet have been following all the action from the beginning over in the ClubWPT.com skybox.
Yeah, Lynn, and from the beginning, it has been nothing but fun and sun here in St. Kitts. But at this point, Olivier, it's time to get down to business. With 3 players remaining, $430,000 going to 3rd place, but over $1 million to 1st. Who do you like?
Mike McDonald, the Canadian from Waterloo, is our current chip leader with just under $1.5 million in chips. And I think right now he's in the driver's seat. He's been running well and playing even better. But the two other players are not going to make it easy for him. Tom McDonald is our shortest stack of the three players. And we don't know as much about him, but he's definitely shown that he's able to hold his own with these top caliber pros. Of course, in second place is Philip Gruesome, our London champion, a more aggressive and a little bit less predictable player. If he can get a hold of some more chips, I think he'll be a real threat.
Tom McDonald has only $250,000 in live tournament earnings to date, and he is going to almost double that figure no matter how things end up at this point. As you see the payouts and the total prize pool, let's get down to the final table where action is underway. Philip Gruesome on the button, Mike and Tom in the blinds. Blinds are at $6,000 and $12,000 with an ante of $2K. And Philip is going to attack those blinds, raising to $25,000. Mike McDonald lays down the king high in the small blind, and it's deuces for the short stack of Tom McDonald.
Queen 6 is not a great hand, but three-handed on the button, so players are going to play much wider range. As we see Mike McDonald folding the better hand, King 7, it's because he's in the small blind, so he's at a big positional disadvantage.
And the flop. Ace, deuce, 5. Set of deuces for McDonald. After having it checked to him, Philip bets $30,000.
Philip, with no pair and no draw, takes a shot on the flop. I like that play from Philip, continuing his aggression. Tom deciding to slow play and just call.
Turn card, the 8 of hearts.
Against Philip, who's a very aggressive player, he's letting him continue with his aggression, representing a weaker hand than he actually has.
Philip decides to bet again, this time $65,000.
This is the type of play that Philip makes that most pros, I think, wouldn't make, and I think for good reason. I don't like this play from Philip. He has no pair, again, no draw, really no chance of making any sort of real hand. He's just trying to run his opponent over with a somewhat scary turn card of the 8 of hearts. Obviously, he doesn't know that Tom has a strong hand, but still, I don't really like this play because if you're going to bluff with Queen 6 off, then it implies that you're bluffing with a large percentage of your holdings. And I think that just implies too large of a bluffing frequency.
And here comes young Tom McDonald with a check raise to $160,000.
This check raise should end the hand here, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I think Tom is check raising because he doesn't want to see a river heart, which could potentially make a relatively weak hand from Phil now better than his. But I think the risk that you take from seeing a rivered heart should be outweighed by the added value of letting Phil both value bet a worse hand plus continue to bluff. So I would have preferred to see Tom just check and call there on the turn, but still a nice pot for Tom McDonald.
Button slides over to Mike McDonald, and he takes a peek at Jack 10 offsuit. He'll reach into that massive stack of chips and pluck out $26,000.
Easy raise here from Mike with the chip lead and the button with a pretty strong holding of Jack 10.
Tom folds, and it's over to Philip, who's got a suited ace.
I think most pros would just defend from the big blind and see a flop here against Mike out of position.
Well, it looks like Gruesome wants to 3-bet. What's the argument in favor of this play?
So, well, you do have an ace, and it figures to be a better hand than the majority of hands that Mike is raising with from the button. However, I don't really like this play for a couple reasons. One, your opponent is normally going to be fearful of an ace if it shows up. So you're not going to get a lot of value from a hand like A7 suited from a worse hand if you actually do hit the ace. Plus, you're out of position against a very smart and capable player in Mike McDonald. So I would prefer to keep the pot smaller with this hand, just play it out of position and see what flops.
Well, Mike has called the 3-bet and the flop. King 10 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Obviously a much better flop for Mike than for Philip. Philip really having not much of a hand here.
It hasn't stopped him before, though.
He does check out of position, realizing that this board texture is going to hit a lot of Mike's hands.
And the turn card, after Mike checks back instead of betting, is a 7, giving Philip a pair.
So Mike, without a very strong hand, but still a hand of value with second pair, decides to see a free card, and it's a card that makes Philip a pair. So Philip here with third pair is betting. I'm not sure I love this bet. I think part of the reason Philip bets, additionally to the fact that it's for value with third pair, is to protect his hand, because there are a lot of cards on the river that he doesn't want to see. 8, 9, Jack, Queen, all of those cards are terrible cards for Philip.
Mike makes the call of 75,000, and the river is a 6. Over 300,000 in the middle at this point, and Philip's going to wave the white flag. He checks. Mike checks back, and he'll be all too happy to take a very healthy pot away from Philip.
Mike deciding the more conservative approach there. Part of the reason people play a little bit more thinly against Philip is because he's so unpredictable and they're a little bit afraid of a check raise.
And with that pot, Philip Gruesome slips into 3rd place.
Mike is on the circuit a long time, so we played hours and hours. And I think he's like rarely having a hand where he is afterwards like really disappointed about himself.
Mike's obviously a really good player, and he's got all the chips, so it's going to be hard to beat now.
Yeah, that's where I'm always like trying to fly around, and sometimes it doesn't work out.
But I really like what Philip said there about Mike, and you see a real contrast between the two styles of these both very, very capable pros. Mike, a very deliberate, thoughtful player, is really applying strategies that he's thought out beforehand to each situation he encounters. Philip, on the other hand, is more of a feel player. Sure, he understands the theory and the strategy, but he's willing to take a few more risks that other players are not willing to take because he interprets a particular situation in a way that he feels very strongly about. Mike, a more theoretical player, Philip, a more feel-based player.
Tom McDonald, the youngster in this threesome, has raised it to 35,000 with King 8 offsuit. Philip folds, and now Mike will defend his big blind with 10-6 suited.
Pretty standard play so far.
And the flop. Oh boy, King high with 2 spades.
Check.
Mike checks it over to Tom.
Staying in rhythm, letting the initial raiser keep up his aggression.
Well, Tom ends up checking back. Well, now that Mike perhaps senses a bit of weakness and an opportunity to take this pot right here, bets 60,000.
I like this play from Mike. Obviously, Tom appears weak after he checks on the flop, and though Mike doesn't have too much of a hand, he does have equity with his flush draw, so if he does get called, he has a chance to make a strong hand and win a good-sized pot.
Tom does make the call.
Of course, Tom, after checking back top pair on the flop, not going anywhere here on the turn.
Over $200,000 in this pot, and that's not your favorite river card if you're Tom McDonald, the Jack of Hearts.
So I think from Mike's point of view, it looks like Tom has some sort of queen or maybe an underpair to the queen, 2 9s or 2 10s. I like this continued aggression from Mike. After Tom checks on the flop, the Jack of Hearts is a card that's going to make a lot of Mike's turn leading hands. Hands like 2 hearts, which have now a flush, or maybe a straight draw that made a straight. Obviously, Mike is bluffing here with just 10 high, but I like this bluff. He doesn't know that Tom checked back top pair.
Unsuccessful attempt, however, by Mike as we see Tom call the 115,000 chip bet. The youngster narrows the gap between himself and the chip leader. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Under the cloud-covered peak, yeah, is Mount Mega, our volcano.
When was the last time that erupted?
Over 500 years ago.
Oh, so it's about due to go again?
No, don't say that.
Oh, relax, Lynn. While that volcano is dormant, our 3 players are not, as they are locked in heated competition right now, vying for that over $1 million first place prize. As you get a look, next payout, $434,560 to 3rd place. Blinds are now at 8 and 16,000 with a 2K ante. Button is on Canadian Mike McDonald, who lays down King 3.
Little surprising, tight fold from the button from our chip leader, Mike McDonald.
Giving Tom McDonald an opportunity to put his King 8 offsuit to use, raising to 45,000.
King 8 better than average hand. The problem, though, with the small blind is when you play against the big blind, you're out of position the entire time. It's a very difficult situation to be in. For that reason, a lot of players elect to limp in with a large percentage of their holdings.
And there's another problem. It's Philip Gruesome in the big blind, and he is 3-betting to 110,000 with 3-5 suited.
I like this play from Philip. He's putting in just over 20% of his stack here. He knows that Tom is likely to be raising with, not too many hands, but enough hands that he'll end up folding here, because out of position, it's very difficult for Tom to call this bet. and there's going to be a number of hands that he raises with but is not willing to commit to Philip's stack with. So Philip, a nice little bump to his stack with that aggressive 3-bet.
Yeah, Philip Grusom is one of those players that is throwing a monkey wrench into the more conventional approaches being employed by both Tom McDonald and Mike McDonald. We get a look now at Philip's stack. He's currently sitting on third. Pocket kings now for Grusom. And you're so dangerous when you have that unpredictable style that Philip does when you pick up big hands.
For sure, and Mike with a wired pair himself in the small blind. Again, the small blind, very difficult position to play from.
Philip has made it 35,000 to go. And Mike says, let's play for more, 100,000 even. Jack 10 offsuit, normally playable from the big blind, but not after a 3-bet, as we see Tom lay down. Never mind the 3-bet. We've got number 4 in progress, 175,000 total from Philip.
So I think the key to this hand is really table positioning. I think if Mike was in the big blind, he might consider just calling, but because the small blind is such a tough position to play, he's decided to 3-bet with his relatively meager pair. I don't think Mike has many options here. He just has to move in against a player like Philip on the button.
All in.
Make that all in. Snap call from Philip. And Mike is in terrible shape. 4-1 dog heading to the flop.
This is an absolutely huge pot, over 1 million chips in this pot.
Who are you rooting for? Who do you think?
Philip playfully asking Tom McDonald who he's rooting for. We know, of course, that Mike would love to see a 6 on this flop so that Philip would end up potentially eliminated, but no dice. Flop is Jack 8-5. Grusom's kings in a commanding lead.
That's right, both McDonald's rooting hard for a 6 here.
The turn pairs the board, and now all Philip's got to do is dodge a 6, which he does on the river.
Just like that, Mike and Philip swap places. Philip has catapulted himself into the chip lead, and we see the huge swings that are inevitable at the end of tournaments when the blinds are high and the play is short-handed.
A massive dent put into the chip leader's stack as he bequeaths the honor to Philip Grusom. Do you know when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em? Prove your poker supremacy and rise to the top of the ClubWPT.com leaderboard.
Play all the poker you want 100% free, today and every day at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to the WPT Alpha 8 event here in St. Kitts. Philip Grusom has already won 1 Alpha 8 title, and he is vying for his 2nd here and poised to do so. Just took over the chip lead from Mike McDonald before the break and now sits on 1.15 million. Not far behind him, Tom McDonald. The blinds are now at 10 and 20,000. The ante has slid up to 3,000. Mike, meanwhile, with King 8 suited on the button. He raises here to 45,000. Tom folds. What do you do to shake off that big hit you just took?
For a player with less experience, it could be difficult, but Mike is a world-class player, so I think it'll be easy for him to shake off. He's just going to hope to be on the right side of the next cooler.
Mike is heads up against Philip, who called from the big blind with ace-5 suited. Oh, well, he's definitely not on the right side of this one as Grusom flopped the nuts.
If anything, Mike is a little bit fortunate not to have anything as Philip just continues to run incredibly good.
Philip giving Mike some rope, and Mike is going to slide the noose around his neck, betting 50,000.
Yeah, so Philip checks in rhythm to the razor, and Mike, without any hand, no pair, no draw, decides to take a shot, hoping that Philip has missed this flop. Of course, we know that Philip has the nuts, and I like this play by Philip, just calling, trapping Mike, hoping that Mike either picks up a hand or continues to bluff at the pot.
Turn is a 6 of clubs, doesn't improve Mike's hand.
Now, knowing Mike's style, without picking up any additional equity here, Mike still no pair and no draw. I can't really see him continuing to try to win this pot.
Philip checks a 2nd time, and Mike's all done as he checks back. River card is a 5, 4 to a straight out there now.
Yeah, so Philip obviously hoping that Mike has a 4. He decides to check, which I think is a very interesting play. Philip would like to be able to check and safely fold some weak hands, so because of that, he wants to have some very strong hands in his range as well.
You lose. That's to show.
That'll do it, yeah.
Mike, again, deciding not to go after this pot, and he's happy to see that he didn't lose any more chips after Philip flopped the flush.
Plenty of discipline being demonstrated there by Mike McDonald, one of the hallmarks of his game.
And we've seen previously a couple situations where players had hands they could potentially value bet against Philip on the river, but elected not to. And I think part of the reason, as we see there, is Philip a little bit more likely than some other players to check very strong hands on the river.
9-5 suited on the button for Mike, and he just lays it down. You think he's getting a little sheepish, a little punch drunk?
That's possible. After losing a few pots, you might want to kind of take a breather. 9-5 suited, though, at the same time, not an extremely strong hand, so even from the button, it is a reasonable fold.
Tom McDonald, meanwhile, with pocket nines in the small blind, raising to 55,000.
A little bit of a different situation than the last time that these two encountered in a blind versus blind hand. Last time, Tom had king-8 offsuit, so though it was a better than average hand, not nearly as strong as 2 nines. Tom hoping that Phil took the same line and 3-bet here. Obviously, Phil just electing to call.
Here comes the flop, and oh boy, 10 high. Gruesome has outflopped Tom McDonald's pocket nines.
Tom should feel relatively comfortable on this flop. Can't really expect Philip to have a 10 all that often.
He bet 60,000 though, about half the pot. And I know you've mentioned Tom has a tendency to bet more than he should in these spots.
Well, I wouldn't say more than he should, but definitely more than some of the other players have been betting.
Now the turn is a deuce, and Tom checks it.
One of the reasons I think Tom has to be a little bit weary is that he has 2 nines in his hand. And so a number of the draws that Philip has, the likely ones, contain a 9.
Philip has bet 125,000. What's the likelihood that he was simply floating in position on this flop?
So I think most of Philip's floating hands are some sort of draws. And since Tom has 2 nines in his hand, a lot of those draws are less likely to be in Philip's hand. The real question here is, what is Tom going to do, assuming Philip is willing to value bet his 10 for a 3rd time?
Yeah, the river paired the board with a deuce. Very innocent looking card. Tom has checked to Philip. Philip is measuring out a healthy bet here. 225,000.
Both players like that river deuce. Philip confident enough that his 10 with not a strong kicker, really playing the 8 on the board as his kicker, still confident that it's good. Now Tom, after calling on the turn, has clearly indicated that he has a hand that has some sort of value. And so I think a really, really good and disciplined fold there by Tom to let go of his pair of 9s.
Well, Tom McDonald may be young, but he is by no means inexperienced. Welcome back to the WPT Alpha 8 event here in St. Kitts as we send it back to the final table. Getting a look at the payouts, $434,000 and change to 3rd place. Over $1 million going to 1st place. Over $2.7 million total out there. And get a look at Mike McDonald, currently 3rd in chips on the button with king-6 suited. Mike actually did 1,000 push-ups during that commercial break. He raises to 40,000.
Mike starting the hand with just under 20 big blinds. This is a spot where players could put him to the test for his tournament life. Neither Tom nor Philip really has the right kind of hand to do that.
Tom's hand in the muck, 10-9 off for Philip.
Pretty reasonable defending hand for Philip. Again, a lot of these players with the shallower stacks and the bigger blinds making very small raises pre-flop. A lot of min raises, so the big blind getting a great price.
Philip defends, and the flop, ace, 4, 9, gruesome. It's a pair.
Philip continuing to outflop his opponents with a middle pair and a backdoor club draw.
Checks it to Mike.
I think Mike could reasonably bet or check here. King high figures to be better than a lot of Philip's hand, plus it can improve if he happens to hit a king.
McDonald bets 40,000.
Instead, he tries to steal the pot. Ace-high boards are not likely to favor Philip, since if Philip had a decent ace in his hand, a lot of the times he would just commit to Mike's 20 big blinds.
Philip calls the 40,000. And the turn is a king. Mike makes the best hand now.
So finally, Mike makes a better hand than Philip. Still one more card to come.
3rd club out there.
The only club that either player is holding is the 10 of clubs that Philip has. I think Mike again has 2 reasonable options. You could try to bet for value with 2nd pair, since it's more likely that Philip either had a 9 or a 4 then an ace, or he could check back. I think part of the reason Mike looks like he's betting here is because he himself does not have a club. He doesn't want to give Philip a free shot at a fourth club.
After Philip's check, Mike fires 75,000.
A little bit on the smaller side, not even twice his flop bet.
Philip makes the call.
Philip, of course, not only with the pair of nines, but with the 10-high club draw.
River, a blank, the 3 of hearts.
And for the first time in a while, Mike has ended up with the better hand in his confrontations with Philip. I don't think a third bet is in order here. Mike's hand simply not strong enough.
And sure enough, it goes check, check.
9.
For some reason, Philip, not wanting to show his other card, just showed the 9 and not the 10. Not really the best way to handle that situation. I don't like it when players try to get away with not showing as much information as they should. It's Philip's turn to show his hand. He should just show both cards.
A rare smile on the face of Mike McDonald. Can't blame him after losing almost every heads-up pot to Philip Gruesome here at the final table. Gruesome, meanwhile, with 9 deuce offsuit on the button. Just doesn't have a fold button, does he? He raises it up to 40,000.
If you raise with 9 deuce, it implies you raise with all of your hands. I'm not a fan of that strategy, especially against 2 competent blinds.
Queen 10 suited for Mike McDonald.
All in.
And he's going to move all in for over $500,000.
And look at Tom McDonald with king, queen off here.
Hey,
not too much he can do when Mike puts 27 blinds in there.
These ego players. Okay.
No ego, no problem.
No ego, no problems.
Philip lays it down. That said, we did get another smile out of him. That's 2 on the night.
I think Phil's sarcasm is understood by all the players.
Some of the other players who busted out earlier in the event in attendance, eagerly awaiting the result here. Mike McDonald on the button with king 8 offsuit. Min raises to 40,000. Tom steps aside and back over to Philip, who looks at jack 4 offsuit.
King 8 plenty strong enough for a button raise. The dominant position in a 3-handed table. Really, no matter how many players at the table, but especially 3-handed.
What about jack 4?
Jack 4, I think, is a little bit too weak for Philip to defend with. And because of that, some players like to take the hands that are slightly too weak to play in certain situations, at least to call with, and then to turn them into aggressive hands where they put additional pressure with.
And you know Philip makes a habit out of contesting every pot.
So Philip, in keeping with his hyper-aggressive style, does 3-bet with jack 4 off. Even though he will get called sometimes and will have a trash hand out of position, Mike's stack is such that he won't call as often as if he were, say, 50 or 60 blinds deep. And again, I like this choice of hand. It's slightly too weak to call with, and because of that, he puts it in his 3-betting range. Nice play there by Philip.
Gruesome using that chip lead to bully the 3rd place stack of Mike McDonald. Meanwhile, Tom McDonald can't really get anything going.
Tom with trash hand 8-3 off, not electing to use Philip's style of just raising every hand from the button. I think it's a good fold from Tom. Wait for a better spot.
Gruesome, meanwhile, has upgraded to jack 6 suited, and he's going to raise to 50,000.
I think I would prefer to limp in with jack 6 suited. It's a hand that plays decently well, and of course in the small blind you're out of position against the big blind throughout the rest of the hand, so I don't want to bump up a pot with a medium strength hand unnecessarily.
Mike McDonald, meanwhile, also suited in spades. Ace 8, he just defends.
I think Mike could have very plausibly committed his chips here, but he's
electing
not
to take a flop.
Yeah, he's not going to get a lot of credit for having an ace. So if an ace did come off, he might win a big pot.
Neither player connects with this board here. Action on Philip.
The key also to the hand pre-flop is that Mike is in position throughout the hand, so he's more willing to see flops and play post-flop.
Well, if he wants to continue playing post-flop, it's going to cost 65,000. That's what Philip has bet. And Mike is going to call to 65,000. Here's the turn. It's the jack of clubs, and Philip now has the best hand. And despite pairing, Philip checks.
Philip understands that Though he's made a pair of jacks here, there are some hands that Mike could have that would beat him. And Mike electing to take this weakness and try to capitalize it.
Turning his hand into a bluff, essentially, with little more than the Broadway draw as backup.
When the jack turns, becomes one of the weaker hands that he has, and he's electing to bluff with it. Philip, understanding that most of Mike's strong hands have him crushed, not willing to continue out of position with just a weak jack. Nice play there.
Can the momentum continue for Mike McDonald? Our high-stakes action will continue from St. Kitts in a moment.
This is where the tourist comes when they come off the cruise ships and when they come on the airplane.
Oh,
This is the place to be.
I guess
when
I'm
you
a
want-
tourist, and this is why I'm loving it so much. It's absolutely beautiful. Life's good, Magic.
Welcome to a beautiful St. Kitts sunset.
Always working hard, our very own Lynn Gill Martin. Must be nice.
You know, that's one of the things that I think really separates Alpha 8 from a lot of the other tours. The actual venues, the places that these tournaments are held are just spectacular, just amazing. And it really makes it all that much better when you do bust out eventually of the tournament, that you're in this incredible environment.
Part of the silver lining if you don't make it into the money, which is exactly where these three find themselves. Next payout, $434,000. But we keep saying it. It's the over $1 million that these guys are focused on. A Brit, a German, and a Canadian doing battle at our Alpha 8 final table. There's a look at your chip leader, Philip Grusom, sitting on over $1.4 million. And he looks down at Jack 8 suited on the button.
Compared to some of Philip's previous button hands, Jack 8 suited
is a monster.
Looking pretty good.
Let me guess, he's gonna raise.
Not sure what he's thinking about.
He's got something in his teeth.
$24, right?
Big blind is 24,000.
All in.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Why not?
I don't know if Philip has done some extensive math on this situation, but I don't understand this play. Mike McDonald waking up with ace-10 in the small blind. I can't imagine him folding because Philip is never going to have a very strong hand moving in here like this. If he had some hand like 2 queens or ace-king, he'd probably just raise and hope that his opponents moved in themselves. When he moves in, committing himself to both stacks, and Mike McDonald has almost 30 big blinds here. I just think this is a totally unnecessary play. And
Mike's got ace-10 offsuit.
This could cost Phil a lot of chips here.
Oh, Mike mucks.
Wow, Mike mucks. That's a mistake, I think. Mike is going to regret that.
Tom folds the queen 3 suited, and Grusom gets away with it.
I probably made a horrible fold. Show a 3. No 3?
Schmetterfall, yeah. Big one.
Big Schmetterfall.
Mike instantly regretting his fold, I think sensing that Philip unlikely to have a big hand. Mike might have missed out on an opportunity to double up there. Now, even ace-10 is not a big favorite against Jack-8 suited, but I think it's definitely strong enough.
And Mike suspects that he made a bad play there. Got to shake it off, though, as he inherits the button.
Hopefully.
Tom folds. See a raise here from Mike to 50,000 with king 9 offsuit, and Philip takes a peek at 8-9 off.
Philip dominated.
Oh, well, that's never stopped him before, Olivier.
In the big blind here, I think a pretty reasonable hand to defend with. See a flop against Mike and his button opening range.
And with all those chips, why not? As we see him nonchalantly toss a few biscuits into the pot, and we'll take the flop. 5, 6, 7, all clubs, but Grusom's got the nuts straight.
So Philip dominated pre-flop, more than catches up as he flops a straight here. Neither player has a club. Mike with 0% there. He can chop with an 8, but cannot win the pot outright, not at least at showdown.
124,000 in the middle. And look at this, Philip's just gonna lead into Mike for 55,000.
So Philip breaking the rhythm of the hand, leading into the pre-flop aggressor. I think often Philip's hand will be split into 2 categories. He'll either have a very strong hand like he does now, or he'll have a relatively weak hand.
So it's polarizing.
Exactly.
Now Mike McDonald is doing exactly what Philip wants him to, raising to 145,000.
Philip's range is polarized, like we said, and because Philip is such a hyper-aggressive player, Mike probably thinks that more of that polarized range for Philip will be weak hands. Mike is trying to steal this pot.
And there is the icy stare of Mike McDonald.
I'm all in. And like that, Philip moves in. Nothing Mike can do here with just king high. Philip not wanting to call and see a bad card, especially a club, so he moves in, and Mike, nothing he can do, has to relinquish his hand. Nice pot there from Philip. Nice unorthodox line. Mike took a shot there trying to make a move, but didn't work out as Philip continues to flop monster hands.
Just a frustrating outing for Mike McDonald. Hasn't been able to string anything together. Haven't heard much out of Tom McDonald, who's on the button here and looks at ace-7 suited.
I think Tom probably just hasn't been getting too many strong hands. Ace-7 suited more than strong enough to raise from the button.
He makes it 50K to go. Philip folds, and now over to Mike, who's got deuces.
Yeah, so Mike not going anywhere with pocket deuces. It's going to be a question of whether he calls
all in
or moves all in like he has.
Like he does. Now, Mike under 20 big blinds, I think Tom is going to have to seriously consider calling here. Mike's not going to move in as liberally as he would against Phil.
Call. We see Tom make the call.
Mike's going to be at risk for his tournament life after being the big chip leader not too many hands ago. Mike is going to have to avoid a bunch of cards here to stay alive.
Can the deuces hold? And they cannot. The flop is 8-7-5. Tom has outflopped Mike.
Mike in a world of trouble here.
He wants to see a deuce on this turn. Instead, it's a 9, and now Mike can chop the pot with a 6 on the river. He'd prefer a deuce, however. Can he connect and stay alive? He cannot, and the one-time overwhelming chip leader, Mike McDonald, is reduced to nothing, saying goodbye in third place, earning a little over $434,000 for the effort. Very, very frustrating day for him.
Mike, congratulations. Third place, $434,000. You have to be happy with that.
Yeah, it's a good finish.
Now, Philip seems to be running over this table. What do you think about him tonight?
Yeah, Phil's been crushing today. He's really tough to play against, really aggressive, and he's in good shape right now.
All right, well, congratulations again on your deep run. Hopefully we'll see you at the next one. Let's get back to Heads Up Play right after this break.
Want even more high-stakes poker action? Watch the calculating moves the pros make in their race to win over $1 million. Go to ClubWPT.com/Alpha8 for an exclusive look at their winning plays on the A8 Clip of the Week. ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. Just one step away from crowning our Alpha 8 champion here in St. Kitts. Philip Grusom has already won an Alpha 8 event at 26 years of age. Tom McDonald came into this event as the unknown.
Tom has proved throughout this tournament that he can hold his own at this level of play. He's played very well, and with his chip stack, I expect him to have a pretty good shot at taking down the title.
Not too much separating second place Tom McDonald from the leader. And hands like ace-9 suited on the button will help the effort as he raises to 50,000, and Grusom quickly defends with 6-9 suited.
This could prove to be a very interesting heads-up match, as both players, like you said, are relatively deep stacked.
Especially if we hit flops like this: ace, queen, 5, 2 spades.
Top pair for Tom and flush draw for Philip.
Grusom checks.
Expect Tom to bet here the majority of the time, trying to get value from his hand.
100,000 in the middle. And Tom bets 45.
Slightly smallish bet. We've seen Tom in the past make some larger than normal continuation bets. I'm a little bit surprised that he bet smaller on this particular occasion. Not really a big deal either way, though.
Philip not going to press the draw, just calls and connects on the turn.
Philip just continuing to run incredibly good.
Tom McDonald now drawing dead. Action on Philip with 190 in the middle.
Even though Tom is drawing dead like we see,
Grusom checks.
There's no real way for him to know that. I mean, sure, he's going to figure that Philip has a flush here occasionally, but generally, Tom will still have the best hand, and he is reaching for chips. I like a second bet here.
And 115,000 is the number.
This one on the larger side. I like this sizing as well. Tom doesn't have a spade of his own, so he wants to charge Philip to see a river spade in case Philip was on a flush draw.
Philip just calling with the flush, taking a chance that a fourth spade will roll off and complicate matters for him, but instead it's the deuce of diamonds. Gruesome checks.
I really like the way Philip's played this hand, continuing to check and hope that Tom either tries to get value from a worse hand or continues to bluff at the pot if he's been bluffing this far.
4 to a straight out there, along with the 3 spades.
I'm not sure I would try for a third value bet if I'm Tom McDonald. The board has become a little bit scarier. Tom disagreeing, going for value here, betting $275,000, a large bet here.
I'm all in.
And Gruesome moves all in.
Not what Tom wanted to see. Philip, not scared that Tom has a higher flush, decides to go for all of it there. Big pot for Philip Gruesome as he makes a flush with his 9-6.
And right off the top, Tom McDonald spotting Philip Gruesome, a huge chip lead. Philip now over $2 million, while Tom is down to $730. Gruesome on the button now.
You got 800, right? 700.
7.
A reminder that in heads-up play, small blind is on the button. And first to act. Gruesome raises to 50,000 with King 10 suited.
Tom McDonald with 10-9 off. Both players with playable hands here.
50K ahead to the flop, which is a 5 and a couple of 3s. Tom checks it over to Philip.
This will normally go check, bet from Philip, and fold from Tom.
Instead, Philip checks behind.
Interesting check. I don't mind it, actually. He's got a backdoor flush draw and king high, which is likely to be good, and if it's not, Tom is never going to fold ace high or a pair.
Board double pairs on the turn and gives Gruesome the heart flush draw. Action on Tom McDonald, and he's going to try to buy it.
I don't like this lead at all from Tom. He has no equity in the hand, and many of Philip's check back hands will be ace high, which he'll never fold, or even some sort of pair, which he of course will never fold.
Philip makes the call with king high and the river of 4.
So 4 is a card that should help Tom's range more than Philip's, but Tom elects to check. I don't like the way Tom has played this hand. Just adding dead chips into a pot, that not giving himself a good enough chance to win. Philip, though, thinking about what he wants to do. King high likely to be one of the weaker hands that Philip has in this spot, and because of that, he's thinking about bluffing here. We know he doesn't need to bluff, but he, of course, doesn't know that.
Check.
10
Philip
high.
checks behind. Tom says 10 high, and
Sure. I always want to see it.
Philip asks for a look.
Yeah, I'm gonna always let you show, okay?
So Philip recognizing that it's Tom's turn to show his hand first, and Philip wants to see both his cards. I agree with Philip that he should be able to see both of his cards. What I don't agree with, though, is that a few hands earlier, Philip was in the same position as Tom and tried to get away with just showing one card. I think if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, and if you're going to apply that principle, you should apply it consistently to others as you do to yourself.
Practice what you preach. Ace-6 offsuit for Tom McDonald. Who was slipped down to just 600,000 roughly.
And as the blinds have gone up to 15 and 30,000, Tom actually has just under 20 big blinds.
All in.
Well, the ingredients are there as Tom opened for a raise to 60 and Philip wants to put them all in.
And so this is a tough spot for Tom. Ultimately, I think it's a call, but remember, this is not a home game. This is not a heads-up sit and go on the internet.
Call. Tom has made the call.
All right.
Come on, Pura Vida.
What happened?
What you got?
You haven't looked yet?
An ace?
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Wow. You have all the straight outs. You have all the straight outs.
I was feeling so good when you took like 10 seconds.
Tom does man up and call with ace-6. Obviously, it's a very good call against Philip's ace-5. He's in a good position here to double up and stay alive.
This is like really fun for TV.
The percentages don't add up to 100. That's because 36% of the time, these two will chop the pot.
I felt so good when you took like 20 seconds.
Yeah. If you hit a 5, you gotta take a shot.
Oh, Jack, 4-5, and Gruesome has jumped way out in front.
Philip's incredible run of luck has continued here on what could be the final hand of play.
Turn card, no help to Tom McDonald. And he is praying for a 6 on the river to let him double up and stay alive. Drum roll, please. It's a 10, and Philip Grusom has captured his second WPT Alpha 8 title. Well, Olivier, Tom McDonald really made an impression here in his first Alpha 8 event, but the real story is Philip Grusom, who came back from really not a very impressive chip stack to conquer all comers and take his second ever title.
Yeah, it's really incredible when you think about it. You'd see it sometimes in basketball or tennis. You see teams or players go back to back, but in poker, where luck is such an important factor in determining outcomes, this is almost unprecedented for a player to win back-to-back titles like this. Obviously, Philip had an enormous amount of luck to be able to do it, but you gotta give him credit. His hyper-aggressive style was perfect for this context, and he really put it to work.
Runner-up, over 600,000 in your pocket. Pretty impressive run. Are you happy with how you played?
Yeah, I mean, I got a bit bashed up, heads up, but apart from that, I'm happy, yeah.
And Philip, you've done it again. A back-to-back WPT Alpha 8 champion. You played so well. How do you feel you played?
Thank you. I don't know, I'm pretty happy with my performance, but I was running insanely good. Yeah, I think this tournament is gonna go into the history because it was the greatest tournament ever, and I'm really happy that I could take it down.
It really was, and you did take it down. Back-to-back, over $1 million in your pocket. Congratulations. And with Philip's win, that ends our event here for WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts. Thank you so much for watching. For Ali Najad, Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. Poker's most exclusive room has roared into Africa. A seat here costs at least $100,000, but will bag one player a fortune. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to South Africa. We're at Johannesburg's premier gaming destination, Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino, for the latest in A8's Super High Roller tournaments. The game we play is Texas Hold'em, and the buy-in is $100,000. Now, our field is full of some of the most dangerous players in the game today, including two-time A8 champion Philip Grusom, who's looking to make a three-peat here in South Africa. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, here to bring you VIP access, along with A8's own poker experts Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet over in the ClubWPT.com skybox. How's it looking, guys?
Well, it's looking like a whole lot of big game, but of course we're not talking safari animals, we're talking poker players, and we have assembled a very tough field of them here in Johannesburg.
Yeah, no doubt about it, including one of the biggest and most intimidating names in poker, his first time at one of our A8 events, Phil Ivey, two-time A8 champion Philip Grusom, the legendary Eric Seidel, and one of the best players in the world, Jason Mercier.
Yeah, if you've ever watched poker on television, a lot of those names should be familiar to you. And here's another one, Antonio Esfandiari. He has the single largest cash in poker history, over $18 million, and he's looking to add to his career total here today.
All in all, it looks like we have an incredibly tough field.
Now, as per usual, our Lynn Gilmartin, along with our venue, this time the Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino here in Johannesburg, threw the players a little welcome party.
South Africa is a very laid-back place. So far, so good. I'm really liking the vibe and the people. I'm looking forward to having some fun here.
Johannesburg has really been an incredible experience. You know, it's just amazing to be here and to get to play poker.
So first time in Africa and having a great time. It's exceeded expectations. It's been a lot of fun. It's definitely worth the trip.
Our third place finisher at the Seminole Hard Rock Alpha 8 event, Jeff Gross, showing his dance moves there. Now, Jeff, interestingly enough, is one of 3 players to have perfect Alpha 8 attendance so far. The other 2 are here today, Eric Seidel and Philip Grusom.
Now another A8 regular who's joined us, Max Altergott, part of that German contingent who've been taking the high rollers by storm in the last couple of years. Also, Dan Cates, known as Jungle Man Online, one of only a handful of players able to beat the nosebleed heads-up cash games, has joined us. And we have one local businessman, Kanesh Pather, who's gonna have a real tough task ahead of him if he wants to succeed at this very elite table.
Yeah, a bit of a dream and a nightmare all rolled into one for his debut. Now, our 9 players are seated at the feature table. They each began with 100,000 in chips. Early chip leader is Dan Cates. He's got over 140,000. Blinds are at 4 and 800. Ante is at 100. Button is on Jeff Gross.
How much could Jungle Man borrow from us? If he just keeps busting every hand, right? He's borrowing from Phil, me, Eric, whatever. What's his maximum limit? At what point can he not borrow any more money, Max?
And Antonio's giving him a credit check.
You mean nobody would borrow him money?
Do you assume that we all have the money to loan?
Yeah, let's say we all have the money to loan.
Phil Ivey looks very interested in this conversation.
He just keeps busting every hand.
What's the number, Olivier?
It's probably pretty high.
Original, ladies and gentlemen.
It's probably in the millions.
We've got an original.
He's obviously playing really well.
Queen Jack suited for Antonio, who has the action folded over to him. And we'll raise it to 1,800.
Yeah, he must be playing so bad. I would give him like everything I have.
Seidel has made the call here, but he hasn't shown his cards to the whole cam. Any chance that's on purpose?
Sometimes when you're playing, you just kind of forget or you just mess up with the cards. So we'll have to see if he continues to do it to see if it's something he was doing on purpose.
Daniel Cates calls from the small blind with 10-8 suited. And Ivy will, of course, join the party for another 1,000 with pocket 5s. 4 players to the flop. And it's Ace-King-10, the nuts for Antonio.
Yeah, huge flop for Antonio. Not too much else for 38. The other players. We don't know Eric's hand. Jungle Man does have bottom pair.
Cates and Ivy both check to Antonio, who bets 3,800.
Eric ultimately deciding to fold. It'd be interesting to see what he was thinking about continuing with there.
Cates folded as well, and Ivy gets away. Pot over to Antonio.
Yeah, it's pretty tough for Antonio when you flop the nuts on a board where you expect people to have some sort of hand that connects with it, but Antonio gets no action with his flop straight.
Yeah, that texture is the type that you would think players that are calling a raise pre-flop would have connected with. And this time, not quite as nice a hand. 8-3 offsuit. He'll send it into the muck. Pocket 10s for Seidel, who makes it 1,800.
This time, showing us his cards.
And Kanesh with 5-6 suited, executive director at a platinum mine here in South Africa. On his Twitter, it says he's an entrepreneur, philanthropist, and poker guru.
Nice combination.
Folded around to Philip Gruesome. He'll call with ace-queen offsuit. And 3 players will take this flop.
Pretty big hand here from Philip to just call from the big blind.
And Philip flops the best hand. Ace-8-4 with a couple of clubs.
Kanesh, though, with both a flush draw and a straight draw. Pretty big flop for him as well.
Seidel follows through with his pre-flop raise, betting 3,000.
Reasonable bet here from Seidel. He's got an early position caller, and then the big blind could have very wide range. With 2 calls, though, I think Eric's probably going to shut down.
15-7 in the middle, and there's the turn card Kanesh was looking for, the deuce of clubs. Both players check to Pather.
Kanesh makes a flush here. Philip, with the queen of clubs, could make a higher flush if another club comes. I expect Pather to bet most of the time here with a turned flush, trying to build the pot and protect his hand from another club.
And he bets 7,500.
Decent sizing, about half the pot. I think a number of players would elect a size similar to this. I prefer a larger size.
Seidel bowing out, and the river is a 5. Gruesome checks.
Not a great card for Philip. It's unlikely that Pather would have a 3 in his hand, given the preflop action, but still, he is a relatively unknown player, so 9.
And he's betting 9,000. That is a pretty small bet.
It's very small, huh?
I think Pather at this point puts Philip on an ace and is really just trying to get paid here. I think Philip understands that he's beat most of the time, but he's getting a very good price. Plus, I think there's some value to seeing the hand of a player that you've not played any hands with.
And Philip's going to make the call and get a look at clubs.
Nice pot for our amateur.
Yeah, everyone real happy that Philip made that call there. Clearly they're paying attention, try to build a profile on Pather. With the silver lining there, of course, that's just less chips for Philip.
Right.
Okay.
As good as Philip is, he's exceptionally dangerous when he's got a big stack.
Raised to 2,000 from the pocket nines of Dan Cates. No caller so far, but something tells me Antonio's not folding. Pocket aces. He's made it 5,200 total, and it's pocket eights, a third pocket pair, in front of Kanesh Pather, who just folds.
Good disciplined fold there from Kanesh. He is in the small blind, so he would be out of position throughout the hand, and there's, of course, a re-raise in front of him. Jungle Man not going anywhere, being the original raiser, and pretty strong pair.
He calls the extra 3,200 and flops gin, queen, queen, 9.
Huge flop for Jungle Man.
He checks it, and so does Antonio.
Yeah, a little bit surprising from Antonio, probably trying to control the size of the pot, maybe even disguising the strength of his hand a little bit, hoping that Jungle Man takes a shot on the turn.
And indeed, Jungle Man will fire 6,500.
Antonio smartly not raising, just deciding to call.
And a 3 hits the river. Cates has slipped it to him here, giving him some rope.
Interesting and I think very good check from Jungle Man. Now the real question is how much is he going to check raise to, and if Antonio will ultimately decide to pay off. So I think part of the reason Antonio checked on the flop was to try to avoid a situation like this. Unfortunately for him, Jungle Man played his hand really tricky and has still managed to put Antonio in the spot he was trying to avoid by check raising the river.
And the tough thing for Antonio is he understands what Daniel's perception of his hand and his range could potentially be as a result of him checking the flop.
Right, when Antonio checks the flop, he's essentially capped his range. It's very unlikely Antonio would have a very big hand when he does that. So from that point of view, Antonio might feel like he's vulnerable to a check raise since he doesn't have too many very strong hands. And though he does have pocket aces, again, in this position, given the action, this is not a very strong hand. It's really just a bluff catcher. He's only beating a bluff from Jungle Man.
I have it.
Esfandiari puts another 46,000 into the middle, and you see Cates right away tells him, I have it. He understands that he had polarized his range there, and it was either all or nothing.
Nice hand.
Jungle Man getting paid off there. I really like the way he played his hand. Nice line there to check raise the river. And then I think part of it is his reputation as being such an aggressive player, more than capable of bluffing in a spot like that. Ends up getting paid off from Antonio's pocket aces.
Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
The players are awesome. I mean, there's some of the top players here in the world. You know, I like it anytime you get to put up 100,000 and play against the best players. That's why I play poker. It was like I took a year off from poker, and I came back, and all the Germans were like the best players. I mean, it's just amazing. Eric, I've known Eric a long time. He's as tough as a player as it gets. Antonio, I mean, he's had a great run the last couple of years. He's gotten better and better as the years go on. Jason Mercier, I think he plays great. I mean, just like everybody at the table's playing really well. It's really important to be paying attention. You know, you're assessing your opponents, trying to figure out what they're thinking, why they're doing what they do, and gathering all the information so you can make the best possible decision against them later.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players think that they have an edge at a table that's even this tough. Phil just might be one of the few players who actually does.
Picking up the action, you'll notice that there is a 10th participant in this final table, and she has actually got her hands on Kanesh Pather. This is something that happens all the time, right? Stressful environment, why not get a massage?
Doesn't happen that often at televised poker tables, but it is very common at a tournament poker table or at a cash game. For players to be getting massages.
Pocket nines for Pather, who raises to 2,500 while he enjoys some work on his upper back, neck, and shoulders. That's where everyone keeps it. Gross folds. Cates with 10-8 suited will make the call. Ivy laying down. Altergot pitching the queen-jack offsuit in. And it's pocket aces for Jason Mercier.
Pretty nice spot for Jason here in position. with aces against an amateur.
Any chance he slow plays? No way. He's in the cutoff. He's re-raised to 8,000, and Antonio has pocket kings. The writing is pretty much on the wall here. Uh-oh.
Antonio loving this spot, actually, expecting to more than double up. Unfortunately for him, though, Jason holding the only hand that beats 2 kings.
Yeah, Antonio has no choice but to move it all in for his final 12,000. Seidel folding, and it's back over to Pather, who showed some discipline earlier with pocket 8s, and not exactly the same situation, but certainly something that demonstrated that he's not as much of an amateur as one might be led to believe, and again, showing more discipline here as he lays down. Cates with the easy fold, and Mercier with the even easier call gives Antonio the bad news.
Some days you're the bug.
The remainder of that thought is some days you're the windshield.
Antonio looking especially frustrated, not his day today, losing with aces, and now his kings run into aces.
Esfandiari praying to hit a king on this flop. Instead, it's 10-5-4.
I can give you 100.
Turn card is a 6. And Antonio has 2 outs once. 8 of diamonds is not one of them.
Hey, at least you won the big one, aces the kings, you know? I won the little one.
Man, Esfandiari is going to be sent in search of another 100,000 should he wish to continue.
See, Antonio gets aces versus my kings when it's like, you know, 5 million in equity on the line.
And Mercier looking to provide him with some consolation.
Yeah, Jason referring to the one-drop tournament at the World Series, the $1 million buy-in. Jason got kings to Antonio's pocket aces. Antonio, of course, going on to win that tournament.
Okay, so Phil, we're even. Jason, you own 5.
We're even now with the aces and kings.
Yeah, we're even.
Antonio is officially busted, but with the re-entry period still open, if you're Esfandiari, are you going in search of another 100,000 or no?
Well, it's tough to say. I mean, this is a very, very tough table. So from a value point of view, I'm not sure it makes a lot of sense to re-enter. But if you've flown all the way to South Africa to play a poker tournament and you bust when the re-entry period is still available and you have the money to play, I mean, I think it's going to be pretty tough not to re-enter. You're already there, you've made the trip, you've invested a lot of time. So I'd be surprised, to be honest, if Antonio didn't re-enter.
Well, something tells me Lynn Gilmartin will be sure to ask.
And do you feel like you played fine? You just ran bad?
You know, I made one mistake. I paid off Jungle for a huge bet. He played the hand very well, and I think a little part of me was frustrated because I had aces, so I was pretty tilted about that. And then I woke up with kings and lost the aces. So it was kind of like just one of those days where you're, you know, the bug on the windshield, and I don't know if I'm going to come back in.
But you're still a good spot, even though you cop that. How are you mentally when you're copping those sort of bad beats?
You can't win unless you lose, so it is what it is.
If poker ever goes wrong for him, Antonio certainly has a future in fortune cookie writing. Do you know when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em? Prove your poker supremacy and rise to the top of the ClubWPT.com leaderboard.
Play all the poker you want 100% free, today and every day at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 Johannesburg. This star-studded feature table is going strong, so let's get over to Ali and Olivier up in the ClubWPT.com skybox.
Thank you, Lynn. Let's get a look at the chip counts. Daniel Cates with over 190,000 is your chip leader, followed by the amateur, Kanesh Pather, the local. He's got 142 and change, and Philip Grusom in third. Short stack currently belongs to Phil Ivey. Button is on Jason Mercier, and it's folded around to Phil Ivey. He has ace-9 offsuit and raises it up to 2,500, but it's pocket jacks for Max Altergott.
Specifically 3 cards, or are you picking just 3 different cards?
And he is going to 3-bet to 6,500. Altergott starts the hand with about 77,000, and that 3-bet he made thins the field back over to Ivey, and he's just going to call the extra 4K.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this call from Phil. I think a 4-bet with his hand would have been acceptable. I think a fold is probably preferable. A call out of position with ace-9 offsuit, definitely not the play I would have elected for. Really plays pretty poorly against Max's range.
2 queens and a 7 on the flop. Ivey checks. And Max checks right behind him. We saw Antonio take a similar line on an almost identical board with pocket aces earlier.
Yeah, personally, I think betting is better than checking, but these guys have decided to take a free card, that this turn queen is going to be a great card for Max. He's going to be very comfortable with his pocket jacks now.
Oh, so much so that he's just going to try to lure Ivy in with a small bet of 3,500.
It's very odd, especially against someone like Phil Ivey. I wouldn't try some unorthodox small bet here. I'm not sure why Max has decided to play his hand like this.
Careful what you wish for. Ivy could hit an ace on the river and end up with the best hand, but instead he spikes a 9 after making the call and now checks, and this is a problematic river for Phil.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the ideal turn of events for Max. After his kind of bizarrely small turn bet, Phil has now hit a 9 and made a worse full house.
Max bets 13,500.
This is a more kind of standard sizing on the river, and it's just worked out perfectly for Max because Phil has hit his 9, and I can't imagine Phil, after calling the turn, now folding on the river. But I'm not really a huge fan of the way either player played this hand, especially Phil Ivey.
But if you're Ivy, do you think there's any chance that your 9 is good here? I mean, the line that he took is it ever a bluff?
It could be, could also be maybe pocket 8s, or this is a weirdly played hand. I think once he gets to the river and hits the 9, he kind of feels obligated to pay off.
Yeah, as we see him do.
Yeah, I think the best play for Phil is just to fold pre-flop. His hand just doesn't play well, and Max is actually a pretty conservative, relatively nitty player among this group. I would just kind of give him credit and move on to the next hand.
Well, Ivy's stack takes a bit of a dip, but the real plunge, that was taken by the Germans outside the casino.
Are you nervous? How are you feeling?
Yeah, a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit excited. I want to get out of my comfort zone in every single possible way.
Now, parting way with $100,000, that's not out of your comfort zone enough?
Not anymore.
Now that you see that it's like a rinky-dink bridge, does it make you nervous?
No, I think it's good. No, I'm really looking forward to this.
Come from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, it was such a sick feeling.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow.
Thanks, man. Oh, it was awesome. Yeah, it's just flying, you know? I love it.
Yeah, thrill seekers to the max are a lot of these players.
Speaking of thrill seekers, here comes Antonio Esfandiari looking for a little bit more thrill in his life as he has bought in for a second 100,000, and the re-registration period has drawn to a close.
Anything interesting while I was gone?
You are the life of the party, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Very dull without you.
Yeah, it was quiet
before you get back.
If you hadn't bought in, we were all going to kick in just to get you back here. It was too quiet and dull.
I never pegged Seidel as the type to get a massage at the table. He always seemed too focused on what was going on, but I guess when in Rome, or Johannesburg as the case may be.
Looks like it relaxed him too, as he gave Antonio a little needle. You don't see that from Eric that much either.
He's actually really funny. If you follow him on Twitter, he's got a great dry wit and a great sense of humor.
Just doesn't come out at the table that often.
No. Action folded around to Kanesh, who lays down the ace-deuce.
I know. I know what you're saying.
Gross mucks as well, and it's pocket aces for Daniel Cates. He's gonna raise it up to 3,500.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look at this. Max Altergott with pocket queens.
Button versus big blind. Aces versus queens is pretty much a can't get away from cooler regardless, but button versus big blind, this is just a nightmare for Max.
Here's the 3-bet from Max to 12-6.
How much do you have?
105.
Kind of a big 3-bet here from Max.
You started with just over 100,000. Cates is the big stack at the table. He began this hand with just shy of 180K. And here comes the 4-bet to 22,000 total.
All in.
Call.
Queens.
I have aces.
Yeah, Max ships it all in. Snap call from Daniel leaves that ugly feeling in the pit of Max's stomach as he knows he's in trouble. Here comes the flop. Queen, 9,
wow.
King, right away, set of queens.
It runs so bad in so stupid.
Oh, Max is all smiles. Oh, but not anymore. An ace on the turn.
Unbelievable.
Suck and re-suck, as they say.
This would send Jungle out of his chair, by the way. If you want to see entertainment, I recommend a Queen on the River.
Anyone for the queen?
Will it be a queen on the end? No, it's a 3.
I was not unhappy about the flops.
I was very happy about the turn.
Just like that, Max goes from thinking he's going to double up and become the chip leader to now being out of the tournament.
Like, I've actually never seen.
And the timing couldn't be any worse for Max because the re-registration period just came to an end.
Yeah, that means that we're going to actually say goodbye to Max, and we are going to be down to 8 players.
Okay, well, good luck.
Well, Max, I hope you didn't prepay for that massage. There's the red wash.
But Chungo, you look pretty upset.
I love when he gets tilted. It's the best.
Well, that's not what everyone else wanted to see. They've lost Max, but they've also seen Daniel Cates' stack grow to over 280,000.
That's right, that spells trouble for the rest of the table when Jungle Man has over twice any of the other players' chips.
Our Alpha 8 field is set when we return to Johannesburg.
You're going to take us out into the wild, our first game drive. Should I be scared?
No, you're in my hands, so you don't have to worry about anything.
Let's go. Check this out. We've got a baby with its mother. I think the baby's having a little tantrum.
Oh my god, he's up. 50% of the time when I see them, they react aggressively towards the vehicle.
He's looking right at you.
He's grilling. Oh my god, look at him. How old are those cubs?
Oh, like I said, just maybe 2 months.
Nico, you've been awesome. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I mean, the skybox is great, but why didn't we get a safari invite?
I'm pretty sure this is the only poker tournament in the world where part of the entry fee is a free safari for the players.
Was
it's
that
really
true?
Just unbelievable. Yeah,
Oh, that's
that was
awesome.
True. Yeah, it was pretty incredible.
For the players, huh? Okay, that's fine, because the commentators don't need safaris. Fine!
Well, the commentators don't put up $100,000.
That is an excellent point. Anyhow, back to the table. There's a look at how things shake up. Phil Ivey unexpectedly down below 40,000 in chips. Certainly not the type of territory we're used to seeing him in. Daniel Cates still atop the leaderboard. Action is folded around to Philip Gruesome, who has ace-king suited.
Big hand here for Philip.
Seidel getting some intense deep tissue in the upper trap area, apparently forgetting that he needs to show his cards.
I don't really have like moves exactly.
Eric 3-bets to 9,300. Jeff Gross looks down at 2 queens.
Yeah, now for Jeff with his stack, Jeff starting the hand with just under 70,000. I think it likely that he'll either put in a small 4-bet here to Eric's 3-bet or just go all in outright. Can't imagine him folding.
All in.
And Gross ships it all in. Cates folding. Back over to Gruesome now.
All in.
Oh, and he moves all in over the top. Wow. Wants to get heads up. And he will as Seidel lays down.
Okay. Showdown, guys. Phillips shows ace.
And it's a classic race between 2 queens and ace-king, but as you'll notice, it's a 55-44 advantage in favor of the ace-king suited.
And the reason for that is the statisticians are including the cards from the other players. A queen has been folded, and there are no aces or kings that have been folded.
Flop is 8-5-4 rainbow, and now Jeff is a 2-1 favorite.
Oh.
Turn card is a deuce, however, giving Gruesome some additional outs. He can hit an ace, king, or a 3 to send Jeff packing. Instead, it's a 9, and Jeff Gross will better than double up, taking down a pot of 151,000 and change.
Catapulting him into second place now behind Dan Cates. Still the overwhelming chip leader with a little under 300,000.
Great flop.
Does Jungle have a chance, or should we get off the subject? Jungle! Huh?
How does this work? Give us some advice for the Tantra massage. Some general rules.
Well, the principle is that you're supposed to treat the girl like a goddess, basically.
And how did you do that?
By
Is it like
how
a
you
random
touch
girl?
her,
Just what?
stuff like that. Well, in the workshop, there's actually like a girl that you practice on.
I've never seen Eric Seto laugh so much in my life.
Even the normally stoic Phil Ivey can't seem to keep a straight face.
And there's like an instructor and all that.
What is happening?
Meanwhile, Jason with ace-8 offsuit has decided to raise here.
It has been, to be fair, a pretty riveting table talk session.
Only with Antonio does this conversation go in this direction.
He's teaching a class in 2 days in Johannesburg.
Gruesome has pocket tens.
I think Philip has two legitimate options here, just calling or 3-betting.
Well, he opts for the latter, making it 8,500.
The ever-aggressive Philip should take down the pot pretty easily. Not much of a hand for anyone else. Jason, I can't imagine continuing with just ace-8 off.
And sure enough, Mercier folds, unlike Ivy did earlier against Altergod in a very similar situation.
Yeah, Jason, a little bit more of a disciplined player pre-flop.
So continue, Jungle. You treat him like a goddess. But can we talk about the girl that's in class that everybody's touching?
Well, no, it's a private class.
Oh, okay. So it's an instructor and a girl and you?
Yeah.
It's actually not uncommon for conversations on varied subjects to emerge in poker tables like this, and they kind of they take these small breaks when hands go on, and then when the hand is over, the conversation starts again, and it just kind of keeps going in these starts and stops.
Do you think the regularity with which Antonio seems to be the instigator of these sorts of moments is based on just him being social, or is there really like an angle here as far as the poker is concerned to get people thinking about something other than the cards?
You know, I think it's always some sort of combination. I mean, I think Jungleman being the chip leader, Antonio could very easily be trying to distract him. But at the same time, Jungle is an open engager in these types of situations. He's willing to kind of just be honest and talk about what he thinks and how he feels, whereas a lot of other people would just kind of close up, focus on the poker and not say much.
Yeah, there was only, well, it was a private lesson.
So did you privately learn?
Yes, I privately learned.
Did you enjoy it?
Antonio just relentless.
Yeah, it was interesting. I learned a couple things.
3,500.
Mercier with ace-6 suited. Raises to 4,000, and that is a min raise, because the temperature isn't the only thing that's gone up in the room. The blinds have also gone up to 1 and 2,000, and an ante of 300. Meanwhile, Kanesh in the big blind looks down at pocket sevens and will defend. Never a 3-bet?
My preference is to just call and see a flop. Pretty good one here with Queen, Queen 4 for Kanesh's pocket sevens. Kanesh, of course, our local businessman. Pretty tough task for him playing against this elite table of top professionals. Jason, continuation bets 3,600 here.
Pather check calls. Coincidentally, Pather has a second place finish in a 2012 World Series of Poker circuit event, taking down 58,200, and he's got over 144,000 in live results as we see the ace peel off on the turn, giving Mercier the best hand.
A disaster here for Kanesh.
But Jason just checks.
Yeah, I think Jason wants to check here just to make sure that he has the best hand. I think if Kanesh were to bet here on the river, Jason might even consider folding his ace, but when he gets a check, feels pretty confident that his hand is best and can now bet again for value.
The 6 is irrelevant to Jason's hand. He's playing aces and queens with the board kicker, and he'll fire 7,500.
Another relatively small bet, less than half the pot here. I think he's correctly assessed that Kanesh does not have a very strong hand and really can only call with a medium strength to weak hand, so a big bet would not make a lot of sense, unlikely to get called.
But certainly more likely than a larger bet, as Mercier's sizing earns him an extra 7,500 on the end. Would have loved to have seen a hero check raise there by Kanesh, turning his hand into a bluff. That would have put Jason in a tough spot.
Yeah, I think Jason probably would have just folded, but he's correctly identifying the type of player that Kanesh is, wasn't really worried too much about that play, and instead extracted max value with his hand. Very nicely played from Jason Mercier.
Antonio might want to stick to being the table captain / comedian. Dancing, I think we leave that to Jeff Gross.
Well, it looks like he's having fun. It's nice to see the players getting a little taste of the local culture. A lot of times you see players traveling around the world to all these different destinations, but it doesn't seem like they're really experiencing the cultures of the place they go into. They kind of just stay in their hotel rooms and then stay in the casinos.
Well, someone who may have a tough time staying in the casino much longer is Phil Ivey, sitting on the short stack of just over 17,000 in chips.
Yeah, about 9 big blinds. Phil Ivey going to be looking for a spot to move his chips in pretty soon.
Well, he's going to be first to act in this pot.
She left you for Ivy, Jungle? She left you for Ivy?
Apparently.
Very Jungle.
And he gets a look at King Queen offsuit. And he'll send the rest of his soldiers into the battlefield.
Good enough. 9 bigs.
Fold it around to Antonio, who's got Ace Jack suited.
Ivy definitely not looking to get called here, but Antonio with Ace Jack suited, likely going to call.
And he does just that, potentially inviting a squeeze play behind him.
No, I think when Antonio calls here, it looks pretty strong. I think he would just call with aces or kings as well, so he can pretty comfortably fold if somebody puts in another raise.
So Ivy, an almost 2-to-1 dog, heading to the flop. And that flop has an ace in the window with 2 diamonds behind it.
Pretty good flop.
Disaster for Phil Ivey here.
So much so that he's going to cancel his massage. No need to leave the meter running, and on the turn, Ivy officially drawing dead.
No more props.
And has been eliminated in 8th place.
Phil Ivey just unable to get anything going here. This very tough table.
Look.
Yeah, it was essentially all downhill after he got involved in that large pot with Max Altergott. Well, maybe the massage is the kiss of death. Altergott also was knocked out while getting a rub down. And we're down to just 7 as we send it over to Lynn.
Well, Phil, that's it for you. What's going through your head right now?
Nothing, just going to try to get a good night's sleep.
Now, how's the vibe at the table?
It's very chill, relaxed. I mean, all these guys know each other, so it's just a very chill vibe. Everybody's having fun, and I think it'll get pretty serious tomorrow late.
All right, well, great to see you play, and we'll see you again soon.
All right,
Thanks.
We rejoin the action at the final table where Antonio has raised it to 4,200 with ace-5 offsuit.
A little ambitious from Antonio with ace-5 off.
Kanesh mucks it, and Jeff Gross has queen-jack suited. And Jeff Gross has apparently hit the local trinket shop. It's his card protector. Looks like an elephant. Something tells me he didn't pack that.
Poker players are famously superstitious, looking for any possible edge, anything that can help bring them good luck.
An elephant's known for being lucky. That's not true. Maybe it is, I don't know. Here comes the flop. Oh, maybe they are lucky. 2 queens and a 4.
Pretty nice flop for Jeff Gross,
who gently checks it over to Antonio.
Antonio's pretty relentless with his continuation betting.
He bets 5,100, and Gross quickly calls.
Jeff obviously could have considered raising here, but decides to just call, hoping Antonio will keep firing.
He fills up on the turn. And Gross looks back at his hand. You ever think anything when a guy looks back at his hand in a spot like that? Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, it's very odd to look back at your hand and then to bet. He bet very small. Jeff playing this hand a little unorthodox, check calling the flop, leading the turn when the 4 pairs.
Antonio made the call on the turn, and now it's 10,500 if he wants to call the river.
Antonio with his ace high obviously only beats a bluff, and as we've seen in some of the previous shows, Jeff Gross really not bluffing very often, especially on the river. This is just too weak of a hand here, I think, for Antonio to consider calling.
And Antonio knows Jeff well enough that it's doubtful he'll think that he just floated the flop and then fired with air on 2 streets.
Yeah, I mean, missed diamonds is a possibility, but I don't think Jeff would play it that often like this. Not to mention, Jeff has put 3 bets in post-flop.
Queen.
Antonio not agreeing, though, and paying Jeff off.
I'm pretty sure Antonio coined a term for what he just did there.
Yeah, it's called a POW, standing for Pay Off Wizard.
That's what you get for needling me.
Just have it, huh? They just have it.
Well, those aren't the sorts of situations Antonio's looking for, sitting on his second bullet. Phil Ivey is one of the greats of the game. Log on to clubwpt.com/alpha8 and find out the uncensored truth of what his fellow pros really think. Catch all their surprising commentary on the A8 Clip of the Week. It's all here at clubwpt.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Tell me, what's with the animals?
Well, you know, we're in Africa, South Africa, and I just figured it would be some good energy. So I was at the store yesterday in the shops, and I picked up a couple.
Now, you've given one of them to Ganesh, though. Do you feel like you're passing over your good juju?
Yeah, I thought it was worth the risk, though. You know, he's like a local. He's the only guy I don't know, so I figured I'd share a little. I got like 5 animals, a couple in my bag, and I actually gave him the elephant first. He was doing so well. I told him it was on loan, so I took it back for Thorben, and I gave him the other one. But
And has it worked?
yeah, I mean, we're both above starting, and we've stayed away from each other, and yeah, so far so good. So
Okay.
yeah, it's been good. I think it's working well.
What Jeff's not telling us is that tooth on his necklace, he personally wrestled that out of the mouth of a Nile crocodile.
Now, what I'm unsure about is why Jeff is staying away from the amateur. Well, I mean, having position on Pather seems like a pretty good spot. I would try to be getting in pots with him, not staying away from him.
First one.
Everyone has their own strategy, I guess.
As we get a look at the chip counts, Daniel Cates still sitting comfortably ahead of second place Jason Mercier. Blinds are at 12 and 2,400. Ace-5 suited for Antonio. He opens the pot with a raise to 5,300.
I'd like to see a 3-bet here from Pather with King-Jack offsuit. Seems slightly too weak to just call an early position raise.
Sorry to sell at markup or anything like that, though.
Too strong to fold?
No, I think folding is acceptable. I mean, I think calling is okay. I just think 3-betting is better. It's a hand that plays pretty well in position as a 3-bet, especially against someone like Antonio who raises with such a wide range in early position.
Action folded all the way around to the big blind of Philip Gruesome, who's got ducks. And he is gonna defend for an extra 2,900, and 3 players will head to the flop. And that flop. A 4 and a couple of trays. Not awful for Gruesome. Gruesome's got the best hand right now, while Antonio has a wheel draw. Both players checking over to Ganesh, and rather than take a shot at the flop, Pather closed the action by checking behind, and now an ace on the turn.
Now, after Pather checked the flop, Antonio might be afraid that Pather actually has a bigger ace than him. It's part of the problem with raising an early position with a weak ace.
2 checks in front of Ganesh, and with 19-9 in there, he's going to try to buy the pot with a bet of 7,500.
Now, this is a small bet from Pather, but we've seen in the past him make relatively small bets, even with strong hands, so probably not too much that can be read into this bet. Now, I'm not sure why Philip has decided to pick this spot to raise. There's very little that he's representing here.
He's made it 20,000.
I guess Philip is really the only player out of the 3 players who could have a 3 in his hand, having defended from the big blind, but still, this just is not a very credible raise. I don't like it from Philip. I think Antonio's a little bit suspicious, but he's just kind of sandwiched in between the 2 other players, so tough for him to continue. And Pather, of course, without any hand, not really sure what he can do. Gruesome, though he's bluffing, actually has a better hand than Pather here with his pocket pair. So just a little bit fortunate that he's picking a spot where his opponents can't really fight back.
Well, the zebra not too lucky for Pather in that spot, and a great play by our 2-time Alpha 8 champion, Philip Gruesome.
Oh, very nice play, sir. That did not work out how I wanted it to. I laid down the best hand for sure.
Yeah, personally, even though I'm not really a fan of that play, I think if you're going to err on one side in poker tournaments, you should definitely err on the side of aggression. Gives you an extra chance to win chips, and if you do make hands, helps you get paid off as well.
That was gruesome. So that draws the curtain on this evening's action. As we take a look at the 7 remaining players of our original 9, each of whom have their sights set on the $500,000 first place prize.
So join us next time as coverage continues of WPT Alpha 8 Johannesburg. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. Discovering diamonds in South Africa means big money. But at our powerhouse final table, hearts, clubs and spades are all just as valuable. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome back to the ultra-swank Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino in the thriving metropolis of Johannesburg. A8 is returning 7 strong, and each of our players have paid at least $100,000 to enter. So with that kind of money at risk, it's no surprise that this final table is stacked with poker royalty. Currently, Jungle Man Dan Cates has a commanding chip lead, but will he live up to his nickname and emerge king of this jungle? A8 commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet are on hand to analyse all the action from the ClubWPT.com skybox. Gentlemen.
Hey, Lynn, you are correct. Daniel Cates is currently king of the jungle, sitting on a massive chip lead. But Olivier, you and I both know a chip lead isn't worth anything. It's all about how you finish. And if Daniel Cates is the clear favorite right now, is there anybody who you think might be best situated to dethrone him?
Well, I think the obvious choice would be Philip Gruesome. He's already won 2 of our events. But if I had to pick one player, it would probably be Jason Mercier. Both because he's got a lot of chips, he's currently second, but also because he's such a phenomenal player. If he can make some hands as we get down to 6 and 5 players, look for him to make a deep run here.
Yeah, Mercier in and out of the #1 slot on the Global Poker Index, but the real story is Daniel Cates. And apparently that King of the Jungle title was something he earned not only on the felt, but during a recent quad bike outing here in South Africa.
Look at his teeth. He was fighting lions. So Antonio, off to the spa now.
Off to the spa.
Is it just me, or did Jungle Man lose a tooth?
I think he was trying to make some dirt beard and some got in his mouth.
Looked like he got a dirt sandwich. Prize pool totals, $975,000. First prize is $500,000, second $275,000, third a cool $200,000, and tell him what fourth gets, Olivier.
Gets a handshake and a walk home.
It's a long walk. It's actually a swim and a walk for most of these guys. And let's get a look at the chip counts. Jeff Gross currently has about $155,000. That's good for third place in the chip counts right now. The leader is Dan Cates. Jason Mercier in second. Blinds are at 12 and 2,400 with a 400 ante. Button will start off on Antonio Esfandiari, and Jeff Gross will be first to act. Gross, just 27 years of age, hailing from Baltimore.
5,000.
Gross starting things off with King Jack offsuit, raises to 5,500 with the blinds at 12 and 24. And he is 400. Esfandiari folds. And Eric Seidel with 9 deuce suited, perhaps part of the reason he's been fairly quiet so far in this tournament. Ace-4 offsuit for Kinesh, the local entrepreneur. Calls Johannesburg home.
Pather, more conservative player, a little bit more passive.
Cool. Pather describes himself as a philanthropist and poker guru, as well as being an entrepreneur. He's an executive director at a platinum mine here. And the flop, he's mined a pair of 4s. Checks it over to Jeff.
Jeff with just king high, taking a shot here. I like this continuation bet from Jeff. It's a little on the smallish side.
Well, as long as he makes bets of that size with strong hands as well, then he's not giving anything away. but otherwise it's certainly a mistake as we see Kinesh call, and the board pairs on the turn.
The 7 considerably more likely to hit Pather than Gross. I expect it to go check, check here on the turn.
Well, Pather has checked, and he can't mind that card. You'd rather see the board pair than a 3rd card over a 4 hit.
It's definitely a much better card for Pather's range and for his actual hand.
75.
Jeff fires 7,500 this time, still small.
Very small bet and just a little bit inexplicable. I'm not sure why Jeff would bet again on the turn. The only thing that I could possibly think is that he's trying to keep control of the hand and maybe even extract value from a straight draw that Pather had. If Pather had 5-6 or 8-9, Jeff would have the best hand. But overall, I don't like this play. I'm not really sure why he's making it.
And the river, a 3rd diamond and an 8.
If Jeff was bluffing on the turn, I would have much preferred a bigger bet. I can't imagine Pather folding any pair there for such a small bet.
And this is the kind of card that spikes Pather's range after a turn call big time.
Yeah, if Pather did have a straight draw, he's now made a pair of 8s or even a straight. It also brought in a backdoor flush here.
Jeff faced with a 3rd check and has to decide whether or not he's going to bluff with king high. It's a scary board to fire a 3rd bullet.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going through Jeff's mind.
Well, 8 of diamonds, single worst river card in the deck. Can't.
He tells us exactly what's going through his mind as he shuts it down.
That's good.
And takes a look at ace-4, probably wishing in hindsight he would have fired.
I thought I had the best hand. Couldn't beat any draw on the river. 5-6, 8-9. Yeah, I had a big ace. I had a good hand, yeah. I thought I had the best hand. Nice hand.
Must be a great hand.
Huh? I mean, I was beating all the yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like Jeff was kind of hoping that Pather didn't have a pair and just had a straight draw. The 7 in general, I think, is a tough card for Jeff to really represent much.
400 on the end.
Maybe. My name is Kinesh Pather. I'm a South African poker player, but I'm a businessman.
It's cool that there was someone to represent South Africa and play in this prestigious event.
I have a feeling that he knows what he's doing and he's waiting to use his image to his benefit.
That's a pretty good read by Antonio, considering Kinesh has pretty much laid in the weeds for the most part so far.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he opens up his game a little bit more.
Daniel Cates limps in from the small blind for 1,200. Mercier says run it. And it's blind versus blind, king high flop. Cates checks ace high, and it's up to Mercier.
Now, Jungle Man does have a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw here with ace high. Against a player like Jason, it's not unreasonable for him to continue.
And he calls the bet of 2,500.
Jason, of course, with top pair.
Turns the 8 of hearts. Daniel checks again. No reason for Jason to slow down, and he fires 7,300.
I mean, I think Jungle Man can't really do much here. His hand is just too weak to continue.
You know, I really think you're full of it here for a few reasons, but I have like one of the worst hands possible that I could have.
Queen 7 off?
No.
What's worse than Queen 7?
I don't even think he'd play Queen 7 like that.
Queen 7 might be the worst hand I could possibly have there.
I think Queen 9 probably is the worst hand he has there.
I didn't quite have the worst.
Okay, see. So you had ace 3.
I may have had something like that.
Good read, Jason.
You're supposed to raise.
Huh?
So you're supposed to raise.
I mean, I didn't want to really fold there, but it's like... You're actually not supposed to raise, well, unless you're playing like hardcore exploitatively with that kind of hand. Actually, I'm gonna stop talking.
Moment of self-awareness there.
Don't give too much away.
It doesn't really matter that much, but I'll just stop talking anyways.
Philip Gruesome is like the face of mischief, by the way. Every time you look at him, it just seems like he's trying to stir the pot.
Yeah, Philip kind of lives in his own world there. I don't think he's necessarily trying to antagonize. He just kind of says what's on his mind.
Similar to Daniel Cates, but different delivery.
Yeah, exactly.
Race. Pocket tens for Gruesome. He makes it 5,000 to go.
They both lack a filter, but I think it's for different reasons.
Antonio, meanwhile, with 10-3 suited, lacks a fold button as he 3-bets it to 11,200. Seidel folds over to Kinesh. He'll likely do the same with King 4 off.
There's a very small 3-bet from Antonio. I think the main reason for that is just because Philip doesn't have that many chips to start this hand, just about 26 big blinds.
Gross mucks King 7 off, and it'll be back over to Philip. Well, he could have just called, but instead he's 4-betting to 23,000.
Yeah, I don't think calling is really an option. His hand is just too strong given his stack. I think most players with 26 big blinds wouldn't really consider 4-betting just because there's not really enough room to 4-bet and fold, so they would just move in with most of their hands. Philip electing to 4-bet just in case Antonio makes a mistake and decides to try to bluff in a spot like this, though I don't think he would ever really do that.
At this point, Antonio pulls the ripcord, and his woes continue. Those were self-inflicted, though.
Yeah, I don't really mind that spot there. Philip's going to open relatively wide and is not going to commit with that many hands. I just am not a huge fan of the choice that Antonio picked 10-3 suited with. I'd rather a hand with an ace in it or something like that.
Well, the long and rough outing continues for Antonio, the only player on 2 bullets. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
I'm joined by poker legend Dan Harrington.
And here's to the champion of the Legends of Poker, Dan Harrington.
Dan, you're not playing yourself. What's that? What brought you to Joburg?
Well, Eric gave me a call before the tournament and said, you feel like going to South Africa? And I said, yeah, I do, as a matter of fact. That was on my bucket list to do that place.
How much has the game changed?
Well, first of all, there are a lot more good players now than there was 20 or 30 years ago. And as a consequence, back then you could play slow in a tournament, take your time, not take too many chances. Now, in order to win one of these events, you have to take calculated risks all the time, and you have to vary your play quite a bit because these young players, they're really sharp.
Think about the Germans and Philip Gruesome.
The Germans have done awesome the last couple of years. I mean, they're the ones to beat on the circuit. As a matter of fact, Eric said, well, I think the younger players just look at me and just say, oh, this is something juicy. The only trouble is he teaches them it's not as easy as it appears.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us, Dan, and let's get back to the action.
I don't think I qualify as one of the young players, but I have to say, I think everybody on tour respects Eric a lot. I think he's had more than enough success to, you know, earn himself the respect of all of his younger peers.
Well, he's currently sitting on a stack of 25,500, and it's going to take a few double ups, perhaps, for him to get back into a comfortable position.
Yeah, like Phil Ivey, Eric doesn't seem to have been able to get much going at this table. He hasn't really had a lot of good hands.
King-Queen offsuit, certainly a good enough hand, and Antonio makes it 5,500 to go. More folding from Seidel. Kinesh folds, and Jeff Gross looks down at 2 black 6s, while Daniel Cates apparently enjoying a fairly deep tissue workout. It's making me uncomfortable how much he's enjoying it. As we see Gross call to 5,500. Cates folds, and Mercier has pocket 7s, and he'll defend from the big blind.
As we can see, Jeff Gross only a 1% chance to win this hand. That's because the other 2 6s have already been folded.
And the flop, all hearts 10 high. Mercier currently has the best hand, checks it.
Antonio, though, with the best chance of winning the pot, and that's because his 2 overs, gut shot, straight draw, and flush draw, enough to give him slightly better than 50% chance to win the hand. He does take a shot here, betting 8,500.
Jeff Gross stalling the action here, but tough to imagine him doing anything but folding.
Yeah, not a good flop for 2 black 6s, obviously, and not really a great flop for Jason either. I personally don't think this hand is worth a call from Jason.
Well, he seems to disagree, however, as he plunks 8,500 into the middle and will take a turn card, which is the 8 of clubs.
Yeah, the problem for Jason is just that there are very, very few, if any, real non-7 cards that he wants to see on the turn. The 8 of clubs is actually one of the best cards that he can hope for, giving him an open-ended straight draw to go along with his pair.
And of course, he does have the flush draw, though a heart isn't something he's necessarily pulling for. Mercier has checked it over to Antonio.
17-3.
Who bet 17-3, and then Jason insta-folds.
Yeah, I think Jason was willing to just put in one bet and fold to any further aggression. I just think on that board, when there's so little that can improve your hand, it's especially against a player as tough and as aggressive as Antonio, out of position, I personally would have just preferred a fold there from 2 sevens. But you got to give Antonio credit. He just had king high there, though he had a lot of equity. A lot of players might have just checked on the turn, trying to realize that equity on the river, but Antonio bet knowing that his opponent would be in a tough spot without a strong hand.
Yeah, Antonio certainly not showing signs of being bashful, even though he's on his second bullet. The only player to re-enter this event. Now it's folded to the ace-jack offsuit of Kinesh Pather.
Easy open here for the amateur.
5,500.
Makes it 5,500 to go. Action's on Gross.
14.
Jeff Gross folds, and look at this. Daniel Cates 3-bets with Jack-6 suited to 14,000.
This is an interesting play here from Jungle Man. I think there's kind of two competing ideas at work. One is that Pather has been a relatively tight and solid player, so that means that his opening range, the hands that he's racing with, tend to be pretty strong. On the flip side, though, because of his tight play and overall relatively passive play, it seems that Jungle Man has decided he doesn't think Pather will play back at him without an absolutely premium hand, a hand like, let's say, ace-king or, you know, a big pair. So he thinks that though Pather's not raising with too many hands, he'll still, out of position, fold most of his hands, and he's right as Pather folds the dominating ace-jack here. Nice play from Jungle Man, really knowing his opponents and executing the play.
The other players thought I was kind of wild and a little crazy, and also was very hairy, so they called me Jungle Man because they thought it was funny.
When you have Jungle Man at the table, you just got to get him talking, because he's the greatest of all time.
He's literally like one of the most interesting people I've ever met, so we just love, you know, bantering with him and hearing what's going to come out of his mouth, because you never know.
I mean, I imagine I can hold my own against a couple wild animals, but jungle's a pretty dangerous place.
We asked Nico what he would eat if he was stuck out here.
We're gonna have some termite to eat.
A termite?
It's a termite. They're tiny things, and not that bad. Come on, there's 2, 3 of them.
Wait, Eric's eating! How does it taste? Like nothing?
I swear it's in there. You want to bet?
Come on.
Tastes like by the way. Really? You can taste it?
Come
I
on.
tasted it.
Antonio, do I get man status?
Yeah, you get manly. I feel more manly, Nico.
Now that's where Nico's dead wrong. You clearly want to go after ostrich meat if you ever get stranded out there. That's the good eats.
I'm not sure ostrich meat is as easy to find as termites.
Wait, we weren't talking about ease. We were just talking about the good stuff here.
I mean, I think the point was, if you're in
Taking a look at the chip counts, we can see that Daniel Cates is currently still over 300,000. Sitting very pretty. Not sitting pretty, Eric Seidel with just shy of 20,000. Philip Grusom with 87.3, the only player with less than his original 100,000 other than Seidel.
No, but I'm...
Actions on Jason.
No manipulation, actually, yeah.
Mercier mucks. Philip Grusom
Raise.
makes it 5,000 to go with 8-9 suited. Folded to Kinesh, the local from right here in South Africa, with ace-jack offsuit.
I'd like to see a 3-bet here from Kinesh.
Raise.
Ask and you shall receive, my friend, 13,000 total.
Nice play, taking ace-jack and playing it aggressively here against Philip Grusom's relatively wide opening range.
Folded back around to Philip.
Now, Philip is not one to let go of too many hands. Does have a suited connector in position, though he's not relatively deep, still decides to see a flop. The 3-bet was relatively small, only 13,000.
And that flop, 2 queens, and more importantly for Philip's hand, Two spades. Action on Kinesh, who checks it. Now Gruesome with control of the pot. Bit of a suspicious check there from Kinesh.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on who's doing the checking. You know, we've seen similar flops like this where pros had pocket pairs and then checked, but when an amateur does it, I think it's going to be a little bit weaker on average than when a pro does it.
And Philip is going to fire 13,500 with his flush draw.
And I like this play from Philip, obviously just 9 high, but he did pick up equity with the flush draw, and Pather showed weakness by just checking on the flop.
Is Philip announcing that he's willing to go all in by making this bet? So if for some reason Pather moved all in, would he have to call?
No, not necessarily. I think Philip would actually fold here if Pather moved in.
Well, instead, Pather just calling, of course, with ace high. Not looking to make a hero play. Although that's still not the greatest line to take.
No, I don't really like check calling here with ace jack, but he does pick up some equity himself on the turn as he now has a gut shot straight draw.
And he's checked it a second time over to Philip, who also picked up a gut shot straight draw on the turn.
Yeah, I think when Philip picks up equity here, I wouldn't mind seeing another bet. The only problem is, though, that his chip stack would kind of commit him to the pot if he made any side of decent-sized bet on the turn.
The bigger problem is that a king just hit the river, and Kinesh has Broadway.
Yeah, really a dream run out for Pather here as he makes runner. He doesn't know it, but the best play obviously would be to check and see if Gruesome takes a shot at the pot. Philip with just 9 high here, not too much he can do.
Kinesh bets 18,000. And Gruesome gets away, though I would have loved to see a blank to peel off on the river and wonder what Philip would have done if Kinesh checked a third time.
Yeah, knowing Gruesome, I wouldn't be surprised if he took a shot there. He's not one to give away chips in a spot where he has no chance to win. A nice little run out for Pather, wins a nice pot, and Philip chips down, gets near that 25 big blind area. Players start thinking about moving in with their hands.
Fold it around to Antonio, who's wishing he was at a blackjack table. Lays down the 8-3. Seidel just can't get anything going either. Lays down Jack-9, and it's over to Kinesh, who's upgraded. 2 aces now.
And on the button, no less. Great spot for the amateur.
Well, not just because you're guaranteed to have position regardless of the action in front of you, but because when everyone folds to you, it looks so bluffy, so steelish.
Yeah, people definitely open their ranges a little bit on the button.
He raised it to 5,500, Gross folded, and now Cates with 2 9s in the big blind.
Real hand here from Jungle Man as he 3-bets Pather's button open. It's a relatively decent-sized 3-bet here to 16,000.
Any chance we see a smooth call here? Maybe a bit more deception?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, you know, in position here with, you know, you're insured that it's just a heads-up pot. I wouldn't mind just a call here from Pather. But at the same time, you know, if Jungle Man does have a good hand, you don't want to lose him if a bad flop comes down. So you want to try to get all the chips in now with pocket aces.
Yeah, chips that might not hit the middle if a flop peels off.
Now, the problem for Pather, though, is that because of the way he's been playing, pretty solid, very conservative play, his opponents are not going to think that he's bluffing very often in a spot like this. He's really going to be given a lot of credit here. And as we see, Jungle Man does make a very good, very disciplined fold with 2 9s there.
Oh, and look at this. Pather's giving him the positive reinforcement. Free look at the aces.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this show. You see this pretty often in poker tournaments where less experienced and amateur players tend to show their strong hands to the pros, kind of a way of saying, hey, look, I'm not messing around, I really had the goods. But I think it's really the opposite. You want to make sure that the pros are kind of second-guessing themselves and unsure of what your hands are. If you confirm to them that you have the goods when you make strong plays, it's much easier for them to play.
And I don't think that Pather had any need to assert that he had a tight table image. He had already earned that reputation based on the play thus far.
Right, and I think even very bluffy players are going to have good hands from time to time, so showing your good hands just really never accomplishes very much.
Speaking of accomplishing very much, Antonio is really trying here. With 10-9 offsuit, he's raised it to 5,100.
And for the 3rd consecutive hand, Pather has been dealt a very strong starting hand, this time ace-king suited.
Yeah, he's playing with the premium cut of the deck.
Antonio a little out of line here, opening the pot with 9-10 off. Not gonna like it when the amateur 3-bets him like he does here to 15-5.
Folded back around to Antonio, and that's not what he wanted to see.
And again, if Pather hadn't shown his pocket aces before, the players might have been second-guessing whether he's kind of turning up another gear, starting to add some bluffs to his range.
Pather gives him a look.
And again, he shows another monster hand. I think he should keep that information to himself, give that sense of mystery, make the players second-guess themselves.
Come on, Kinesh. Any good businessman knows you've got to charge for information.
Don't just watch poker, play poker. Play all the poker you want for free, only at ClubWPT.com. So it's bright and early in the morning. This is our second drive, and we've been spoilt with a rare treat.
You can actually see the animal they killed, and they're all eating, and they're all fat, and they're all napping. That's what we should do. We should eat, nap, wake up when we're hungry, and go eat again.
Pretty simple life.
Neil's right. I think the Lions figured it out.
Ooh, that lioness looked like she was ready for a little human dessert snack there at the end.
I wouldn't want to be that one.
Little known fact, poker players are actually highly nutritious.
I think that's been more of a recent trend. I don't think that was true 5-10 years ago. Maybe Antonio should move to Spain. I hear that's the lifestyle that's going on there.
Easy on the Spaniards. And back from a bit of a break, players have taken the opportunity to freshen up a bit. Let's take a look at the chip counts. Daniel Cates coasting with over 300,000. In second is Kinesh Pather, the local entrepreneur. As we see Kinesh looking at Queen Jack offsuit. And he is going to raise it to 6,500. Blinds are at 1,500 and 3,000 now with a 500 ante.
Queen Jack offsuit, we see Kinesh maybe opening his range just a little bit, recognizing that as the table shrinks in terms of the players there, that you have to play slightly more hands.
King 6 suited for Antonio.
More than good enough to defend the big blind.
And that's exactly what he does for an extra 3,500. Heads up to a flop. Oh boy.
Obviously a big flop for both players. Pather flopping top 2 pair and Antonio with an overcard and the king high flush draw.
He's checked it over to Kinesh, who's betting 7,500.
Now we've seen Pather in the past make slightly smaller than, I would say, standard bets post-flop. This is actually a little bit bigger, at least, than his pre-flop raise size. I think Antonio should pick something up from that, especially since he's an amateur and probably his continuation bet frequency will be lower than most players. I would be more likely to just check and call with this draw rather than be willing to check raise.
Well, Antonio has check raised. 22,500 is the number.
I think at this point, with Antonio check raises with this much equity, and
I'm all in.
And Pather is putting Antonio all in as Fandiari makes the call and gets a look at top 2 pair.
I think Antonio could have considered folding, but it seemed obvious that once he decided to check raise, he had already decided to be willing to commit his chips if Pather did move in.
Well, Esfandiari, worse than 2-to-1 dog here.
Yeah, Antonio much would have preferred Pather to have a hand like ace-queen, obviously, where his king would be live. Now, he's really just looking for a heart.
4 clubs on the turn, no help. Here comes the river. Can the man who has invested 200K stay alive? He cannot. Right color in the wrong suit, and the amateur, Kinesh Pather, has eliminated the all-time winningest tournament player in poker history, Antonio Esfandiari, who heads down to have a disappointed chat with Lynn.
Oh, Antonio, the second bullet didn't pull through.
Nope.
Now all your chips went to Kinesh. How do you think he's playing?
I think he's playing good, and he's a local, so you got to root for the local guy.
Exactly, home ground advantage.
Yeah.
All right, well, great to see you play. Thanks so much for chatting to us. Thank you.
Lynn with the double thank you. As we're down to 6 players now. Button is on Kinesh. Gross and Cates in the blinds. Jason Mercier first to act, and he's got 16 the hard way. Makes it 6,000 to go. And it's 2 6s for Kinesh. Now, Pather is up to over 300,000 in his stack, courtesy of that last pot. He's just gonna call. And now Jeff Gross takes a peek at King-Queen suited.
Nice looking starting hand for Jeff Gross here. I think most players would just call here with king-queen suited. It's a hand that plays pretty well post-flop. Obviously makes some strong one-pair hands and can make even a flush and a straight. I think the standard play is just to call.
24.
And Gross electing to 3-bet it from the small blind to a total of 24,000.
Jason folds 2 8s. That is really just an understanding of the particular player involved. I don't think Jason would have folded there to most of the other players, but Jeff, seen as a more conservative, more solid player, when he 3-bets like this, Jason feels like Jeff probably has a hand like ace-king or maybe a bigger pocket pair, but Jason just not in good shape against that range.
What's up, buddy?
Quite a raise, though.
Feels standard.
Pretty standard. Full bit.
Yeah, I don't think Pather really can do much or can necessarily glean much from a conversation with Jeff here.
I'll lay my pair down.
Finish fold. Jeff will win the ball.
Jeff has just made a nice-sized raise, especially considering the amount of chips he has in total, and there's just not much Pather can do.
Well executed move pays off for Jeff Gross.
Yeah, a nice play there from Jeff, using his tight image to his advantage to get both players to fold the better hands.
And it's important to be aware of how you're being perceived at the table, not just your pre-existing reputation, but in this particular match.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's definitely true. And also, it's important to understand the other players that you're playing against. Jason, I think, is the type of player who doesn't want to take those types of marginal situations because he's so confident in his ability to chip up in small ways, winning smaller pots. He doesn't want to kind of, you know, be in a flip situation for a big pot. Someone like Philip Grusom, on the other hand, I don't think he would have folded 2 8s, even though he's able to recognize the same player-specific dynamic with Jeff there.
Picking up the action, it was folded around to Philip Grusom on the button, who had queen-6 offsuit. He's raised it to 6,000, and Eric Seidel looks at an ace and moves all in for 19 total.
I have a great hand, Eric. You have a great hand? It's gonna get ugly for you. Sorry.
I only look at one card.
What's got the 9, 10,
Oh, I'm live. I'm live.
Well, Philip has made the call, and he's already apologizing. He's going to need to improve to warrant that apology, though. Can he take the lead on the flop? He cannot. Seidel makes a pair of 7s, stays in control. Better than 4-1 favorite at this point, and the turn is a 3. Grusom picks up some extra outs. He can hit a 5 or a queen. Anything else, and Seidel doubles up. It's a king. And the Poker Hall of Famer, Eric Seidel, lives to play another hand.
Our 2-time Alpha 8 champion, Philip Grusom, takes a big hit to his stack.
I'm not sure we've seen Philip Grusom in this sort of situation in an Alpha 8 event. He is incredibly short-stacked at this
I think in London he was pretty short. He just happened to double up a couple times, and ultimately it worked out.
Well, it's time to pull another London rabbit out of his magic hat. More Alpha 8 when we return to Joburg.
Poker's changed my life in a number of ways, mostly because I'm able to go where I want to go, do what I want to do.
Well, I'm standing here and I'm doing a TV interview.
It just changed my personality so much to have the freedom to try everything I want, and I'm really thankful for that.
Olivier, do you remember a specific moment where it dawned on you that this poker thing might work out and how that changed your life?
For me, I think it was more gradual, but I agree with the overall sentiment. I think the biggest advantage to playing poker for a living is the lifestyle, is the freedom that it brings you. You don't have a boss, you don't have an alarm clock, you can pick and choose when you want to play, which events you want to play, which cities you want to visit. And so I think that's really the main advantage to choosing this life.
But there are fewer jobs in the world where you can wake up, go to work, and lose $200,000.
It's definitely very risky, I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Speaking of money, first place will be taking down $500,000. Second, good for $275. Third, good for $200. And we've got a little added bonus, not to mention the Alpha 8 trophy, which you always win when you take down one of these events. You also are going to take home a pair of those lovely headphones, the Monster 24K editions.
3,000.
Jason Mercier folds now to Philip Grusom, who's got ace-3 offsuit and moves all in. Less than 10 big blinds total. Quick fold from Seidel with ace-deuce. Now to Kinesh on the button. He has jack-5 offsuit.
Not exactly sure what Pather's thinking here with jack-5.
The last chips are very tough to get, guys. I'll tell you that.
Gruesome discouraging a call here.
Yeah, Jack 5 is pretty easy fold here. King 10 is actually an interesting spot. I think it's probably pretty close, whether you want to call or fold.
How much is that?
Gross is asking for a count.
Is that like Phil Hellmuth? Like his last chips are pretty hard to get too.
Hmm? Yeah, they're hardest to get actually.
And Gross knows it's right on the edge of being appropriate to call or fold. And he settles ultimately on a call. Kate's out of the way.
No, this is a personal reason call.
Is it really?
I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. But what do you got? I call you.
Wow, really? That's probably what you wanted to see.
Did this for my buddies in Houston. This is their favorite. King 10, they call it the taxi.
Jeff with the old personal reasons call.
Yeah, thought it could be good too, but.
Ace.
Here comes the flop. It's got a 3 in it. Philip's still in the lead. He's hoping to dodge a king or a 10.
Call pre-flop.
So far, so good on the turn, but
I look like a 10.
Gross picks up some extra outs. He can now hit an 8 for a straight, or the king or the 10. Anything else, and Philip doubles up. Oh, it's a 10 on the end. And Philip Gruesome unceremoniously dispatched by Jeff Gross with an ugly river card, and Gruesome in somewhat unfamiliar territory alongside Lynn.
Well, Phil, I guess the last chips aren't really the hardest to get, huh?
Yeah, usually they are, but this time Jeff got me, so I'm a little bit sad.
You had a little bit of a sweat on the way out there. At least it wasn't too instant, I guess. Do you enjoy the sweat? No. Oh, well, you can't win them all. I guess that term definitely applies to you. 2-time champ already. You were going for your 3rd. You're a superstar here on Alpha 8. It is sad to see you go, though.
They wouldn't have respected me in Houston if I didn't call.
Well, the boys in Houston are going to be happy.
I think the rest of the players at the table are pretty happy too, as 2-time champ Philip Gruesome has ultimately been dispatched here, and we're now 5-handed.
Getting closer and closer to the money. 2-time A8 champ Philip Gruesome reveals his secret to success while out on a South African safari. Log on to clubwpt.com/alpha8 and catch our exclusive interview with Philip on the A8 Clip of the Week. clubwpt.com, the home of fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Welcome back to beautiful South Africa and the lovely Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino here in Johannesburg. 5 players remain in the hunt for that $500,000 first place prize. And here's how they stack up. Daniel Cates in the commanding chip lead where he's been most of the match, followed by Kinesh, Jason, Jeff Gross, and then a distant short stack belonging to Eric Seidel, 43,500 in front of him. A couple of folds around to Jason Mercier, who's on the button with 5-6 suited.
Nice looking hand. Jason deciding to just limp in here on the button. This is a play that a lot of top players have started to employ in the last year or two, wanting to ensure that they see a flop with a hand that can make a lot of strong post-flop hands, a hand like 6-5 suited.
Seidel calls from the small blind. Kinesh says run it. 3 players will take the flop, which is 10-7-4, top pair for Eric. Open-ended straight draw for Jason. Seidel checking. Kinesh does the same. And Jason closes the action with a check as well and gets there on the turn.
A little bit of a surprising check by Jason. I think the main reason he does it is because of Eric's chip stack. He doesn't want to put chips in and have Eric raise or move in and then have to fold his equity or have to gamble to try to make his straight. Instead, he takes a free card and gets there. Great spot for him now as Eric leads with top pair.
6,000 is the number. Kinesh folds. And Jason is going to give Eric some rope, just calls the 6,000. No flush draw to worry about on board. And that is actually not a great card for Jason as far as getting Eric to commit chips is concerned. You see it's an ace, and now Eric slows down.
Well, it's a little bit of a fake scare card. There aren't too many hands in Jason's range that have aces in them. Maybe a hand like ace-deuce suited or ace-5 suited. But if Jason had a big ace, I think it's more likely he would have raised pre-flop to try to get Eric to commit his chips.
And Jason bets 19,000. You see Dan Harrington, the legendary poker player, hanging out in the background. He's Eric Seidel's travel companion on this trip.
I think the problem for Eric here is Well, obviously his chip stack, Jason's bet 19,000. It's a big bet and represents a lot of Eric's chips. But he's trying to put Jason on a hand. There aren't too many draws that Jason could have. There aren't too many worse hands that Jason would be betting here. So it's just tough for Eric to try to figure out what Jason has. And he does see that Jason turned to straight, and now Eric's going to be very short stacked.
Jack 8, Jack 9, 8, 9, something in that range. Might have been the only bluff catchers. And unfortunately, Seidel paying off. Very well executed play by Jason Mercier. And Eric is in just terrible shape. He's got only 15,000 left.
Yeah, with 5 big blinds, Eric going to be looking for any playable hand to move the rest of his chips in and hope to double up.
Jungle Man with 20 miles makes it 6,000 to go. Oh, 2 sevens for Eric will earn the rest of his stack. He moves all in.
That's a lot. Probably not worth it, Jungle Man.
Eric trying to dissuade Daniel from a call. We know that's never happening with any 2 cards that Daniel opened with. But it just so happens that he's got Eric torched. Timing couldn't have been worse for Seidel.
Pairs. The 80-20s.
Here comes the flop. Eric looking for a 7. Oh, he's on either side of it. 8-6 deuce.
It's the right neighborhood.
This hand a little emblematic of how the entire tournament has gone for Eric, just not able to put anything together.
Looking for a couple of runners to a straight. Instead, the board pairs on the turn, and now he's got 2 outs. And that's not one of them.
Nice play game, Eric. Alright, guys. Jungle, good luck.
Thank you.
Eric Seidel, the man with over $20 million in live tournament earnings, says goodbye. But on the upside, he gets to chat with Lynn Gilmartin.
Well, Eric, how do you feel today went for you?
Not very well. Here I am on the rail. But that's the way it goes. It was an incredibly tough table.
You got any picks for who's going to win?
Well, I'm really impressed with Kinesh. You would expect that somebody from here who, doesn't have the experience that we all have playing with each other and playing under these conditions wouldn't be as composed and play as well as he does, but I thought he played terrific.
How are you seeing Jason? How's his performance today?
Well, Jason's a top tournament player. He's been in this situation so many times, and that helps a lot.
Sure does. And Jungle Man came in as chip leader. He's doing pretty well. What do you think?
Jungle Man, look, he's a great player, and he's more unpredictable, I think, than some of the other guys.
And of course, PBF, Jeff Gross.
PBF is a good player, but I don't think anybody would be surprised to see him win.
So we are officially on the money bubble, Olivier, and it's shaping up to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I think one of the things that separates this money bubble from some of the previous ones we've had is how deep everyone is. The shortest stack here has still over 50 big blinds, so there's a lot of play, and a lot of things could change before we actually get into the money.
And that's just how we like it here.
With so much on the line, make sure to join us next time to see who wins WPT Alpha 8 Johannesburg. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin, saying goodnight from South Africa. It's survival of the fittest in South Africa here at our star-studded final table. Tonight, we crown a champion. This is WPT Alpha 8.
I'm playing against these guys that I've played against so many times, and we have a lot of history.
You see these guys all the time on TV, you read about them, and it's awesome playing with them.
It's kind of like, friends playing against friends, even though, not to say that we're all like great friends exactly.
We sign up and we realize someone's going to bubble, someone's going to win, and we know what we're in for.
Welcome back to the Vegas of Africa, Johannesburg's Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino. $100,000 was the price to take a seat in our super high roller poker tournament. And tonight the cards will determine, along with a lot of skill, just how much our players will take home. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, joined by A8 commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, who are ready to take us on this journey to crown a champion. They're over in the ClubWPT.com skybox. Fellas, over to you.
Hey there, Lynn. Now, you mentioned a lot of skill, and to be honest, I think that's putting it lightly when you stare out at these faces, one of whom is definitely unfamiliar to most, the local amateur Kinesh Pather, and he's the first player in Alpha 8 history to be recreational and in a position to potentially cash.
Yeah, Pather's really impressed me with both his play and his composure. At this table with such tough competition, you'd expect someone with less experience maybe to play a little bit wild or to just constantly fold all of his hands. I think he's found, the right balance, overall conservative style. And if he can get into the money here, I think he's got a definite shot at winning the entire thing.
Wow, that is a real vote of confidence, particularly for an amateur player. Let's talk about the pros, though. 3 of them here.
Yeah, so there are 3 very tough pros in Pather's way. Jeff Gross, consistent Alpha 8 competitor. I think he's played really well. Jason Mercier, obviously one of the best tournament players in the world. I think he's got a great chance at taking this title. And of course, Jungle Man Dan Cates, the heads-up online cash game specialist. And obviously as the chip leader, he's got a really great position to add pressure to these players and hopefully put himself in a good position to win.
Yeah, he'll be adding more pressure than he'll be feeling, despite being just 24 years of age, a wealth of online experience for Dan Cates. Let's look at the prize pool. $500,000 going to first place. Second, good for $275. Third, good for $200. And Olivier, what's fourth win?
Unfortunately, fourth will go home with no money, the dreaded Bubble Boy spot.
Big old donut hole. Blinds are at 2 and 4,000. Antes are at 500. Dan Cates, we mentioned, is the chip leader, 324,000 in front of him, followed by Gross, Mercier, and Pather in that order, all of whom are within 40 and change of one another.
Yeah, and all of whom have more than 50 big blinds. This could be a lot of play here as we try to figure out who will cash and who will go home without any money.
Button starts on Jeff Gross. Kinesh and Jason in the blinds. Cates looks down at 10-5 offsuit, and he'll make the easy fold. Over to Jeff Gross now on the button with Jack-5 offsuit. Always tempting when you're on the button to just attack those blinds, but Gross resists the temptation. Over to Kinesh, who looks down at Ace-8 suited.
Nice looking hand in the small blind. Small blind always a tricky position to play because you're out of position against the big blind throughout the entire hand. And obviously Jason, a very tough big blind to play against.
Kinesh electing to simply limp in, and Mercier gonna raise it to 13,000 with 10-9 off.
I'm actually not really a big fan of this play. I think, first of all, Pather is playing a relatively narrow range of hands, so when he limps in, it's actually a sign that he does have a playable hand. And then also, Jason is so good post-flop, 10-9 plays relatively well. He should be happy to check and see a flop.
Ace-6 Jack.
I think part of the reason Jason raised there is because on a flop like this with big cards, Jason should be given credit for big cards since he raised pre, and on medium-sized cards, obviously, 10-9 would play well.
And Kinesh has checked it over to Mercier, who's firing 12,500 with air. Pather makes the call.
Yeah, Jason taking a shot at the pot with very little equity here.
Turn card is a king. Pather checks again.
So now Jason turns a gut shot straight draw. Looks like he barrels again. 28,000 this time. I don't mind this bet as Jason turns equity, and the king is a little bit of a scare card. If Pather did have, let's say, a pair of sixes or a pair of jacks, he obviously would not want to see another card higher.
Especially because he's giving Jason credit for that end of the deck.
Right, now obviously Pather does have an ace, so unlikely to fold to 2 bets. The real question would be what the river is and whether Jason decides to take another shot.
Yeah, Pather calls the 28,000, and he's got to love that river card. Totally disjointed. No relation to the board whatsoever. Kinesh with a third check, and now what do you do?
Well, I mean, I think if you were playing against another professional, you might be willing to bet, but Jason just going to give up against the amateur. Not sure he can get him off of one pair. I think you got to give Pather credit here. You know, a lot of amateurs might have raised when they had a strong hand like ace-8 in the small blind, but Pather deciding to play a little bit more cautious, and in that way, actually disguising his hand against Jason, getting Jason to put a bunch of chips in the pot with very little chance of winning after Pather flopped a pair of aces.
To be fair, when Pather limps in and cedes control of the action to Jason, who was able to put in that raise, more often than not, he's not going to connect with the flop, and you wonder what he does when he doesn't hit an ace or an 8 or any sort of draw.
Honestly, I would have played the hand ace-8 suited the same exact way Pather did.
Well, that's a big compliment, as we see Mercier limping in with king-jack suited.
So Mercier, king-jack suited, can make a number of strong hands, so Jason wanting to ensure that he sees the flop, doesn't get pushed off of the hand.
Well, Cates has called from the button with 8-6 offsuit.
A little bit of a strange play from Jungle Man. 8-6 offsuit, obviously much less than premium hand. Jungle Man in position throughout the hand. Maybe we'll see if he has a plan for this hand.
Yeah, Kinesh says run it from the big blind with pocket sixes, and it's ace, king, deuce. Mercier flops the best hand. 2 overcards to Kinesh's sixes. He checks it.
Just a dominating position for Jason here. No real hand for either of the other players.
But a super small flop bet with 16K in the middle. Mercier fires 4,000, and Cates is going to float with 8 high.
This is a very surprising call from Jungle Man with no draw, no chance of making any hand at all.
Pather calls as well, and the board pairs on the turn. Well, 2 checks in front of Daniel on the turn here, and it's his opportunity to execute what no doubt was his game plan.
Jungle Man now firing 20,000, obviously a much bigger bet. Pretty easy fold for Pather. The real question is, what does Jason do?
Wow, quick fold, giving automatic credit for the ace to Daniel.
Yeah, part of the reason that Jason finds it tough to continue with his king there is that if Jungle did have an ace, it's impossible for Jason to beat him. If he hits a king or a jack, he would still lose. So Jason electing to just play it more conservatively and let the hand go. Little did he know, Jungle just had 8 high.
That was a guilty look there, Jungle.
And Gross smells something fishy.
No comment.
No comment.
And that's one of those situations where poker is a little bit more like chess. You're thinking moves ahead. Ace-7 offsuit for Jason, and this time he's going to raise it. Makes it 8,000 to go.
So this is a very different looking hand. Is much less flop friendly, as I like to call it. Can't make any straights or flushes, but does have an ace, so strong enough to play. But Jason decides to raise with it, try to win it pre-flop instead of limping in and seeing a flop.
Ace-3 suited for Jeff Gross in the small blind. He'll make the call.
A little bit of a weak hand for Jeff, but we are, of course, four-handed, so you have to widen your ranges.
And you don't really want to 3-bet with a hand like that, do you?
I actually wouldn't mind 3-betting with this hand. I think especially Jeff's going to get a lot of credit from Jason, so he's not going to get a lot of action. But I think calling is acceptable.
Well, they're heads up, heading to the flop after a fold from Kinesh. And that flop is King, Jack, 9, swing and a miss for both players.
Yeah, normally this hand will just go check, and Jason will take a shot, and Jeff not really able to do much with his hand. But instead, Jeff leading out, and Jason instantly folding. A little bit of a strange lead for Jeff without any pair or draw. A little bit lucky that Jason had flopped nothing and couldn't continue, but give Jeff credit, maybe taking advantage of his tight image and his willingness to try to steal the pot.
Yeah, so now we're on the bubble, which is always in poker the most fun, and this is unique where you have a 6-figure bubble. It's exciting, and Jason and Jungle Man are seasoned vets. You know, they play for huge money tournaments, cash games, so I think they'll be very comfortable. I'm interested to see how our South African player does, and I think poker will go on as usual, but there's always a dynamic with the bubble.
So one of the interesting dynamics on this bubble is that, you know, normally when you think about amateurs on the money bubble in poker tournaments, they tend to play more conservatively, much tighter, really trying to get into the money. But the amateurs that play these big buy-in events tend to be very successful, wealthy businessmen, so they're not really playing as much for the money as they are for the thrill of the competition. So a lot of these high-rolling businessmen tend to be less conservative than some of the other amateurs you see on the money bubbles of poker tournaments.
Daniel Cates has min raised on the button to 10,000. Blinds have gone up to 2,500 and 5K. Annie at 500.
Now Jungle with his chip lead, trying to exert some pressure with a less than premium Queen 4 offsuit.
Yeah, Gross folded King 7 suited, and now Kinesh with 6-7 offsuit will defend for an extra 5K.
Now again, from the big blind, easy to defend a wide range, getting a very good price and capping the action as there's no one after you.
Look at this flop. Pather doing backflips inside. He's got the 10 high straight and checks it over to Daniel, who's got just queen high and a gut shot.
This is a particularly good spot for Pather as he flops a big hand. Jungle capable of firing multiple barrels without much of a hand.
First barrel, 11,000. And Kinesh makes the call. It's an 8 of clubs on the turn. Both players check.
Now, this is a card that's much more likely to help Pather's range than Jungle, and I think that's why Jungle slows down, doesn't try to steal this pot on the turn.
River is a king, and now Pather reaches out and touches 20,000.
Jungle Man seems to be thinking about the hands he could beat. I think part of the reason that he's thinking with such a terrible hand like just Queen High is that he doesn't think Pather would value bet thinly here. He doesn't think Pather would even value bet a 10, definitely not a 9. It's unlikely that Pather has a king unless he had something like King Jack or King 7. So it's possible that Pather has an 8 or a flop straight like he does, but again, it's hard to make those hands, so there's gonna happen pretty rarely.
Actually, I think I could get it. Let's do that. Go for it. Yeah. 6, 4, no. 7, 5, 7, 4.
Kate's trying to piece the puzzle together.
Actually, it is really close.
I actually don't think this is close at all because I think he's overestimating Pather's frequency of bluffing.
I feel like...
What are you thinking? Hmm?
I could be, you know...
What did you have, king?
No, I would have called with a king for sure.
You would? You want to see?
Yeah, I do want to see.
Oh, don't do it, no. Oh, and Kinesh giving his opponents a free look at his cards. We've seen him do this multiple times throughout this event.
I had a high card. I just thought you might have a busted draw or whatever.
And it's not just a free look. Each time his opponents have folded and he's shown them a better hand, so he's also confirming that they've made the correct play, adding to their already high level of confidence. It's just a bad recipe if you're trying to outthink and ultimately outplay these pros.
Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
High-stakes poker has certainly found a home for itself here in South Africa.
This Alpha 8 event just takes it to another level. That final table would be the envy of any hotel, casino, resort anywhere in the world.
This is such an amazing complex you have here.
This resort, Emperor's Palace, within 15 minutes drive from here, you can be in a lion park, you can see giraffe, zebra, the big 5, rhinos, hippopotamus, you can see everything, you know.
Now, you've dabbled in a little poker yourself. How would you feel sitting up at that table?
I think it's pretty nerve-wracking. I think the guys look very cool. They look like they're having a great time, and may the best man win.
It really astonishes me just how amazing some of these venues are. Just being able to play a poker tournament and then go on a safari
15 minutes away.
Yeah, it's just, it's incredible, really.
You're like, deal me out. I'm going to go on a safari. I'll be right back. Picking up the action, Daniel Cates gets the party started by limping in with King Jack offsuit, taking a page out of Mercier's book.
Not a huge fan of this play. I think a raised pre-flop would have been better. With this hand and him being the chip leader, able to put a lot of pressure on some of these more conservative players like Pather and Gross.
Both of whom have folded. Mercier says run it with 4-5 offsuit in the small blind, and the flop. Ace 7-3, two-way straight draw for Jason.
Yeah, pretty good flop for Jason. Jungle with just 2 big cards.
Both players check, and on the turn, Cates makes a pair of jacks. Mercier checking again. And with 19,000 in the middle, Daniel fires 7.
So I think Jason has to at least call here with his 2-way straight draw.
19.
Oh, let's try raising. 19,000 total.
Very strong play here for Jason, both because we're on the money bubble and because Jason himself is the short stack, the one most in danger of being the bubble boy. Jungle not buying it, calling with just a pair of jacks.
And the river is a queen, 57,000 in the middle. Not much left in front of Jason Mercier, and it's gut check time. Will he give up or fire another barrel? And he's gonna fire 31,000, Olivier, and a quick fold from Cates.
I think Jungle Man had decided that if his hand didn't improve and Jason fired big on the river, he was willing to fold, so he didn't have too much to think about there. Really strong play from Jason. Part of his willingness and ability to do it was Jungle Man checking the flop, then betting small on the turn. Can't underestimate how gutsy that was, considering how close we are to the bubble.
Yeah, it's a $200,000 difference. Either you go home minus 100K or at least plus 100K, as here we see Jeff Gross raising it up with Jack 10 suited to 16,000. And now Kinesh Pather has pocket aces, and he's on the button.
Great spot, obviously, to have 2 aces. in position throughout the rest of the hand. Pather decides to just call. Ooh. I don't mind this play by Pather. He's known as a more conservative player, and Jeff likely to fold most of his hands to Pather's 3-bet. Pather here ensures that he'll see a flop against Jeff with his big hand.
Both blinds out of the way, heads up to the flop, and this could be troublesome for Jeff Gross. He's hit a 10 with 2 9s on the board, 45,000 in the middle.
Jeff should be pretty confident he has the best hand here, and continuation bets, 14,000. Now this bet is not huge.
Pather just calls the 14,000.
I like that play in position, just calling.
Now, it's not that he's scared of Jeff potentially having a 9 there on the flop. It's just that he wants to give him some more rope.
He wants to keep the pot small. He knows he can still get 3 bets in because he's in position.
Oh, this is disaster for Kanesh's pocket aces.
And Jeff decides to check on the turn. I don't mind his check so much.
But disciplined check behind by Kanesh.
Yeah, well, now Kanesh is afraid that Jeff either has a 10 or a 9.
Now here comes the river. It's a king of diamonds.
Now I think Jeff needs to go for value here with his full house. Doesn't want Pather to check behind. The only problem for Jeff here is that there aren't too many hands that Pather could call with. If Pather had an under pocket pair, he would have been counterfeited and obviously can't call.
Well, Gross is going to try to milk Kanesh for another 30,000 here. To Kanesh's credit, he didn't just snap call. He's thinking about this.
Yeah, I think ultimately, especially with the bet sizing less than half the pot, Pather really has to call here with pocket aces.
10.
And Pather will pay off, understandably. Jeff Gross got very lucky there. And that'll give his stack a boost.
Ultimately, I think a well-played hand by both players. Obviously, a little bit unlucky for Pather to get his aces cracked, but not much he can do there.
Looking for high roller excitement without the high roller risk? Go to ClubWPT.com now and play in our Alpha 8 high roller play chip tournaments and ring games for a chance to be crowned champion. Today, we've come out to Soweto and of course, we're visiting Mandela House.
It's very inspiring to walk through and to read some of the letters that were written to Nelson Mandela and his family. And he was in prison for 27 years. I'm 27 years old.
Wow.
So, I mean, I can't even imagine something like that.
No, a huge inspiration to the world.
Nelson Mandela, obviously a big part of the history and culture of this great nation of South Africa. Nice to see the players getting out and experiencing some of that, which, of course, they're able to do along the Alpha 8 tour. Picking up the action, Daniel Cates folds 10-5 offsuit over to Jeff Gross now. On the button with ace-6 off. He makes it 16,000 to go. Kanesh looks at 6-5 offsuit, lays it down. And now to Mercier, who's got king 10 and defends for an extra 10. Here comes the flop. King 10-6, top 2 for Jason, who checks it to Jeff, and Jeff has bottom pair and checks behind. And the turn is a king, giving Mercier a full house now. No checking this time. He bets 23,000.
So I think Jason might consider check raising on this card against some other opponents, but Jeff a little bit more passive. Jason trying to build the pot right here with the nuts.
His bet of 23,000 is called in relatively short order by Jeff, who wants to make sure Jason's not bluffing, and it's quads on the river for Mercier.
This is a card that looks like it's terrible for Jeff, but I actually don't think it's that hard for Jeff to fold here. And the main reason is because I just don't think Jason would bluff very often. Once Jeff checks the flop and calls the turn, it seems like he has something. And if he does have a 6 or a 10, he's now made a full house and is unlikely to fold it. So if I were Jeff here with just a 6, I think I would fold to this bet. If I had a 10 or better, then I would probably call.
67,000 is the number. And you can see Gross is uncomfortable here. Jeff makes the call.
Can't blame Jeff too much.
Oh, that's a little overkill. Nice hand.
You come back?
Wow, I thought it was a king or nothing, but I didn't know what you thought I had. I didn't think you'd think I had a call in him. Nice bet.
Thanks.
I think Jason would pretty confidently value bet a 10 as well there, so I think a king or nothing is a little too narrow of a range.
Action on Mercier now. He just picked up that healthy pot. Folds the king 7 offsuit. And Daniel Cates on the button with 9-5 off will just limp in.
It's a little bit of a strange play from Jungle Man. I think Dan tries to play as wide a range as possible, and instead of trying to bloat pots by raising pre-flop and then having to navigate with a pretty weak hand like 9-5 also, he decides to just call, see a flop, and hoping that his opponent's miss can just pick up a lot of pots by small bets on the flop.
Yeah, he certainly favors himself against most everyone in the world post-flop.
Yeah,
Daniel, very sound.
Especially Gross in the small blind and Pather in the big blind is a great spot for Jungle Man to see a number of flops. And the only way to do that is if you play a relatively wide range of hands.
This flop, 2 queens and a 10. Kinesh checks king high, and Daniel, with a bluff of 8,000, gets the job done.
This is exactly what Jungle Man was looking for. Relatively dry flop, a small bet, able to win. Pather with just king high, not willing to continue there.
Cates making it look easy.
Jungle Man with half the chips now, after that hand. Something like that.
Jungle's a beast, dude.
Well, I was due. I mean, lost a few 100Ks. When I first played tournaments, I thought I was I won like heaps that year, like 6 million or whatever.
Not too many 24-year-olds can boast $6 million in revenue in a single year.
And that was probably 3 years ago. He was probably 21 when he won 6 million online. An absolute phenom.
And I just lost 3 or 4 in a row. And I was like, maybe I shouldn't do that.
Again, we see Jungle Man limping with 9-5 offsuit, this time from the small blind. He'll be out of position against Jeff Gross, who said run it with ace-jack offsuit.
Yeah, this limp makes more sense to me from the small blind, but this check from Jeff does not make sense to me. I think with ace-jack on the bubble, you gotta just move it in.
And look at this, 6, 7, 8 on the flop. Daniel Cates has made a 9-high straight. He checks it, Jeff Gross checks behind him, and a king hits the turn.
Huge flop, obviously, for Jungle Man. Willing to check it, give Jeff a free card here. I don't think he's gonna continue checking.
Yeah, he bets 8,000 into a pot of 20.
Not a big bet here.
And Gross is going to keep him honest.
Yeah, don't like this call from Jeff. He has really no equity, just ace high here. He's disguised the strength of his hand pre-flop, but the board texture now is so bad for him, I would prefer to just see a fold on the turn.
And the texture just got worse. 4 on the river, puts 4 to a straight out there.
Jungle Man hoping that Gross now has a 5 for a worse straight, but of course, Jeff with just ace high, unlikely to be able to continue in this hand.
36,000 in the pot. Jungle has bet 27K. And Jeff is thinking about it.
Well, a 4 of spades does bring 3 spades out there, and Jeff with the ace of spades, I think, should consider at least making a move here, but he picks the more conservative option of just folding.
I definitely had that one.
What do you mean, had it? Had a good hand?
Cates telling Gross he definitely had that one.
Pretty sick.
Really curious what Olivier Bousquet says about me. I've been playing him in sit and goes lately.
He's playing you, it's not a good sign.
Well, he plays everyone.
Okay. Well, then maybe not.
Well, shed some light. What are you saying about him, buddy?
Well, Jungle and I have been playing a lot, and very quickly he's transitioned from cash to sit and goes very well. He's become one of the toughest players that I play. He's really one of the brightest poker minds in the world. He's hit a number of strong hands, but I think he's played them really well, and that's part of the reason that he's got half the chips in play. And if this bubble continues, he could even increase that lead and put himself in a really great position to win the tournament outright.
We're going to take a break, and on that break, Olivier, you and I are going to talk about your game selection, my friend. Jungle Man,
gotta
really?
beat the best to be the best.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 Johannesburg. Now we've got just 4 plays left, which means that we are on the money bubble. The next player to be eliminated will go home empty-handed, and from then on, these guys will receive a payday.
Still a few positions left between now and that payday, though, Lynn. Second worth $275, third worth $200, and fourth, of course, worth nothing. As you get a quick glance at the chip counts, currently sitting on the short stack is Kinesh Pather.
This is really the first time during this bubble play that we've had a legitimate short stack. It does change the dynamic. Someone like Jason or Jeff Gross has to be very, very careful. They really can't play aggressively unless they have premium hands.
Limp pot between the 2 blinds. Mercier with 2 kings, and Jungle Man with an ace. Flop is queen, deuce, nine. Both players checking, and now the ace on the turn, giving Kate's the best hand. Now the action is happening quickly. Despite the fact that that's an overcard to his two kings, Jason fires 8,000, and Kate's makes the call, having turned the best hand with a pair of aces. And the river card is an 8.
Jason pretty confident that his hand is good, doesn't think Jungle Man could have an ace, having just checked in the big blind after Jason limped.
Yeah, Mercier fires half the pot on the river.
I have ace.
Kate's makes the call, and that'll make quick work of Jason's Cowboys.
Pretty unfortunate for Jason to get his kings cracked there. I think the main reason he limps the small blind there is because he knows that Jungle Man is in a position to put a lot of pressure on him pre-flop. So he limps with a very strong hand, hoping the Jungle Man would do it. Jungle Man, though, one step ahead, not only checking, but checking a pretty strong hand with an ace, ultimately getting there against Jason.
Strong hand is what Kinesh needs with his short stack. And that looks like one. Ace-queen offsuit.
Yeah, more than strong enough for Pather, starting this hand with about 6.5 big blinds. It's like he's feigning a little deliberation before he moves his chips in, hoping to get a call from a less than premium hand.
Holding.
You think that's going to work against guys like this as we see Kinesh move all in?
It shouldn't.
Doesn't matter how quickly or slowly he acts?
You never know how people will perceive different actions, but I think at this point, most players know the math involved in these plays.
Two folds in front of Jeff Gross in the big blind with Jack-5 of spades.
Not sure what Jeff's thinking about here. Jack-5 of spades, not really a strong enough hand to even consider calling against what should be a very tight and narrow range from Pather, moving his last 6.5 blinds in the middle.
Especially with a $200,000 bubble.
Yeah, it's really the bubble that determines how narrow Pather's range should be.
Oh, I really don't know the right answer here.
And Gross struggling.
52. I mean, I just don't know what to do, so this hand is symbolic to my homeland. I'm gonna give you
Houston, king 10.
No, not that. I would have called faster with that.
Gross eventually making the call, Olivier.
What you got? I got ace queen.
Yeah.
King 10 would have been a call. Jack 5 definitely not a call here.
Like 4 blinds. I mean, you're my buddy.
That's fine.
Motown. That's Michigan, you know.
That's fine.
Well, it looks like Jeff might have miscounted Pather's stack. He thinks that he had 4 big blinds, but Pather with really 6.5 big blinds. Seems like a mistake by Jeff here.
Here's the flop. Deuce, tray, 8. Small bit of exhalation coming out of Kinesh's corner here. Doesn't have to worry about being out flop. Turn gives Kinesh a pair of aces, but it also gives Gross a wheel draw, and Pather thinking no 4, no 4, no 4.
No.
And the dealer cooperates, and the hometown man will double up.
Nice hand, man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was not right, but it was pretty close.
Huge double up for Pather here.
And a mistake by Jeff, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Guess I should have folded.
Pocket 8s for Kate's. He makes it 16,000. And now Jeff has ace-8 offsuit.
I think when you're on the money bubble, you really have to play very tight. And I think ace-8 offsuit is a pretty easy fold with 18 or 19 big blinds.
All in.
Oh, and another disagreement between you two as Gross moves all in.
I think this is another mistake here from Jeff. He's a little bit unlucky that Jungle Man has such a strong hand. I think Jungle is likely to be raising with a relatively wide range as the chip leader here, but unfortunately for him, he does have pocket 8s.
Pather and Mercier fold, and now Kate's faced with a big decision.
Literally the only person I might fold this to.
You try to get up, bink on me, Jungle, or what?
It's not what I'm thinking.
Jungle understands that Jeff should be very tight here. The only reason he might fold is because the bubble is such a great position for him as chip leader. He can really continue to chip up.
I call.
Oh, and Kate's says screw it and makes the call.
What do you got?
8s.
And he has Jeff Gross in horrible shape.
Damn, Jungle.
I didn't think you'd have that.
I had ace-9, I was jamming.
Oh,
I was calling for sure versus you. I didn't think you'd shove that.
I didn't, yeah, I mean. Oh, let's see.
I don't know if there's somebody whose stomach is turning right now. It's Jeff Gross. He knows he wants to see an ace in these 3 cards. Not happening, though. Queen high flop. Gross needs a ton of help.
Yeah, sorry. I'll take a 10 or a queen.
Well, he's
Asking for a 10 or a queen on the turn. Instead, it's a jack.
Not a bad card.
Now, Gross can hit a king to make the ace high straight. The ace will work for a bigger pair, or a 9 will give these two a chop. Here comes the river. It's a 3. And Jeff Gross is the dreaded bubble boy as he shakes hands and will say goodbye empty-handed.
That's so sick. That was a bad 2 minutes.
Very unfortunate sequence of events here for Jeff Gross, going from second place to bubble boy.
And that sequence of events leads him to our very own Lynn Gilmartin.
Jeff, you seem to be in a bit of shock.
Yeah, it happened very fast. I mean, I would have bet a lot of money that I cash. I mean, like, get in the spot with the chips. I mean, I was playing to win, and I think I played some of my best poker, so it's disappointing. There's no other way to say it. It's disappointing, it sucks, but yeah, disappointing, and I guess it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, but
All right.
yeah.
Well, it is a tough spot to bust. It was great to watch you play, as always.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. This was good. I look forward to more Alpha 8s, and yeah, I look to win one, so I'll, yeah, 3rd, 4th, and hopefully a championship coming up.
For sure, absolutely. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino in Johannesburg, where we are down to just 3 players, each of whom have their sights set on that $500,000 first place prize, but none of whom will be going home empty-handed, as $200,000 will be earned for 3rd place, along with, of course, the coveted Alpha 8 trophy and a pair of those brilliant monster 24K headphones. Here's a look at the chip counts. There's feast, and then there's famine. Daniel Cates, the chip leader, sitting on 782, and the local Kinesh Pather with 91,000. Cates lays down on the button, and Kinesh, the short stack, looks at King Queen.
But Pather here with 9 big blinds, and King Queen doesn't have too many options. He really just has to move his chips in and hope to double up.
Yeah, those blinds have gone up to 5 and 10,000. Ante-steady at 1K. Kinesh ships it, and Mercier snap calls.
Walked into aces, boys.
Right into Mercier's pocket aces. A little bit of bad luck here for our amateur Kinesh Pather.
Can't blame him for getting up out of his seat. Seems like his exit papers have been drafted. He is in awful shape.
And we might be heading to a very interesting heads up with Jason Mercier and Jungle Man, even though Mercier will be relatively short.
Here comes the flop. Oh, not so fast, my friend. All hearts.
Well, he's a sweet god, oh.
Wow, couldn't ask for much more for Pather's King Queen with the Queen of Hearts here.
Yeah, he can hit a jack or a heart to make the best hand. Right color, wrong suit on the turn. And now Pather has one tug at the deck to avoid elimination. Here it is. It's a heart! And Kinesh Pather has cracked Jason Mercier's aces. And Kinesh's fan club goes wild.
Very unlucky turn of events, obviously, for Jason.
You know, Olivier, this situation is somewhat familiar, eerily so for Jason. He has been snake bit by these pocket aces. If you'll remember at our very first Alpha 8 event in Florida, Jason Mercier got it all in with 2 aces pre-flop against JC Tran's ace 10 suited. And, well, on the river, just like in this case, the flush came in, and Jason Mercier's aces were cracked. You think that's weighing on him at all? You think he's flashing back to Florida?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think he was really just more expecting to get heads up, move up in the pay jumps, and give himself a chance to win this. Instead,
yeah, he's got to ship his last 50,000 in there with 10-7 offsuit, and he runs into aces now. It's just not fair.
It's a cruel kind of irony for Mercier here, getting his aces cracked and then being committed against pocket aces with 10-7 off.
If there is justice in poker, he should be cracking Jungle Man here, right? 9-6 Trey.
Not a bad flop. Does have 4 outs to win here.
He's looking for an 8. Running clubs would work as well. Here's the turn. It's a queen, no help. Mercier needs an 8 and an 8 alone to avoid the 1-2 knockout punch. Can he connect? No, it's a king. And that's all she wrote for Jason Mercier. Jason loses with pocket aces and then gets sent home by pocket aces. The man with over $10 million in live tournament earnings will add a modest $200,000 to that figure as he leaves Kinesh and Daniel Cates to do battle. And Cates has all but locked up this win if he can just lean on Kinesh as we're down to heads up. Let's send it down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's with Jason Mercier.
Jason, aces have not been kind to you, have they?
No, not really.
No. What went through your head when your aces got cracked?
It was pretty disappointing, you know. If I win that pot, going into heads-up play with a, pretty big deficit, but I like my chances to come back against Strungleman. And, after I lost, I wasn't too happy.
You're in the money, and now you've doubled your money, $200,000 in your pocket. You've got to be happy with that, right?
Not really. I was very focused on winning, and, I thought I was going to get to heads up, so pretty disappointing, but, I can't complain.
It's all about the title.
Exactly. All about the title and the headphones.
And the headphones, exactly. All right, well, thank you so much for talking to us. Great to see you play, and best of luck at the next Alpha 8.
Thank you.
And Jason leaves the action here heads up. When we return, it's Kinesh versus Goliath. Poker phenom Dan Cates has a lot to say, especially when WPT champ Antonio Esfandiari is asking the questions. Log on to clubwpt.com/alpha8 for an exclusive look at what happens when the magician grills the jungle man. It's the A8 clip of the week, only on clubwpt.com, the home of fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
We are heads up here at WPT Alpha 8 Johannesburg. Tonight's winner will receive $500,000, the trophy, and the 24K Monster headphones.
There is a look at Kinesh, or David in this situation, because that is Goliath. His chip stack massive and his skill level certainly on the order of best in the world, Daniel Cates. And it's going to be pretty difficult for Kinesh to do anything if Cates is going to pick up this part of the deck. Ace, queen offsuit. Cates raising to 20,000. Kinesh defends for an extra 10 with 9-5 suited. And we head to the flop. First flop of heads up play is queen 10-5. Both players with a pair. Kinesh checks, and Cates with a quick check behind him hits trips on the turn.
I don't like that check from Jungle Man. I think Pather likely to move in if he catches any part of the board there.
Both players checking the turn, and the river gives Cates a full house and counterfeits Kinesh. Now he's just playing 9 high.
And as we see, he doesn't take a shot. I like that play. I wouldn't try to bluff either.
Got counterfeited. Remember this stand. Yeah, no, I got the 5. Got counterfeited, yeah.
Well, and Cates giving him a look at an ace there.
Yeah, I think he specifically didn't want to show him the queen.
Make it seem like he can value bet with the ace high.
Any other card, I ship it.
Oh boy, Cates wishing it was any other card. Let's get it over with. Well, this is certainly exciting regardless of outcome for Kinesh as he moves all in with king-jack offsuit.
How much?
6.5 big blinds normally would be a pretty easy call from Jungle Man.
Call.
And he makes the call with Jack 10.
Took an extra second because he knows Pather is going all in a little bit narrower than most professionals would.
Yeah, maybe.
And Cates will be dominated heading to this flop.
Good opportunity for Pather to double up, give himself...
Don't say breathing room.
I was going to say breathing room, but really just himself a few more chips.
A new lease. Short term, but still new.
Got a king. King's way better.
Here comes the flop, and oh, wow. 7, 9, 10.
Queen.
This is not going to be easy for King Jack, is it? Cates has the best hand and a gut shot straight draw, but Kinesh has a straight draw as well, looking for a queen or a king. The turn is a jack. Jack's up for Cates. Now just the queen or the king will keep Kinesh's hopes of dethroning Cates alive. Can he do it, or will Cates be our champion? It's a full house on the end for Daniel Cates.
Good game.
And Daniel Cates is your Alpha 8 Johannesburg champion will take home $500,000. But honestly, Kinesh Pather really impressed us, and he'll earn $275,000 for his effort.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Pather here. I think he played really well, able to hold his own against this very tough field. But Jungle Man just ran too well and just played really exceptionally well. Really dominated the table from start to finish.
And these two will have a chat with Lynn.
Now, you are a high-stakes poker player, but it's your first time to play against these particular guys at the table. How did you find this experience?
It's awesome. Yeah, just played my game and enjoyed it.
It was very fun to watch you too, so congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And Jungle Man Dan Cates, the Alpha 8 Johannesburg champion, congratulations to you. $500,000 in your pocket. What's going through your head right now?
It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. How would this sit in your live poker career?
This would be my biggest cash in terms of tournaments. It's actually not my biggest win in a day, ironically. So I played some high stakes cash games live as well. Okay. And I've done a lot of high stakes stuff online, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But it's cool to win a tournament.
It's one of your proudest moments, right?
Yeah.
Now you came into this final table with a commanding chip lead. You pretty much held it most of the day. Did you feel like this championship was going to be yours?
Sort of. Yeah, there were certainly points in which I thought there was a very high chance that I'd win. But you know, if you're overconfident in poker, it usually results in losing money. So you gotta also like make sure I've got it make sure I have it until I actually do win it.
Well, it was great to watch you play. Huge congratulations once again to Jungle Man Dan Cates, the Alpha 8 Johannesburg champion. That's it from us here in South Africa. Thanks so much for watching. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. St. Kitts, it will cost you $100,000 to take a seat at our poker table. Paradise has its price. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to Christophe Harbour, a stunning residential resort on the Caribbean's most authentic island, St. Kitts. WPT Alpha 8 has returned for a second season to bring you VIP access to our $100,000 buy-in Super High Roller. Last season, German poker pro Philip Gruesome took home a boatload of cash after winning his second A8 title in a row right here. And today, we have a field full of players gunning to follow in Philip's footsteps, including recent A8 London champion Dan Coleman. Now, Dan has been crushing the world of super high rollers, so he is a force to be reckoned with. Now, no A8 is complete without our astute commentators. Joining me today, we have globe-trotting wise guy Ali Najad, and sitting in for Olivier Bousquet is World Poker Tour's raw deal analyst Tony Dunst, over in the ClubWPT.com skybox. Welcome to Paradise, fellas.
Thanks so much, Lynn. The open air has inspired an open collar look for myself and the man they call Bond 18, Tony Dunst, who is, of course, filling in for Olivier Bousquet, a friend to both myself and a friend and competitor to you, Tony.
You know what? He belongs out there. He's a great player. He's got the money to pony up with these guys, and he knows from watching these with you that they're great opportunities.
For those of you who are unfamiliar with the beautiful island of St. Kitts, it's just an easy 3-hour flight from Miami, and thanks to the Royal Beach Casino, located in the wonderful Marriott St. Kitts Resort, we were welcomed to the island in style. It was here at the Royal Beach Casino Sky Ultra Lounge where WPT champ Antonio Esfandiari introduced the event's co-host, St. Kitts resident poker expert Bill Perkins.
It's a great venue. I want to welcome everyone from near and far. I also want to thank you for donating your money this year to me because I intend on winning.
Bill invited several of his friends to play in the event, including Canadian businessman Michael Singh, along with Bill's poker coach, former WPT Ones to Watch Jeff Gross, and Alpha 8's first ever female competitor, Texas CEO Kathy Laney. Everybody was, of course, in high spirits, so they stopped for a few photo ops before moving the party to a nearby local hangout, the infamous Shiggity Shack for a little bit of late night fun. Now, Tony, the night before a big event, I don't know, a 100K buy-in type of tourney, you like to focus in or let your hair down a bit and have some fun?
I have no fun at all the night before a poker tournament, Ali. I am all business. I'm the most boring man on earth right before the tournament gets started.
Let's take a look at the lineup here. A total of 11 players at this year's event. They'll be split 5 and 6. We're looking at a good mix of pros and amateurs.
Yeah, we've got 6 professionals, 5 amateurs today. At our feature table, we're going to be watching Olivier Bousquet face off against Antonio Esfandiari. Now, Antonio has got one of the best tournament poker resumes in the game. I want to say top 3 all-time in the money list.
Now, we do have 3 amateurs at this feature table, including Bill Perkins, Tony Guglietti, and Michael Singh, all of whom are friends of one another. Do you feel as though this is going to be easy pickings for the 2 pros, or is the fact that they're outnumbered here at the feature table with what are proverbial wild cards going to create a bit of a challenge?
Well, it's tricky to say, Ali. The problem with recreational players is you don't know what to expect out of them in terms of their style of play. So are they going to be really volatile and firing their chips in there, or are they going to be really hesitant and risk-averse?
100,000 in chips in front of each player to begin. The button in front of Bill Perkins. Blinds are 2 and 400. The ante is 50. Olivier started the party with a raise to 1,200 and has been called by Bill's King 10, Tony's Ace 10, and Michael Singh can't resist with Deuce 5 suited. He's looking to lay a little zesty beat on somebody as we go to the flop 4-way.
Yeah, no surprise that this is such a multi-way pot. Amateur players are a little more risk-averse pre-flop, don't like to re-raise as much, tend to call, as you see with the King 10, the Ace 10, whereas a lot of players would re-raise.
Queen 9-3 rainbow on the flop. Couple of checks in front of Olivier, who comfortably fires 2,600 with top pair and a king kicker. Perkins lays down the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, a little surprising. He's in position. He had a draw to the nuts. You know, Tony's going to continue here, but he doesn't really have much at all. I'd rather see Bill make the call than Tony.
Yeah, no doubt, especially given that Bill would have been in position, whereas Tony is out of position.
Right.
Heads up to the turn, and that turn is the 4 of diamonds. Doesn't change much.
Yeah, so no help to Tony. I'm not sure how he can really win this pot. You know, Olivier is not going to back down. Great board for his king-queen, so he's going to bet again.
8,000 into the pot of 10-250, and that'll draw the curtain on the first hand, sending the chips over to Olivier Bousquet. How do you feel about winning the first hand in a tournament? You feel like it helps establish table image?
It definitely helps you establish some momentum. And in a re-entry tournament, it's nice to think that you cannot get knocked out. You don't have to face ponying up another $100,000 in the near future, whereas you can knock anybody else out.
All right, as the action continues, Olivier takes a peek at 2 10s and raises again. Same amount, 1,200, 3 times the big blind. Couple of nickels for Bill Perkins, who calls from the small blind for an extra 1,000, and 2 hooks for Tony Guglietti.
And he peels his cards in a very casual way. You don't see a lot of pros do the double thumb peel.
Punish him.
And I like that he's raising here, but I'm also interested in how big he makes it.
And Tony from the big blind has made it just 2,800 total.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see him make it around 4.5 to 5,000. The stacks are really deep. There's a caller in between. He's got one of the best hands in poker. I think he wants more money in this pot.
Yeah, and I feel as though one of the goals of re-raising here would be to either narrow the field or gain information, neither of which are served by a raise of that amount.
Correct. He essentially bloats the pot, and he's out of position against one of the professionals at the table, so this almost makes his life more difficult.
3 pocket pairs, all looking to hit a set on the flop. A 5 right away in the window with a couple of 3s behind it. Bill Perkins has a full house, wraps the table, indicating a check. And now Tony and Olivier are in a world of trouble. Tony committing 7,000.
I mean, this is just an ideal flop for Bill. Not only did he flop a full house, but both of his opponents feel confident in their hands on 5-3-3.
With those overpairs, Olivier just calls the 7,000. And now what will Perkins do?
And Bill has an option here. He can raise, he can call. Both are pretty reasonable.
Hello,
and he is going to raise it up.
Leroy Jenkins is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Leroy Jenkins.
Leroy Jenkins. Dun, dun, dun.
Leroy Jenkins, one of the most inspirational people in the history of YouTube video gaming clips.
Or as they say online, Leroy
Jenkins!
Was that World of Warcraft that originated in?
Oh, it may be.
Only in St. Kitts.
What the? Tony has made the call for an extra 15. Olivier has done the same, and this pot has quickly swelled up to 75,000 in chips. Here comes the turn card.
Oh, wow.
And it's a 10. Olivier has 10s full of trays over Bill Perkins' 5s full.
And Bill just instantly goes all in with the flick of the chips. He's thrilled to be all in.
Leroy
This is a disaster for Bill.
It's all in.
It's not official until he's Leroyed it. And the remainder of his stack, over 81,000, right into the middle. Tony knows something's awry. He lays it down, and it's back over to Olivier.
I call.
He makes the call.
Oh my God.
And Bill Perkins has just lit a match to $100,000.
I refuse to show my hand.
Oh my God, that's so sick.
Now, he isn't drawing dead.
No.
He could hit the fourth 5 in the deck on the river here. Will he do it?
No 5s left?
No.
Sorry, Bill.
Chips?
It's a jack. Tony would have made jacks full and won the pot, but instead, Olivier Bousquet has just taken down a massive pot here.
I felt like he might have like jacks or kings. He had 10s.
Whatever, dude. If he's got 10s, I mean, he's got 10s.
Yeah, it's not that good deal.
I've never seen somebody lose $100,000 that fast and be so nonchalant about it. He's just like, next.
I hit the jack. Son of a gun. Oh, he had 2 jacks? If only he came out before. Oh my God.
Leroy Jenkins is out. Gone.
Oh, something tells me Leroy Jenkins is not out.
He's temporarily absent.
Yeah, Bill Perkins, the de facto ambassador of this event, resident of St. Kitts, gets the dreaded red wash, but something tells me we're going to be clearing that off his icon there shortly.
Just peels a 10 on the turn for all the chips. Luck box. It's very rare that he's in with the worst hand. You know, the one time he's in with the worst hand in like 4 years, he just gets it. You know, I think it's about 4 years since he's had the worst hand.
Bill, you lasted 1 orbit.
It was a fun orbit, by the way. It was a lot of fun.
It was fun.
I'm going in for more. I'm a glutton for punishment.
There's no doubt about it. You're going straight back in.
I'm going straight back in.
All right, well, get back in there and keep entertaining us. Good luck.
I'm switching hats. It was the hat. I'm switching hats, and it had to be the hat. Now we mean business. Where am I going?
Just a second, Bill.
Okay. I thought it was like tripling up.
Well, just a couple of hands into the action, and Bill Perkins has already dusted off his first $100,000 bullet. But it's pretty safe to say that he'll be back for another dose, right,
It's
Tony?
fine. I think he's got 100K in his pants pocket.
Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Every player has to start somewhere. Begin your path to poker greatness. Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker guaranteed.
What the?
Now tell us about that hand with Bill. Did you have any idea he was that strong?
No, I mean, yeah, definitely not since I called with just 2 10s. Like on that type of board, 5-3-3, I mean, Bill kind of tricked me a little bit, I guess, because there just aren't that many good hands that he can have, and if he does have one of the really good hands, it's very, very hard for someone else to beat him. So a lot of players would kind of not play it as strongly as he did.
I'm all in. I call.
Oh my God.
But it was still a big raise, and I got really, really lucky that obviously they hit a 10, and then he actually had a full house, so I won a big pot.
You got paid off.
I did, yeah, I did.
Well, Olivier certainly isn't one to be luck averse, although that's not what he tends to rely on, as we get a look at 11 players, each of whom are in for $100,000, with the exception of Bill Perkins, who's on his second bullet. Now, Bill drew a seat at the outer table, which means that Jason Mercier is being welcomed to the feature table, or Tony, perhaps welcomed is the wrong word.
Yeah, this is pretty much worst case scenario for the feature table. Jason is one of the best young tournament players in the game. He's had big success on the tour, even at the high stakes and super high stakes tournament level, so he is not going to be affected by the stakes we're playing for today.
He is exactly to the left of Antonio Esfandiari and Olivier Bousquet, respectively, which may change the way they approach pre-flop play now.
I agree. I think that they will be a little more averse to just calling pre-flop when they risk Jason re-raising behind them.
King 9 suited for Michael Singh, who limps in for 400, blind still at 2 and 400, ante of 50. The invitation was accepted by Olivier and Antonio with pocket deuces and 5 deuce offsuit respectively, but Tony says, I want to play for more, and makes it 1,200 to go after Jason Mercier had limped in with the King 10 offsuit.
And Ali, we talked before about raising larger pre-flop to discourage so many players from calling, and you see Tony making the same mistake here. He's only gone 3 times the size of their limp. Everybody, of course, going to come along.
The world is not enough.
You need to increase the size of that pre-flop raise from 3 times the big blind when you have all those limpers in front. Flop comes out 5-5-4, trip 5s for Antonio Esfandiari.
Yeah, I was wondering why he was playing this hand pre-flop, but I guess we've just found out why.
Clairvoyance dunce,
That's it, easily.
Michael Singh is firing 4,000 with complete air here, and Antonio makes the call.
Came to fire today, huh, Singh?
You're firing me.
You're firing.
I'm getting the pink slip.
Turn card is a king.
That's bad.
That's bad for Michael Singh.
That's real bad for Mike.
He doesn't think so, though.
He's going to keep betting here.
About half the pot, 7 grand.
Antonio has his options here between raise and call. I think I would rather just raise because Mike doesn't seem like the type of guy who wants to fold if he's connected with this board. But also, if he's just stone bluffing, then Antonio wants to give him that opportunity.
You're killing me.
Esfandiari ended up just calling. Singh continues to have control of the betting. A 3rd spade hits the river.
3,000.
And he bets really small here. He bet like 1/10 of the pot. He's just trying to get to a showdown for cheap.
And Antonio...
Not gonna let that happen. He wants to play for more.
Makes it 16,000 total. Now, what's Singh thinking here, staring at this board?
He has to be worried about trips, full houses, flushes, even a straight could have potentially got there. There's a lot of things that can beat him, so hopefully he gets away here, but he might get a little bit stuck or just decide Antonio's bluffing.
You're too good, baby, too good. I gotta think this one through.
To call the extra 13,000 is pretty much deciding Antonio was bluffing.
He can only really beat a bluff. No worse hand is gonna raise him there for value.
Call. Call. 2-5. Are you serious? What a schmuck. All right. 2-5.
Offsuit.
Yeah, I know. You saved the 3%.
Singh, none too pleased about that outcome.
But you know what? Antonio has got one of the best resumes for tournament poker in the history of the game. He's one of the few players that we saw make WPT final tables back in Season 1, Season 2, and is still competitive to this day.
Reputation certainly precedes him when it comes to World Poker Tour events. Action on Michael Singh.
Oh.
Looks at Queen Deuce suited, less than premium holding, but he wants back in the saddle. No pun intended, as Michael actually used to own and race horses for a living. 10-7 suited for Olivier, who limps in. Antonio back at it with 4-5 off.
Hey, family. Family style. Buca de Pepe. Very speeds. Second
It's 5-way action to the flop, which is ace, queen, 7 offsuit. Most players have hit this in some way, shape, or form. Jason Mercier, first to act, fires 1,000 with the aces.
Yeah, a little something for everyone here, except for Antonio Esfandiari. It looks like everybody else is going to get to the turn.
4 stay, 1 down.
4,000 more into the middle. 1 player down, 4 remain. Turn card is the king of diamonds.
That's a very good card for Olivier. It now gives him outs to diamonds and a straight with a jack. Plus, he can still catch a 10 or a 7, so he's got a lot of equity here.
After a check from Jason, Tony takes control of the betting, firing 3,000 with second pair and the Broadway draw. Michael still looking for some help here with the queen
strange bet and
deuce.
strange call, Ali. But Olivier in an interesting spot here. He can call or raise with his hand. Both are viable. I'm curious to see which he opts for.
And it looks like a raise to 20,000 semi-bluff with the flush draw and straight draw, coupled with the 7s, makes quick work of Jason and Tony as well. Now over to Michael. Can't imagine him making the call.
Queens and 7, computer hand.
Sure enough, Singh out of the way, and excellent execution from Olivier.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it straight. Something like that. I don't know. Whatever. I just felt that I'm out. And I have the lowest 2 pairs, queens and 7s.
Yeah, that's tough.
Tony, did I hear that right? Queens and 7s. I don't remember that being Michael's hand.
Yeah, Mike's inflating his hand a little bit there. He doesn't want to get pushed around by Olivier, and he's trying to pretend he had something stronger than he did.
Trying to protect his table image. More from St. Kitts in a moment.
are going crazy right now. Let's get back to Ali and Tony.
The heavens have parted, Tony, but I feel like some of the pros felt that that was the case before the rain happened.
And you know what? None of them were planning to leave the table anyway, so they don't care what it's like outside.
All right, there's a look at 11 players, each of whom are in for $100,000, with the exception of Bill Perkins, who's in for $200,000. Chief among the stacks right now, Olivier Bousquet, sitting on $224,000 and change. Blinds are at $250 and $500. Antes are 75, and there is Jason Mercier. He will open the action with 5-6 suited, raising to 1,000. That is just 2 times the big blind, Tony.
Yeah, Jason going with the min raise here, despite the fact that stacks are still very deep. That communicates to me that he wants to get in as many post-flop situations against the amateurs as possible.
Tony Guglielmi will sit this one out. Over to the button. Michael Singh has 10-9 suited, and he's going to play along. And it's 2 kings for Olivier in the small blind.
45.
He is going to 3-bet it to 4,500 total.
And Ali, we talked before about making your re-raises larger when you're out of position. You see Olivier follows through here. He makes it 4.5 times the size of Jason's initial raise.
Antonio thinking things over with king-queen offsuit. And he not only wants to play, he wants to 4-bet it here, Tony.
I actually like this play from Antonio. He's getting it in behind with Olivier, but he's picked a good hand to make this play with. He's got blockers to Olivier having big pairs, and he's putting the squeeze on the rest of the opponents on the table.
He made it 12,000 total. Both Tony and Michael have folded, and it's back over to Olivier, 7,500 to call.
And I think Olivier will probably call here. That gives Antonio some rope to hang himself with, and in the event he's bluffing, Olivier can count on him continuing after the flop.
Bousquet indeed just calls, and they'll be heads up to the flop, which is Queen 10 deuce, a troublesome one for Antonio.
Yeah, this is probably going to cost him 1, maybe 2 streets.
Bousquet checks it. And Antonio is going to check behind him, not going to follow through.
Yeah, I like that check there. When he flops the queen, he's essentially in a way ahead, way behind situation where he's either out-flopped the pocket jacks or the ace-king, or he's still way behind aces or kings.
26 and change in the middle. Olivier has fired 20,000 at Antonio. And the trouble here is Antonio really doesn't know where Olivier's at.
No, he really doesn't. Olivier could be bluffing with something like ace-king, king-jack, or clubs, or he could have an ace-queen, kings, aces, a set of 10s, and is just trying to get value for his hand.
Well, Antonio's certainly not ready to lay it down, calls the 20,000, and the river really doesn't change anything. No straights or flushes on the board, and Olivier is going to bet again, this time 35,000, and that's a well-selected number.
Yeah, he's fired about half pot here, and he's really tempting Antonio to call him. And of course, the problem for Antonio is that Olivier would play both his strong and his weak hands identically here.
Yeah, it's a polarizing move, and Antonio not at all comfortable with the situation, especially because if king-queen's good on the turn, it's good on the river in this spot 99% of the time.
That's right. There's no reason that the 5 of diamonds would change anything here. Liv is not getting to this river with pocket 5s or queen 5 suited or something strange like that.
And Esfandiari purses his lips and sticks the extra 35,000 out there for a look at the bad news. Bousquet's 2 kings are going to cost Antonio a big pot.
It's a really well-played hand by Olivier. When he calls pre-flop, he allows Antonio to get tangled into the pot. In this case, he flops a pair, but in other situations, he would have just continued firing.
Good discipline by Bousquet, and he is now up over 300,000 in chips.
Yeah, Olivier's playing really well here, and stacking up chips at a rate that makes me think you might be stuck with me for a while.
Bousquet, no doubt not looking to punch his ticket back into the booth, Tony. He'd be happy to take this wire to wire. As he lays down, sits this one out, as does Antonio. Over to Mercier.
Raise.
He makes it 1,000 again, this time with Queen 9 offsuit. Picks up Tony with 7-8 suited. And Michael wants to play with 10 deuce off.
Yeah, that's a pretty speculative hand there. Of course, a very historic hand, known for Doyle Brunson having won 2 World Series main events with that hand.
Board is 10 deuce 3 rainbow, and Michael Singh's got a big piece of it.
Check.
Mike playing a very speculative 10 deuce offsuit here, but it works out for him when he flops 2 pair.
All 3 players check, and the turn is a 7, giving Tony a piece, but he checks again.
2,000.
And Michael fires a modest 2,000.
Yeah, the Doyle Brunson hand treating Mike really well here.
Jason out of the way. Tony says, I'll keep you honest, at least for 1 street, and the river card is a jack.
I wonder if it was Doyle that inspired Mike to play this hand, because most people don't look down at 10 deuce and say, yeah, let's go to a flop.
Well, he was already in for half in the big blind.
Here, I'll show you Doyle Brunson.
Tony checked it to him. He bet 5,000. Tony won't pay off and gets a free look nonetheless at Michael's 10 deuce, 2 pair.
10 deuce is good enough. Holy moly.
Every player has to start somewhere. Begin your path to poker greatness. Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker guaranteed. And we got a little unexpected weather. What do you think about this?
You know when you're on vacation and the weather's not great, so like everybody kind of tries to figure out something to do indoors, so they go in and like play a board game or they figure out something to do. And you know, we just decided to play 100K.
That is a perfect way to put it.
Right? That's how it feels.
Yes, it really. So we're playing a rainy day home game.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is
And
very
it's-
expensive
It just
one.
happens to be for a lot of money.
Well, when you're running as good as Olivier has been in this event, poker feels like a big vacation, doesn't it?
Yeah, he seems very upbeat in those interviews. We'll see if that persists if he drops any chips.
Well, he's not dropping any for the time being. He is the overwhelming chip leader with almost 315,000 in front of him. Blinds at 250 and 500, ante at 75. Button on Olivier.
Oh.
Michael Singh is limped in with 6 deuce suited. Olivier does the same with ace-6 off, as does Antonio with ace-10 off from the small. Jason Mercier checks the big blind and 4 players to the flop, which is 8 deuce 4 and a couple of diamonds. Jason will fire with middle pair. Only Michael Singh along for the ride with bottom pair. Turn card is a 9. Jason quickly checking, and
12.
Michael's going to position bet 1,200.
Yeah, he bets small here, and we've seen before that he typically bets larger when he's confident in his hand. So I think that's why Jason is calling so quickly here.
And the river card is a king of diamonds.
33.
Jason checks again, and a quick bet from Michael, this time 3,300.
Yeah, a quick and larger bet from Michael. It wouldn't surprise me if it gets Jason to lay down. What I'm curious about is Michael betting here because he thinks Jason has a better hand and he's trying to bluff him? Or is he betting because he's just not quite sure what he should be doing?
Well, one's tempted to think the latter, given that Michael Singh is certainly far from a professional player on the amateur side of the spectrum at this event, but bluffs off the pro in this spot, picking up a nice pot.
Yeah, the larger bet worked for him there, and Jason doesn't really know that he laid down the best hand, but he's gonna wonder because Michael's in there every single hand.
I'm sweating my balls off. Top 5 sweatiest they've ever been for sure.
Ball playing?
No, ever. I mean, I might just have to go commando here.
Commando. You may have to.
It's too hot.
Antonio feeling the heat and threatening to go commando. Don't do it.
It's a 100K strip poker game.
Singh again limping in. Olivier does the same despite having the ace-9 offsuit.
So,
and
what
wait a
is
minute.
Antonio doing?
No, it's just some readjustments taking place, folks.
Sometimes you got to readjust.
Sometimes you got to readjust. Oh yeah, poker. 4 players to the flop. Ace, deuce, trade, 2 diamonds.
Singh has flopped the nuts here.
With the straight.
Yeah, the limp fest continues here. Mike Singh drills it on this board, but Olivier with top pair is going to have trouble getting away.
Well, certainly for 1,000, which is the number that Michael has settled on for the post-flop bet. Olivier makes the call, and he'll be heads up in position against Michael. Turn card is a 6. Michael still with the nuts. Improves to a 6 high straight and bets again. 3,000 this time.
We are seeing those larger bets from him when he has a strong hand. I wonder if Olivier has picked up on that or if he's just not going to fold because he knows Michael plays so many hands.
River puts a 3rd diamond on the board, but doesn't appear that Michael Straight is concerned, and he bets 5,500. Now, what do you do if you're Bousquet?
This is a tough spot for Olivier. He's got top pair, and he thinks that he's probably good on the flop, and if Michael had a flush draw, he's got there. But otherwise, he's also aware that Michael is getting to the flop with any 2 cards, so there's a lot of random things he could have here that Olivier still beats.
Ace-4, ace-5, and ace-7 are about the only hands that Michael might have that Olivier would beat.
straight to the 6.
Straight, good hand. Very nice.
On the flop, yeah.
Very nice.
Well, it's no 10 deuce on this occasion as Olivier pays off. Michael takes down another one.
Now, I wonder whether Olivier could have gotten away there on the river or was just kind of sucked in by the frequency that Mike's seen the flop.
Yeah, Michael, as the amateur, obviously has been paying a little bit of attention so far in the action because we've seen him make the adjustments, and that's kind of the hallmark of somebody who's at least applying what they're being exposed to. People talk about paying attention when you're not in the hand of poker, and he seemed to be doing that.
Like you said, Ali, sometimes you just gotta adjust.
Whatever, have fun.
Action folded around here to Michael Singh in the small blind. He'll limp in. Olivier says run it, and round 2 between these gentlemen.
It's pretty friendly for Olivier to just check behind there. He knows Mike is playing any 2 cards.
Well, both players hit the flop. Top pair for Michael, middle pair for Olivier, but the action goes check, check, and now Michael improves to 2 pair on the turn and bets 2,000.
The problem for Olivier here is I think he checked that flop trying to induce bluffs from Mike, so I don't believe he's going to get away here.
Well, he's made the call on the turn and now an ace on the river. Neither of the flush draws on the board on the turn came through. Michael bets 4,000.
Again, a larger bet into a pot of about 5,300 here, so his bet sizing does reflect his strength so far.
Well, and Olivier's going to pay off.
You got it.
That smile seems to have evaporated a little bit, but it wasn't an expensive call on the end. Could it be the product of having as many chips as he does, though?
It's always tempting in those marginal situations to just make the call when you have a lot of chips because you want to see cards, you want to see what your opponents are doing, and maybe there's some value for Olivier here because Mike is playing so many hands, he's having difficulty getting a read on him.
You know, some home.
Yeah, 7 deuce. I heard.
Yeah.
I've heard. Yeah, we just play for $300. You know, like Table's net worth is about $4 billion, and they play for $300. Seriously.
Yeah, I believe it.
Everybody's on the Canada's top 100 list.
Ali, what are the odds they play for 300,000 and he just kind of forgot?
Doubtful, but of course there's a story of Bill Gates playing in Vegas. He used to play 3 and 6 limit hold'em.
Right? Yep.
Guy's worth billions.
Love of the game right there.
All right.
That's a good card.
3 players to a flop of 9-9-6 after Michael limped on the button. Olivier is trips here. Antonio with the nut flush draw will bet 1,500.
I call 1,500.
Michael's going to make the call with the gut shot straight draw and up to Olivier.
Yeah, he could raise or call here. The advantage of calling is it keeps everyone in, and if he does raise, he's kind of announcing the strength of his hand, so I like his call.
3-way action.
Turn is a jack, changes nothing. Olivier checks one more time. Antonio does the same.
I'll bet 3,000.
When Michael doesn't want to take the free pull, he's going to bet 3,000 and try to end things right here.
I think it's optimistic to think both of his opponents will fold here. He'd be better off just taking the river card.
Olivier's still not raising, and that allows Antonio to sneak in with the flush draw on the turn. And the river is a queen. A third check out of Olivier.
Yeah, he slow played all 3 streets, which shows me that he thinks the best way to get value out of Mike is to check and induce bluffs.
Antonio
Unbelievable.
checked, Mike checked behind, and
Jesus. I had a jack.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice check. Very nice.
I had a 10 jack.
wait a minute.
I had a straight open and a pair and 2 pairs, but I knew you had a 9.
And Michael Singh is either in need of a prescription adjustment on those glasses or a little bit of truth serum.
Antonio, what is this all about? Are you just begging for a relapse of last year?
No, the table is an oven with the lights. It's so hot. And Sorrel Mizzy's not here this year, so I don't have to get pants.
Okay, so yeah, his bum is safe.
Yeah, so there's no opportunity for you to win this year.
I didn't.
Sorry. You definitely
I didn't see anything.
show a little clip, go back, you see your eyes going right down at the Persian
They may
goods.
have gone to the Persian goods. Well, I didn't see the Persian goods, all right? I just saw what happened, that's it.
Is it just me, or was Antonio just hanging out with Lynn Gilmartin in his underwear while eating a plate of food, Tony?
Yeah, pretty much. It was opulent.
Opulent? I'm not sure I would have gone with that word. Now, as we know, and as they mentioned, Sorrel pantsed Antonio during last season's visit to St. Kitts. If you want to relive that moment, or maybe just some of the poker, Become a member of ClubWPT.com. As a VIP member of ClubWPT.com, you have access to all of Season 1 of WPT Alpha 8. You can also watch regular World Poker Tour episodes and enjoy a host of other VIP perks.
At ClubWPT.com, you can play real poker and practice your poker skills and play for a part of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
Log on to ClubWPT.com for more information. In the meantime, let's get over to the outer table where we find Bill Perkins' coach, poker professional Jeff Gross, all in against the amateur Kathy Laney, the Texas Oil CEO. She's got ace-10 suited, he's got ace-6 off, and I'm pretty sure she's just sent him packing with the nut flush, Tony.
Yeah, Jeff is gonna have to come up with another $100,000 on short notice if he wants to re-enter, which I'm guessing he will.
But you know, Kathy is no stranger to poker. She calls Houston, Texas her home and is the first ever female to buy into the Alpha 8.
She's looked good so far. Major respect for Kathy.
Well, it is early. The re-entry period is open for a while. Do you think you're going to come back in?
I was thinking I was, but I'm not sure now. It looks like a pretty good field, and to fly all this way and then be out early, it's, you know, I like to play, so I might get back in, but we'll see.
Well, it's great to see you play. Hopefully we see you come back. Who knows?
Yeah, it's 50-50. I'm gonna go paddleboard and decide.
Perfect. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if it's 50-50, does that mean that Jeff's gonna flip a coin on that paddleboard to find out if he's gonna buy in again?
I think it means he's gonna tweet, does anyone in St. Kitts have an extra $100,000 lying around I could borrow for like a day or two?
Does anyone in St. Kitts have their cell phone on? We're on vacation. Come on, what are you thinking about here,
Plus,
Tony?
that data is so expensive.
Something tells me these folks can afford it. As we get back to the feature table, we see Olivier Bousquet in firm control of the action, sitting on the chip lead with over 330,000 in front of him. Jason Mercier is gonna sit this one out.
Race.
Tony Guglietti looks down at a couple of 10s. And Guglietti is going to raise to 2,200.
I call.
Michael Singh on the button with ace-6 offsuit's just gonna call.
Yeah, he's very stubborn on the button, and I think if you're gonna play an offsuit ace here, you should either re-raise or fold.
Olivier is going to join the party with Jack-9 suited, and all three players will take the flop, which is Jack-4-6 with a couple of clubs. Olivier with the best hand, out-flopping Tony's 10s. He checks it over to Tony.
Pretty good board for everyone here. Tony's still got to like his condition with his 10s, but we know that Mike is going to get sticky with his middle pair, and Olivier, of course, with top pair.
Bet of 3,000 is called by both Michael and Olivier. 9,000 extra into the middle, and the turn, it's a hot one. We get it put into place. It is the 5 of spades. Olivier checks over to Tony, who checks as well, and Michael says run it. And the river is a 7 of clubs. 3 to a flush, 4 to a straight out there.
Yeah, that completes everything here. So obviously Olivier, Tony not that happy, and
Pair of sixes and ace.
Third jacks.
Mike just checks behind, kind of misses an opportunity to bluff there. We saw him turn a pair into a bluff earlier. That worked out for him. I think he would have got away with it again.
You're very good at the pairs.
Just getting the best hand at the end, just having the best hand, it's working. It's working so far. You guys should work on that strategy.
Amazing.
These A8 pros are really on their game. Now you can play WPT Caliber Poker on your iPhone anywhere you go for free. Log on to the App Store to download Club WPT Express Poker. Remember, it's free and it's fun. I hope to see you in the game. So, Bill, tell me about Christoph Harbour.
Christoph Harbour is wonderful. They have one of the most beautiful pieces of real estate here in the Caribbean. My favorite areas of that is Sandy Beach Bay. The way they build here, they integrate with the land such that it's not obtrusive. It enhances what's around you and keeps the natural beauty and the flow of the lines. The pavilion, you know, one of the first structures that went up on Sandy Beach Bay. That's wonderful. You know, we play cards there. You see the views. It's stunning. I'm very, very, very fortunate to be able to come and visit here.
You are, and so are we.
Yes.
Thanks for having us, Bill.
Come and visit.
And he's not boasting either. This place is gorgeous.
Pictures speak for themselves, as do the chip counts. Olivier Bousquet in firm control of the feature table action. Jason Mercier in second, the only other player with more than his original starting stack of 100,000. Everybody else is heading in the wrong direction. Jason Mercier on the button, Tony and Michael in the blinds. Olivier folds under the gun. Antonio with ace-jack offsuit. He will raise it up to 1,600. Jason and Tony both folding, but Can't expect a fold out of Michael Singh from the big blind with Jack 9.
No, he said he's stubborn pre-flop before, so he's definitely not going away with Jack 9.
No. Indeed, Michael is defending his big blind for an extra 1,000. Heads up to the flop with Antonio. That flop is King Queen 9 with a couple of diamonds.
Yeah, Mike has outdrawn him here, and we know that he's not likely to fold his hand if Antonio does bet.
He's got the straight draw and bottom pair. Checks it, and Antonio checks behind with the Broadway draw. Turn card is the 5 of clubs.
I like that Antonio checked behind there. I don't think you can make Mike fold many better hands, so just check and get the free card.
Michael is betting on the turn, and Antonio makes the call for 2 grand. River card, a 9. Singh now has trips.
Yeah, I understand Antonio's turn call. He might have the best hand with ace high. He's still got a draw. But now Mike is going to make a big bet here. And you see, like we talked about before, he's betting 7,000 into 8,000, which from him seems to display a lot of confidence in his hand.
You bluffing me, Mike?
That's all you get.
Yeah, Antonio not quite ready to release his hand.
A lot of draws missed.
Trying to get some information here.
A lot of draws missed, my friend. Sometimes you got to just pay them off, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's posturing so much, maybe to get a read he'll use on Mike in later hands, but I just don't think Antonio's going to call.
Missed draw, baby. You got to pay to find out.
Indeed, ace-jack is returned to sender, and Michael Singh takes the pot. Antonio stack, heading in the wrong direction. He's down to 43,000 and change.
A lot, actually.
Jason Mercier folds his Jack 8. Tony Guglietti with pocket 3s.
1,400.
He's gonna raise it up. Makes it 1,400, a modest raise.
Mike here right behind him with the King Jack suited. Again, he could call, he could raise, but so far he's always opted for a call.
And that's exactly what he does, as does Olivier Bousquet with 7 deuce suited. Is this boredom?
I think this is Olivier being so confident in his post-flop abilities compared to his opponents that he'll take any reasonable holding and just try and get there with them.
Speaking of reasonable holdings, how about ace-king offsuit for Antonio Esfandiari? He is going to repop it to 6,400 total. Away goes Tony Guglietti.
I call.
But not Michael Singh, who will call the extra 5,000. Easy fold for Olivier, and it's round 2 between Michael and Antonio as we head to the flop. And it's a good one for Michael Singh, Tony.
Yeah, this is a perfect board for his hand. Antonio might actually get caught in here for his entire stack because he didn't start with that many chips.
No, he didn't. On the flop, Antonio betting 7,300, and Michael, with a big piece of the pot, elects to just call.
Yeah, I like that he just called. In the event that he's ahead of Antonio, he wants to allow him the opportunity to bluff off the rest of his stack.
Right, and here comes the turn. It's a 4 of hearts. Michael still with the best hand, and Antonio is moving all in for 29,425.
Yeah, no surprise there. He picked up a straight draw on the turn. He might think that Mike has a weak pair that he can blow him off here. It's just no surprise he moved in.
Decision time for Michael Singh.
Wow.
I'm surprised he's taking that long. So far, he's been so apt to just call bets and raises. I think something about the words all in are kind of intimidating to amateur players.
Yeah, you see him fussing with his hat a little bit. Can't imagine him finding the fold button, though.
You don't win if you don't play.
And sure enough, he makes the call, rolls over the winner.
Nice hand.
And Antonio in a world of hurt here, but it isn't over yet. Michael is in the lead. Antonio is looking for a non-spade 5 or an ace. A king would be no good. Can Antonio avoid being dispatched by Michael Singh? He cannot, as the 6 of hearts hits the river, and Michael Singh takes a huge pot from the magician, but more importantly, sends the pro packing.
Yeah, we said this was a matchup between the pros and the amateurs today, and right now, the knockout count favors the amateurs.
Well, Antonio, the pants are back on. That can only mean one thing.
I'm not sweating down there anymore.
Yes, it's either cooled down or the table has cooled down because this guy's heat is gone.
Yeah, I busted out. I tried to run King Jack off with Ace King when he flopped the Jack, and there was a lot of money in the pot. So I don't regret my decision. It's just whatever.
That's what happens.
Yeah, whatever.
Now, the semi-good news is that it's early. You can come back in. Is
Yeah.
that... Are you going
I'll
to
be
come back?
Yeah.
Yeah? Easy decision. He doesn't even contemplate.
What am I gonna do?
It's raining. What
It's not
else
like
are you
it's
going
sunny,
to
I can go in the. I mean, I can still go in the ocean, but I'm definitely gonna go back in.
do? Okay. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you back at the tables.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony, what did you like out there in the action we've seen so far?
I like that Antonio complained about how hot he was, but then draped himself in a sweater.
Well, that is it for us tonight as we wait for Antonio to wrangle up another $100,000. Let's see how he does next time with his fresh stack of chips. But for now, for Ali Najad and Tony Dunst, I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and good night from St. Kitts. Tonight in the tropics, $100,000 gets you in the game. And with the turn of a card, it's either sink or swim. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome back to continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts. Our super high roller poker tournament is beachside here at the wonderful residential resort of Christoph Harbour. This ideal setting is a perk reserved for those players willing to risk $100,000. Last season, it was German pro Philip Grusom who saw his investment turn into a $1 million payday. And tonight we have an elite group ready to draw their line in the sand in hopes of making it big, including A8's own Olivier Bousquet, who is knee-deep in this competition. Now, sitting in for Olivier is WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst, along with poker commentator extraordinaire Ali Najad. They are comfortably stationed over in the ClubWPT.com skybox. Hi, guys.
Hey, Lynn, I don't think we're the only two people that are feeling comfortable right now. She seems like she's having a good time out there. Welcome to those of you who are joining us for today's action here from Christoph Harbour in St. Kitts, a lovely venue for a little bit of poker. We are down to 10 of our original 11 players, a solid mix of 5 pros and 5 amateurs, Tony.
Now, we've been talking about the pro versus amateur dynamic, and so far we've had 1 amateur re-entry and 1 professional re-entry.
Yeah, $200,000. Andiari at this point. Right now we've got 2 tables in action, our featured table and our outer table. 10 players, 5 at each. Here are the chip counts at the feature table. As you can see, Olivier Bousquet simply running away with things. 337,000 and change. A short stack at the table belonging right now to Tony Guglietti. He is going to be faced with kind of an uphill climb here with just over 40,000 in chips, and the blinds, they move ahead, 400, 800. The ante is at 100. We see Tony Guglietti. He is a real estate developer, founder, owner, and president of Townwood Homes in Canada.
We saw our amateurs prefer to limp in as opposed to raise or re-raise pre-flop, and we're seeing a continuation of that so far, even though King 10 and King Jack are both quite raisable hands.
All right, let him live.
4-way action to a flop of 8-8-5.
Okay.
Olivier has hit a 5. He checks it. Antonio's got the real 5 with the ace kicker and bets 1,800.
Now, Michael Singh is not a man who likes to fold pre-flop or even on the flop, and despite the fact that he only has overcards here, he's going to call Antonio's bet.
Now, Michael is in position and apparently engrossed in whatever's happening on his cell phone during this $100,000 buy-in event.
Checking the stock market, I guess, probably playing for higher stakes.
Speaking of checking, that's what Antonio has done, and now Singh is going to try to buy the pot with a bet of 3,300.
He might get away with this one, Ali. Antonio's in kind of an awkward spot here. His opponent could have something like 6-7, but he could also have trip 8s. He could have even limped a pair.
You have 7-9, Singh?
Oh, boy.
I feel like that 6 really hit you. What are you gonna do, right?
What are you gonna do? 3,300.
Antonio always looking to get information from his opponents, especially the amateurs.
Yeah, those are the ones who don't know they shouldn't be talking during the hand.
Yeah.
You'll never get this guy for anything. It's unbelievable.
Oh, Michael giving him the needle there, bluffing him.
Not even 3,300.
And talking like he had the goods, keeping up the facade.
Yeah, Singh has been talking about almost every single hand he's been in action about, and seldom in a truthful manner. As we go over to the outer table, Texas Oil CEO Kathy Laney sitting on pocket aces on the 10-6-8 jack board. She has checked it over to Bill Perkins, who's got the nuts straight.
I know what you got. There's nothing you can do.
He bets. Kathy ends up moving all in. Perkins makes the call, and she is drawing stone dead here.
And you could see Perkins was so confident in his hand. He said to Kathy, I know what you have. He just didn't seem to care. Well, because he's got the nuts.
Told you, I know what you got. Chips, Princess of Poker is down.
Oh, Bill calling for Kathy's rebuy.
Kathy bought them. I'm sorry. I told you, I know what you got. I know what you got. Come on.
Oh, that was a healthy smack on the top of the dome there.
Lose $100,000, win a hug.
Well, Kathy Laney, good news for her. She's got the funds to buy back in. Yet to be determined whether or not she will, although Bill Perkins certainly seems to believe she'll be in for another $100,000. And sure enough, Kathy has drawn for a new seat assignment, and it looks like she's going to remain at the outer table, just sliding over to seat 1.
Oh, didn't even do anything to earn the hug this time.
We'll take the dreaded red wash off of Kathy's image there as she carries on and is now in for $200,000 along with Bill Perkins and Antonio Esfandiari, the only 3 players to have re-entered. We resume the action at the feature table where Jason Mercier min raises with Queen 10 offsuit to 1,600. Michael Singh, of course, going nowhere with his ace 8, and Antonio defends the big blind with pocket 7s. 3 players headed to the flop, which is ace, jack, deuce. Antonio checks it over to Mercier, who's flopped the gut shot Broadway draw and bets 2,300 into Michael's aces, which are the best hand. Antonio folds.
We know from watching Michael play, he will never be folding top pair here, let alone really any pair.
Turn card is a queen. Mercier improves to second pair, but checks it.
Natural for him to check here. He's not sure whether he has the best hand, not sure whether he can get value by betting.
Singh bets 5,000, and Jason casually calls. River is a 4, changing nothing.
And hopefully Mike bets here again. He's going for it. I like the bet. He's bet small here. And we've seen Mike bet large when he's really confident in his hand. Jason pays a lot of attention. He might pick up on that and pay off here because he's bet so small.
Under the assumption that he's weak, and sure enough, there's Mercier's call. That is the face of a man who is not pleased with an outcome.
What was that statue, the Thinker? That's what Jason looks like about 99% of the time. He looks like a very upset thinker.
Make no mistake, though, Jason's certainly a student of the game and has the results to prove it. Sun setting on the beautiful Christoph Harbor landscape. Michael Singh has been taking quite a few pots so far in the action, in the early going.
You know, the tricky part about Mike Singh is because he plays so many hands, you really don't know where he's at in any given hand. And it's not like he folds on the flop when he doesn't have it and calls when he does have it. He just keeps going. Now, Michael's done a good job of improving as he goes along here. He doesn't pretend to be a very experienced poker player, but he's clearly picking up on what the professionals are doing around him and trying to adapt.
Yep, emulating that behavior. Ace-10 suited for Antonio, raising to 2,400.
Sing, baby. I gotta get some of my chippies back.
Oh, barbecue. Barbecue. Oh, you ain't gonna get him back like that, are you?
The flop of 5 deuce deuce gives him the best hand, and he leads right into the pre-flop raiser for 2,500.
And this is the tricky part about Michael Singh. Almost everyone checks and then calls a bet from Antonio here. Michael leads out, and Antonio doesn't know, is he just doing this with draws, with complete air, or is he doing this with pairs and trips? Well, this time it's a pair.
His curiosity has caused him to call the flop. Turn is a 9, Singh still with the best hand.
Check.
This time he'll check it to Antonio.
I think Antonio will check behind because he believes he has the best hand, but he also might think, I've got the best hand and I should bet to get value against Mike.
Oh.
Well, apparently the latter as he bets 3,500, though something tells me he would have rather seen Mike fold in this spot. Instead, Mike calls the 3,500, and the river is a 10, giving Antonio the best hand now. Mike checks.
That's the best possible card for Antonio to hit as well. If an ace comes out, Michael's inevitably going to be a little more scared of it, and he's going to be worried that 4-3 got there. But the 10 is really hard to pick for Antonio.
10,300 chips to call for Michael Singh.
He's been stubborn in these situations before. We know when he gets to the river and he has a pair, he typically doesn't like to fold it. So even though it's hard for him to have the best hand here, no surprise that he calls.
That's card, come on. Don't do that stuff. I read you good, but I had a 5. Damn. I knew you had ace something. I thought you had ace king.
Wait, did Mike just tell the truth about his hand?
He did tell the truth about his hand. That might be a first for this tournament.
Oh, man. Jeez, that was so marginal. I wasn't gonna call. Oh, you got some chippies back.
I needed it.
Yeah, but I'm upset. Got the river. Son of a...
Michael, welcome to High Stakes Poker. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. We're here in the beautiful Caribbean paradise of St. Kitts for WPT Alpha 8. This is my kind of pub. Well, now I know why Catitians are so happy. They've got rum growing on trees. We have the Atlantic Ocean on this side, the Caribbean Sea on this side, and just over the hill, we have our poker players playing down WPT Alpha 8.
And for those of you who are playing along with some trivia, Catitians is the term for people from St. Kitts. Now you know.
That's a beautiful woman saying a word I'd never heard and an accent I barely understand.
Oh, you got a little romantic there on me, Tony Dunst. Speaking of romance, Olivier has romanced his way to $361,000 in chips at this table, doing his part to try to secure a victory here in St. Kitts. Michael Singh, the amateur, second in chips right now. We get a look at his holding, ace-7 offsuit. The blinds are at $501,000 with a $100 ante.
Michael Singh leading off with a limp, as has been his standard so far.
Antonio, perhaps looking to isolate with Jack-6 suited, makes it $4,000.
What, you after my blind all the time?
No, I'm after Singh.
And he makes no bones about it.
No.
I call you, buddy. You have to sing. Oh, because the 29,800 call. I forgot that.
Oh, Singh referring to having felted Antonio last time the two did battle before Antonio's re-entry.
All right, let's see what happens. I check.
Look at this flop, ace-8-4 with a couple of clubs. Mike has check called 5,200 with top pair. He is up against Antonio's flush draw. Turn card, puts a 3 of diamonds on board, changing nothing, and both players check. Here comes the river. It is a deuce.
I know that Antonio doesn't have much here, but I like that he slowed down on the turn. I hope he doesn't bluff this river because Michael Singh hates folding, and if he has any part of it, it's not going to happen when it comes 3 deuce.
Keep hoping, Tony. Antonio's just bet 15,300.
Oh.
Michael might have been worried about a 5 for a wheel, but he says call, and Antonio almost stubborn is in his desire to bluff Michael Singh out of a hand.
That's exactly how I describe it, because Antonio's been here for 2 entries now, watching Michael Singh refuse to fold, and he still tried to bluff him.
Antonio down to roughly 78,000 in chips, while Singh is up to 135 and change, courtesy of the Magician. You ever get in that mindset where you just can't beat a guy at the table and it starts to wear on you in one of 2 ways? Either you resign or you go doubling down on your efforts in ways you shouldn't to beat him?
Yes, but I'm a coward, so I always opt for resign.
Tony the Coward Dunst joining us.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
It sounds real sexy, Tony.
Yes.
The ladies are lining up as we speak. Mercier with ace-3, open for a raise to 2,000. Tony called with ace-deuce suited from the small blind, and where is Michael Singh gonna go? He's got 2 cards.
He's going nowhere. He's going to a flop is where he's going.
2 6s and a 7 on the board. No one is connected with it. Tony checks to Michael.
No one connects. That's a Michael Singh specialty board.
Yes, it is. He's bet 4,000. And the thinker thinks better of it.
This is unbelievable. No money, don't get paid off. Full house, unbelievable. 6, 7 of clubs.
So you?
Yeah.
Well, nice looking hand, 6-7 on the club, right?
Singh is really singing quite the song to the rest of the table in every single situation.
Some very tall tales. Doesn't pay to go after Singh.
Does not.
I had 6, 7 of clubs. Hello? No money. I didn't even get a quarter. Antonio wasn't there trying to raise me.
Michael Singh is all over the place. You never know what he's got. He could have anything at any time.
Whatever, have fun with you.
He was actually fun to play with because he almost never folded a hand.
Even though he's not a professional, he's very tough to read.
He's pretty much any 2 cards pre-flop.
I got the 4 spades. I gotta do it. I don't care what it is, right?
Yeah, he's definitely no easy pickings.
Okay, thanks.
I'd say those are some pretty strong compliments coming from those pros.
Yeah, they're also professionals at flattery.
Folded around to the man of the hour, Michael Singh, with king-4 offsuit in the small blind. He will limp in, and Olivier looks at ace-queen off. And Olivier from the big blind makes it 3,000 total with his ace-queen. He'll be heads up and in position going to the flop, which is deuce, deuce, 7.
Olivier didn't technically hit this board, but it's so unconnected that it's actually good for him here. He finds it very unlikely that Michael is connected as well.
I have the best hand.
And Olivier keeping it friendly, gonna give him a free show.
You know what I had? King Jack suited, and I folded. Oh. I called the first suit.
Sure. That's a nice little hand.
Michael, happy to check fold a relatively small pot.
Never tell anybody what you got. Just talk.
So Martin, we are standing right where we have the Alpha 8 final table. Now, so much effort goes into setting up this set from the WPT group, but this isn't always a poker room, is it?
The pavilion is used for our members that want to come by and relax by the pool or have a bite to eat or go to the beach.
Very nice. What a beautiful, beautiful space.
You know what we need, Tony Dunst? We need the suit/swimsuit, like a waterproof version, so we can just take a dip in that pool. It is hot out here.
Or just like rip off the jacket, go straight in, and then for whatever reason we have like water resilient cloth, and then just dry out, come back to the booth.
We're sitting on a gold mine, I'm telling you. Speaking of gold mines, Olivier Bousquet, 363,000 in front of him, continues to sit on the chip lead as he looks at a couple of deuces and opens the pot, limping in for 1,000. We've seen that out of the amateurs, but not the pros.
A lot of the amateurs have been limping. I guess Olivier, with a small pair here, wants to give them the opportunity to get to a flop with him and have him flop a set so he can win a big pot.
And this is a dream situation. Olivier finds himself up against the 2 amateurs at the table. Here is the flop, ace, queen, deuce. Olivier with a set of deuces. Tony with the gut shot Broadway draw. Air for Michael Singh.
An ideal situation for Olivier here, who has flopped a set in position on a wet board against the 2 amateurs.
Both Tony and Michael check it to him, and he quickly bets 2,000. Tony not going anywhere with his draw.
I'll leave you there, too.
And Michael, we're proud of him. He's folding.
First for him.
Down to heads up as we look at the turn. It's a jack of diamonds. Wow. Disaster card for Olivier as Tony has made the ace high straight and checks it.
And there's just no way that Olivier can put his opponent on the straight here. He drew to a gut shot, he was fortunate to catch it, and now Olivier is gonna bet, and assuming that Tony raises him, there's no way Olivier gets away here.
Well, the bet is 6,000, and Tony is fumbling through his chips, trying to settle on a number, and just 12,000 is the amount of the raise, Tony.
It's a check and min raise, which coming from an amateur is a sign of real strength because you're putting more chips in the pot and you're saying you don't care if your opponent calls you again. So Olivier here, likely alarm bell sounding in his head, but he doesn't know whether his opponent is strong because he overvalues 2 pair or because he's strong as a result of the straight he has.
Bousquet calls the 6,000 extra, and here comes the river. It's the 4 of hearts. Tony's still with the best hand. And how much is he gonna bet? Oh, he's not gonna bet at all, Tony. He's checking.
Yeah, he's been very slow play heavy with his strong hands.
Now it's a matter of can Olivier check behind? Almost impossible. And he is going to put Tony all in. Tony quickly makes the call.
3 deuces? Right.
Nice hand. Very nice.
Nice hand, Tony.
Very nice. How much?
Wow, not what you expected out of the amateur seat.
No, not what I expected, though I can't blame Olivier for putting him all in on the river. He had about a pot-sized bet left. Olivier thinks he's still got the best hand, but Tony successfully trapped him.
And really no way for Bousquet to get away from that cold deck.
Very nice hand.
I get a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Canada. My buddy.
Singh waving the flag on behalf of the two amateur Maple Leafs at the table. Tony Guglietti has got the proud distinction of having built over 40,000 homes in the greater Toronto area.
Sorry, I was a little too busy here.
Guglietti with 9-3 offsuit will take an opportunity to continue to stack his spoils from that last pot. King 10 off for Michael. Let me guess, he's not folding. Limps in for 1,000 on the button, refuses to raise. Now, we do know there are pros who prefer to play small ball and will do things like this, but that's certainly something for the more crafty and more professional players.
Yeah, you normally make these type of button limps when the stacks are much shorter in relation to the blinds. Michael here with the King 10 should really just be raising pre-flop.
5-5-6. Olivier likes the look of it. Two spades on the board, giving Antonio a flush draw. They both check it over to Michael, though. And Michael fires a modest 2,000. Olivier's check raises to 6,500. And Antonio is going to call. Mike gets away and leaves the two pros to do battle. And the turn is a 4. Olivier has made a full house. Antonio is now drawing dead, but has added an open-ended straight draw to his flush draw.
And Ali, just like we said, when Antonio calls that check raise on the flop, he creates the possibility that his hand gets there, but he still loses to a better hand.
And Olivier is going to bet 13,500 into the pot of 18,500.
And Antonio's stuck here now with overcards, a flush draw, a straight draw. He's clearly getting to the river.
Yeah, he started this pot with a little over 65,000, and another decent chunk of it heads into the turn as Antonio thinks he wants a spade or a straight card, and the river is an 8 of clubs. Antonio gets there.
Disaster. Just as we anticipated, Antonio is going to both make his hand and lose his stack once Olivier goes all in here.
Bousquet coming up with the right number. And he bets 150,000. Now, he knows that that is significantly more than what Antonio has in front of him. Any reason for that?
Well, he believes that Antonio has got a strong hand to both call a check raise and that big bet on the turn. So he thinks, well, if Antonio's got something that big, he'll probably call a large bet on the river. Why not go for all of them?
Oh, you're a 5-4.
Antonio even calls his hand.
5-8. Pretty sick.
Feels like there might not be backs on Olivier's cards the way Antonio's talking. You can see Esfandiari not pleased with this situation one bit.
Have another full house, huh? Got another boat? Middle-aged wizard? Huh? Middle-aged wizard won't even crack him.
I think Olivier's what? He's only what, 31, 32? Is that middle-aged? Am I middle-aged?
Relax, Dunce.
He wants to chuckle a little bit. He can't help it. I got him.
You got it. Good job. That's funny.
I mean, if you got a boat, you got a boat. Jesus.
And Antonio can get away here. Olivier has check raised two players, one of which never folds on the flop, barreled the turn, shoved the river when the 4 straight comes out. I think Antonio, if he really wants to be disciplined here tonight, could lay this down.
Antonio started this pot with 65,000, and Olivier wants all of it. And he's gonna get it.
It's not about, you read him 4
Pretty freaking sick.
A $100,000 mistake on the river as Antonio pays off and is felted for the second time.
All right, good luck, guys. Nice answer.
That is a man who has just lit a match to $200,000 in a matter of hours.
Antonio, we meet again.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Under sad circumstances.
I know. Now, you predicted Olivier had the full house. We still called.
I mean, I didn't predict it, but I went through the thought process and either had 4-5 or 8-4 or, you know, all of his bluffs. And I'd be like, look, I had a straight. Straights are hard to make. You know, I finally got there.
and he had a boat. So there was a lot of money in the pot, and obviously it wasn't the right decision. But
That's poker, right?
that is poker.
All right, third time lucky?
I don't know. 2 bullets is probably enough for me today.
All right. Well, great to see you play as always. Thanks,
you.
Antonio.
With Antonio's departure, Tony, we are now faced with a field of 9, which means we are going to consolidate down to 1 feature table, and that is going to affect the action considerably.
Yeah, I love the peer pressure from Lynn Gilmartin. She's like, you gonna fire a third? You going in for 3?
Come on, it's just another 100 grand.
Still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
You know who might have wanted to be playing on Club WPT tonight? How about Antonio Esfandiari? He has dusted off $200,000, Tony.
You know, Elliot, we all love the skill, competition, and risk inherent in poker, but sometimes that risk gets pretty expensive. And if you want to have a home game without spending that kind of money, it is available to you.
That's right. If you log on to ClubWPT.com, you can play and practice your poker skills and never lose a dime playing. And if you become a VIP member, you can enjoy a host of great benefits, including seeing all of last season's A8 events, because we were not only here in St. Kitts, but also London, South Africa, and Florida for some great competition.
And instead of risking $100,000 like our Alpha 8 players, on ClubWPT.com, you can play for $100,000 in cash and prizes that are given away each month. So check out ClubWPT.com.
In the meantime, check out this development. We are down to 1 table of 9 players, no longer a short game. And let's take a look at the faces that are a bit unfamiliar to us because they were seated at the outer table. We'll start with the amateurs. Talal Shakerchi is a hedge fund manager who calls London, England home. Next up, we've got, of course, Bill Perkins, the de facto mayor of Christoph Harbor here. He is a venture capitalist and hedge fund manager. Kathy Laney, his friend, her company Suncoast Resources, the largest female-owned business in Texas, and that's saying something.
And we've got a couple of new professionals on the table. We see Dan Coleman, the 24-year-old phenom there, who has taken the poker world by storm over the last 12 months, as well as Alec Torelli, who's been a regular on the WPT tour for a few years now and is now graduating to super high rollers.
Here is that 9-person lineup. Olivier Bousquet is the chip leader right now. Second in chips is the amateur, Talal Shakerchi, and blinds are at 6 and 1200. The ante is 200. The chip leader is first to act with ace-9 offsuit, and right away we see the impact of 9-handed action. That hand would have been played short, but not here.
That's right. Olivier definitely would have raised the ace-9 on our previous table, but now he's got another 5 players to get through before he reaches the blinds.
Look at this. Michael Singh doesn't appear to have shifted any gears now that we're 9-handed. Still limping and still with sub-premium hands. He's got 10-7 offsuit here.
Yeah, I wonder if Michael will get a little bored with the long-handed play and end up limping even more hands.
Kathy Laney is punishing the limp. She makes it 2600 with her ace-8 suited, and the action on the button of Dan Coleman, who looks down at a suited connector, 6-7.
And Kathy is isolating Michael's limp here a little bit, but it's not going to work this time. She raised pretty small, and Dan Coleman with the suited connector behind her is going to make the call.
And do you think this is the kind of call that Dan makes if it was 2 pros in front of him that had made this move?
It's hard to say, and it's going to depend on their stacks, but he's definitely going to make the call when it's 2 amateurs.
I call.
Alec is doing the same from the big blind with that ragged ace.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see him making this call. I guess it's a pot odds call here since he's getting a pretty good price, but you normally don't want to be calling raises out of position with weak offsuit
They're insane.
aces.
Like, some of the pros get tired.
Michael Singh, of course, not to be bullied, makes the call. 4 players head to a flop of king, 10, deuce, rainbow, and Michael has the best hand with a pair of 10s. Both Alec and he check it over to Kathy, who won't fire the continuation bet. Dan checks as well with his 7 high, and the turn card is a queen of clubs.
It's an interesting card because it gives Dan a flush draw. It gives both players with an ace a gut shot, but Michael's still the only one who truly is connected.
Kathy Laney is going to bet out 5,000.
She doesn't have much here, and she's got to get through 3 players Kind of an optimistic bluff unless she intends to follow through on the river.
And you notice that both Kathy and Alec had 0% chance to win the pot. That's because they could only chop, but now that Alec has laid down, Kathy, in fact, has a 6% chance to win the pot. Michael Singh's gonna make the call. And the river pairs the board with a king.
It's a good card for Michael, and we've seen him be very stubborn on the river before.
He checks it over to Kathy, and with 27,000 out there, she calmly and coolly bets 10K. Dan folds with the busted flush, and now it's on Michael Singh.
Wow, she just accomplished the impossible because Michael does not fold on the river when he has a pair. Major respect for Kathy.
No pair. I just had a bet. I'm so tired of losing.
No, I had a 10.
Hey, Michael told the truth again.
What do you mean again? He was just following Kathy's lead. Action folded around to Jason Mercier, who takes a look at Ace-King and makes it 2,400 to go, a min raise. Alec and Olivier fold, as does Talal Shakerchi, over to Tony Guglietti on the button with a couple of sevens.
I'm expecting him to just call here, but...
Well, wait a minute, it looks like he's put 3,600 into the pot, but he's also said call.
It looks like an accidental 3-bet here by Tony.
Oh, you're putting in, yeah, we just want to make sure.
Oh.
Oh, and Antonio is returned to the arena here, maybe wanting to take a look at the action, but...
After this hand, we will pause the clock and make it 5 and 5.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, he's coming back in.
$300,000? He's gonna make the investment?
Yeah, he's coming back in, and they're gonna have to break this table up again. It's gonna be a hassle.
It's gonna be a long night.
Did you call already?
Yeah, call.
Resuming the action, Singh puts in an extra 3K with King 6 suited. They have ruled that Tony needs to re-raise to 3,600.
I'm gonna call.
And Bill Perkins wants to play along as well with his Jack 9 offsuit. Action back over to Jason Mercier, and
This is the last hand you said?
No, Antonio's joining, so we're gonna split back to 5 and 5.
But everyone's too distracted by the Antonio situation to even play out this hand.
Antonio said the fish have 5 and the pros have 4. He's like, I'm coming in for the pro side.
You are? Come on.
Jason taking advantage of an opportunity to move all in here, sensing weakness in the field.
Yeah, this is a nice play by Jason, and he's very happy to see that the accidental 3-bet must stand because now there's a bunch of dead money in the pot, and he can just avoid any confrontation by moving all in.
No shot.
Indeed. Well-executed move.
It worked out nicely.
Jason's pretty happy with it.
I was afraid of that, too. I was afraid he could chip it here. By the way, I'm putting a bounty for busting up this table. I'm putting a 5K bounty on Antonio.
Esfandiari's return means that we now need to break down our feature table of 9 players and return to 2 tables of 5-handed action. And if you're wondering why Antonio's bought in for a third bean, let's find out.
Last time we spoke, this man was done for the day, but apparently he is taking the 3rd time lucky angle.
Well, 3 is my favorite number. 3rd time's a charm.
Yes.
And I just went out there, I walked on the beach, I came back, I saw what was going on in the tournament. There's only 9 people left, and I don't want to say, but I like what I see. And I just can't not jump back in when I can. Even though it's the 3rd bullet at 100 each bullet, it does hurt financially.
I just want to remind everyone at home, this means $300,000. It's a lot of cash.
Yes. But you can't win unless you give yourself a chance to win.
Well, good luck to you.
Okay.
Let's see if the 3rd time is a charm. Who knows?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Antonio Esfandiari's in 3 bullets at this point, which is definitely more than anyone else. He must be feeling good. He must think that there's, enough reason to rebuy and keep going.
I'll be back.
It made sense to me that he came back. Ultimately, we're talking about $300,000, so it is a lot of money.
I have bought in 3 times in a tournament before, but never in a super high roller event. Hoping to never have to do that.
So far, I've never even rebought 1, so I think it's unlikely for me to take 3.
Well, it must be nice, Olivier Bousquet. Some of us get felted every now and again, you know what I mean? So we have now officially broken down into 2 tables of 5 players. Action will be shorthanded once more, and the breakdown is as follows. You have on the outer table table, 3 pros and 2 amateurs. The amateurs being Michael Singh, who was formerly on the feature table, and Bill Perkins. Meanwhile, at the feature table, that is where you'll find Antonio Esfandiari on his 3rd bullet. The only other pro there, Dan Coleman, who is on an absolute tear. That is a man on fire in the poker world right now, and they're joined by 3 amateurs. You gotta believe that's where Antonio wanted to land.
That's exactly what Antonio wanted and what he was hoping for when he ponied up another $100,000 to get back in this thing.
Kathy Laney has ponied up $4,000 with ace-queen suited to open 5-handed action at the feature table, and Dan Coleman with 7-4 suited is going to defend his blind. Those blinds are at 8 and 1,600 with a 200 ante. Flop is 10 and a couple of 4s. Get this, trip 4s for Dan Coleman. Like we said earlier, he's on a tear, but Kathy, after having a check to her, will certainly be betting with the nut flush draw, 6,000.
She bet very quick. I wonder if Dan is going to pick up on that and just raise now and try and make this pot bigger. A lot of people would check call. I think he might see something, and there you go. It is a check raise to 14,000.
Time tells, as we like to call them. He makes it 14,000 under the assumption that he won't lose his opponent because she demonstrated strength with the speed of her bet on the flop.
Correct.
Now a decision for Kathy, 8,000 more for her to call. And she makes that call, and at this point, Dan has to know that she has a 10 or an overpair or the flush draw, correct?
Yeah, and he was eyeing her stack after she called, trying to figure out how he's gonna get the rest of her chips.
37-8 in the middle, he fires 22-5, and the jack of diamonds on the turn has given her the gut shot ace-high straight draw as well as the flush draw.
Yeah, Kathy cannot get away from this hand. It's too strong. She has draws to what are almost the nuts. Of course, a full house still possible out there with the paired board, but if she gets a king or a spade, she's gonna feel good about the strength of her hand.
Kathy started this pot with just under 110,000, and there is the river, the 5 of spades. Dan Coleman seems undeterred by the fact that the flush is hit, and you see Kathy eyeballing that bet. She can't wait to see it. 30,000 is the number. But with the pair out there, she knows that the nut flush is not the nuts.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Dan was gonna bet or check this river. I thought it was close between the two.
Well, look, it's 38,400 more after Kathy moves all in, and he's got so much invested at this point, but what can he beat?
I mean, he's a very disciplined, thoughtful player. Dan probably realizes that when the flush gets there and the fact that full houses are possible, his trips are not likely to be good. I think he's gonna get away.
And indeed, that's exactly what he does. Doesn't mean he has to like it, though.
No.
Weren't expecting that, kid. Punish the young wizards, you know? The kid wins one job, he thinks he can just do anything he wants. Unbelievable, you know?
I had a good hand.
You fold the floor?
Yeah.
And Antonio needling Dan there a little bit, but pointing out that those are the 2 winners of the $1-drop $1 million buy-in tournament, and Kathy has landed right in between them.
$35 million in one-drop winnings. That's the number that Kathy is flanked by. Probably no big sum in business, but certainly a big sum in poker. We'll return to St. Kitts with more in a moment.
These A8 pros are really on their game. Now you can play WPT Caliber Poker on your iPhone anywhere you go for free. Log on to the App Store to download ClubWPT Express Poker. Remember, it's free and it's fun. I hope to see you in the game. The re-entry period is officially closed, and still holding the chip lead is our very own Olivier Bousquet. Now, Ali and Tony, now that no one can buy back in once they bust, does this change anything in the action?
I don't know about the action, but it certainly changes the look on Antonio's accountant's face. He is relieved.
That or Antonio's backer's accountant's face.
Hey, easy now. All right, we are at 2 tables, and we look at the chip counts. Talal Shakerchi is the chip leader here at the feature table, but not overall. That honor belongs to Olivier Bousquet on the outer table. Second in chips at the feature table is Kathy Laney, both amateurs. Blinds are at 8 and 1,600, antes are at 200, and third amateur at the table is on the short stack, and that is Tony Guglietti, who starts this hand off. Looking at ace-deuce offsuit and limping in.
Yeah, you know, we've been critical of our amateurs today for limping too many hands, and weak offsuit aces are exactly the type of hands that get you in trouble post-flop.
Dan Coleman with a hard 8, pocket 4s, is going to raise to 4,500. Wouldn't mind playing heads up in position against one of the amateurs, but Kathy Laney is unlikely to let that happen with ace-queen offsuit. She smooth calls from the small blind.
Yeah, a lot of people re-raise there. Calling's a reasonable option, but against someone like Dan, who is likely to be isolating the limper, I think you should go ahead and re-raise.
Antonio out of the way, but Tony Guglietti cannot lay down, makes the call for an extra 2,900. 3 players to the flop, which is 3-5-7. Kathy checks. Tony with the wheel draw, checks, and the best hand, pocket 4s, has a gut shot straight draw to go with the pair.
Yeah, this is a nice texture for Dan's hand, and he's gonna bet it with confidence.
5,500 is the number. Kathy out of the way. Over to Tony. Little does he know it, but if he continues, he's actually looking for one of the 2 remaining 4s in the deck because a couple of them are locked up in Dan's hand. And sure enough, Guglietti calls and hits a deuce on the turn.
And is he gonna lead out here?
He sure is, Tony. For 30,000, that is a massive bet.
Wow, I'm not exactly sure why he's making this bet, whether he's turning his hand into a bluff intentionally, whether he thinks he might have the best hand and he's protecting it. But Dan here, despite the size of that bet, is not going anywhere with his pair and straight draw.
No, he's unconvinced, and the river pairs the board with a 5. A 3rd diamond out there, and look at this.
Wow.
Guglietti is leading for his last 30,300. He is all in.
What a play by Tony here. Now he must know that he's bluffing. He must sense that Dan called with something that's medium strength on the turn and that he could potentially represent a strong hand and blow him off on the river, but it's especially impressive because we've seen Tony play so tight so far.
Would you bluff me here? I want to call so bad. So close, I should just flip a coin.
Heads or tails? Is it heads or tails?
All right.
Oh, Coleman lays down the best hand.
Can you please show a bluff?
That's not a bluff. Not a bluff.
Nice hand, Tony. You got the kid confused. That's good for us.
Okay. Antonio certainly doesn't mind. Dan Coleman having some sweat courtesy of the amateurs. You can tell Dan is still thinking about things. Let's go over to our outer table where amateur Michael Singh finds himself short stacked. He's going all in for his remaining 27,000. Perkins instantly says call and shows ace queen of clubs.
Oh man, Michael at risk here with the worst of it, and that's too bad. He's been a thrill to watch today.
Dominated heading to the flop, and in even worse shape after that board. Queen 10 tray.
Done.
And on the turn, Michael Singh's fate is sealed.
Didn't have a spade.
Yeah,
Wish
he
I
has
did.
spade.
All right.
And without a re-entry option, Michael Singh is eliminated.
Yeah, and he's handling the bust out really well. We always like to see our amateurs on the Alpha 8 perform well, and we certainly found him entertaining today.
Yeah, Michael's game improved throughout the course of the day, and we check in with him now, courtesy of Lynn Gilmartin.
I'm sorry to see you go.
No problem. I'm exhausted.
Oh, I bet. It's been a long day.
For me,
it's been a long day.
Yes, yes.
He's still smiling.
I'm smiling, always smiling. Had a good time. Great weather, great everything. A lot of fun. Back again.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, it's been great to watch you
Thank
play.
you so much.
Back
Thanks,
to you.
guys. Thank you.
You know, it's fair to mention that stamina is a part of playing high-stakes poker, Tony.
Yeah, it is. These things will go on for 8, 10, sometimes 12 hours at a time, and when you get into those late hours, your energy, your concentration drains out of you.
That's it for now. Join us next time from St. Kitts for more WPT Alpha 8 high-stakes poker action. For Ali Najad and Tony Dust, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. The sun is hot and the water's warm, but don't let this gorgeous setting fool you. Getting burned here will cost you 100 grand. This is WPT Alpha 8. Known for its intoxicating natural beauty, the Caribbean island of St. Kitts is home to the upscale residential resort Christophe Harbour. It is here at the Pavilion Beach Club where WPT Alpha 8 has once again brought the world of high-stakes poker. This stunning setting has attracted an adventurous group of players, all willing to pay $100,000 to compete for A8 bragging rights. Day 2 starts with 9 players, and the chip leader is A8's very own Olivier Bousquet, who has held that lead since the very beginning. Now, joining us with an inside look into all the high-stakes action is Ali Najad, as always, and our special guest commentator, WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst, who's sitting in for our chip leader. Guys, what do you think of our lineup?
Well, Lynn, needless to say, when you mix a cocktail of pros and amateurs, split essentially evenly down the middle, you're going to get great poker.
Yeah, you really are, Ali, and we've seen some fantastic adjustments by our professionals against these amateurs who are doing a lot of limping, which they're not really acclimated to at the highest stakes.
Yeah, normally I would be sitting here with Olivier Bousquet, happy to have Tony Dunst here, if for no other reason because Olivier is currently the chip leader at the table.
Olivier's been both playing well and running well.
You see there, 350,000 plus in front of him at the moment. Let's get a look at the pros.
Yeah, Dan Coleman, who has taken the poker world by storm in 2014, he surpassed Phil Ivey's lifetime earnings in 1 year of playing on the tournament circuit. Antonio Esfandiari, of course, one of the most famous players in the game.
Well, Antonio Esfandiari, who is in for 3 bullets, first time ever in Alpha 8 history, anyone has bought in for $300,000.
Jason Mercier has won major tournaments across the globe for about 6 or 7 years, and Alec Torelli, a guy who's done well on the WPT and is now graduating to WPT Alpha 8.
All right, let's walk us through the amateurs in the lineup. Tony Guglietti, he is a real estate developer who calls Canada home. Talal Shakerchi, he is the gentleman from London, a hedge fund manager who plays plenty of high rollers out on the European side of the pond. Bill Perkins, the 45-year-old venture capitalist and hedge fund manager. The reason that we've all come here, he turned everybody on to this lovely island. And Kathy Laney, she is the Texas Oil CEO, celebrating 30 years in business. First ever female to buy in to the Alpha 8. As far as the amateurs are concerned, seems to be chief among them.
Yeah, I think she's been playing very well so far. We saw her run a bluff last time against 2 players. We saw her get value for her hands. She's raising pre-flop, whereas a lot of the recreational players are limping, so I think her game is the strongest.
Kathy is familiar with Bill Perkins, essentially the co-host of this event. She plays in his home game out in Houston. As we pick up the action, Jason Mercier has raised it up with ace-queen offsuit to 6,000, and Alec Torelli has made the call, dominated with king-queen offsuit. Folds on the button and in the blinds behind Alec. Will leave him heads up against Jason.
Yes.
And that flop is king high and rainbow. Not a bad one for Alec. Broadway draw for Jason, who's got control of the betting and checks it.
Interesting check from Jason here. I expected him to bet and try and force out some of Alec's weaker pairs. I think the check is also a reasonable option.
Alec has bet 9,000 into a pot of 21,000. He spends most of his time in Macau playing in the nosebleed high-stakes cash games out there.
And Jason calls.
A queen on the turn, and it's 2-pair now for Alec, queens for Jason.
That's an interesting card, and it should cost Jason another bet. If I was Alec, I'd bet fairly large, not only because the board is coordinated, but because I don't expect to get 3 barrels from too many of Jason's hands.
Well, Jason checks it to Alec, and Alec settles on 16,000 for the bet. Not huge.
No, not huge. Not unreasonably small, but I just don't think Jason's gonna pay him off on the river that often, so get value while you can.
Oh, interesting. Okay, Jason has made the call. River is a 7, and Mercier checks a 3rd time. 71 grand in the middle.
Alec will probably fire around half pot, somewhere in that region. Goes a little under.
31,000.
And Jason in kind of a tough spot here, but I expect him to get away. At this point, there are so many hands in Alec's range that are ahead of Jason, and there's not that many hands that he can be bluffing with.
Jason laying it down and giving the pot over to the 28-year-old who calls Orange County, California home.
The young wizards, they just do it.
It's mature internet wizard.
Mature internet wizard. That's Olivier's new name, Coleman.
You hear Antonio ribbing Olivier a little bit there about being a middle-aged wizard. Is it when you're in your early 30s, you're over the hill now in poker? Tony, what's going on?
I guess in poker you are. In real life, I like to think that I've still got some of my prime left. But in poker, you know, you reach 30 and you're ahead of a lot of guys at that point.
Alec Torelli, that's the first look that we've had of him at the feature table so far. Sign of things to come?
Potentially. He's a guy who's originally from Orange County, California, played on our regular WPT tour for a long time, made a couple of WPT final tables, but since he moved to Macau, he's become kind of an enigma, and nobody's really sure how seriously he takes poker.
Well, we know that they take it pretty seriously out there in Macau. Some of the highest stakes cash games on earth are played out that way. A limp in here from the amateur Tony Guglietti, the Canadian real estate developer. He's built 40,000 homes in the greater Toronto area over the course of his career. And you know what? He hasn't built a lot of pots because he's limped in almost every time we've seen him play a hand pre-flop.
He limps so much it's genuinely surprising when he open raises, and an ace-queen should definitely be raised, but he's playing his style.
Well, Bill Perkins playing his style. He raised it up to 9,000. Been called by Tony, and Tony has flopped trip aces here and checks it over to Bill, who has aces and kings. Perkins wisely checking behind.
Yeah, I like his check there. It's really hard for him to get value from his hand. If Tony has a pocket pair that he limped, he's not going to call a bet. If he has an ace, then you're just bleeding money.
Tony leads out for 20,000 on the turn. Bill making the call. What he doesn't want to see, however, is a second bullet out of Tony on the river. As we see the board pair with a 4, Tony's kicker no longer relevant. Tony's got aces full of 4s.
A little bit of a string bet by Tony there, the 2-fister, but I get the sense at the Alpha 8 they're a little less strict about that.
We're in St. Kitts. Everyone's chilling, Tony.
Yeah, I know. I won't get nitpicky with the rules.
Well, another amateur is less likely to nitpick about something like that. And for that matter, the pros as well. You definitely don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable out here in an event like this.
It's a very home game atmosphere for $100,000 being at risk.
Tony.
Yes, sir.
What you got?
Bill just flat out asks him, what do you have? Just in case he feels like giving it away for free.
Sometimes they have an ace. What are you gonna do?
Wow, solid laydown by Bill Perkins.
Yeah, good fold by Bill Perkins. Yeah, Tony did get value once he connected with his hand post-flop. So he's not scared, he's just a little too passive pre-flop.
I didn't believe it until the end.
You said you had an ace?
No, I said sometimes they have an ace.
Pretty sure he wasn't folding an ace.
I think he saved me money, though, by betting that day.
Well, Perkins suggesting that perhaps a smaller bet out of Tony would have been paid off. Guglietti certainly happy to take that pot down, but has been clearly the least aggressive of the amateurs in this event.
I guess if the bet had only been the right hand or only the left hand, maybe he gets a call, but when he combined them, then he just forced Bill into the fold.
One scoop maybe, but 2 scoops, no. Antonio lays down the 10-7 off. Jason and Alec also send their cards back to the muck. Folded over to Dan Coleman with Queen 5 suited.
6,500.
He's going to raise it up to 6,500. Not the kind of holding we expect him to be open raising with, right?
No, but he's on the hijack here, which is 2 positions off the button, and the 2 players between him and the blinds are recreational ones. So you're going to see him raise more hands than you expect here.
Talal Shakurchi laid down his ace. Bill Perkins not going to do the same with a bit better ace, ace 10.
And the advantage of having recreational players behind you is that many pros in Bill Perkins' position would re-raise a hand like ace 10. Bill just calls, and that gives Dan an opportunity to outflop him or outplay him.
Flop is ace queen 7 all diamonds. A quick check from Coleman. And Perkins with top pair and the 10 high flush draw fires 10,000. And Coleman's going to call the 10. Kind of an odd spot for Coleman, isn't it? Out of position with queens and a very weak kicker?
Yeah, Dan must not expect Bill to be capable of bluffing on multiple streets. Otherwise, he'd likely just give up on the flop because so many of the turns and rivers will be hard to play.
And take a look at a 4 on the turn. And interestingly enough, Dan quickly checks after the 4 rolls off on the turn. Bill bets and Dan quickly folds, almost as though he was just hoping that Bill wouldn't fire the turn and he would get control of the action on the river.
That's exactly what he was hoping.
I was going all the way if he tried anything tricky.
Dan Coleman, the youngest player at this table, but also the one with arguably the best resume.
Coleman's a beast. I mean, he's super wizard, just goes with his gut, follows his heart.
You know, he's capable of anything, so you have to keep that in mind.
When he's in pots, he's there to win. He takes strong lines, and he's not a passive player at all.
He won in London, so I got to see a lot of his play. He was lucky sometimes, and he was also played very well, which of course is a fantastic combination for winning tournaments, which he does regularly.
Yeah, Coleman's got quite a bit of swag under his belt right now, having eclipsed Phil Ivey's career earnings in the matter of a year. Now, clearly, a lot of that came courtesy of the $1 million one-drop win that he picked up. Those sorts of opportunities weren't exactly available to Phil and many of the elder statesmen of poker throughout the years. As we pick up the action here, Kathy Laney has raised it up to 7,000. Action on Antonio. Kathy is on the button here with ace-10 off. And he's going to re-raise her to 20,000 from the small blind, holding queen-9 off.
Antonio very aggressive against the casual players at the table. He really does try and target them. Jason Mercier is conscious of that and might come over the top of him here with ace-jack.
On.
Well, Jason going all in.
I was going to do that.
Jason Mercier reading the situation. He knows that Kathy is among the most aggressive amateurs at the table, capable of attacking the blinds from the button. Antonio capable of exploiting that. This is very much about the metagame as much as it is about his holding, isn't it?
This is a good demonstration of why Jason Mercier is among the best.
Laney wisely laying down the button. She was dominated.
$77 to me.
Over, under on the amount of minutes that Antonio postures.
I'm going to say 90 seconds of posturing, and I'll take the under. It's almost as though he wants to take a minute to honor the 20,000 in chips that he is saying goodbye to, unless he somehow finds the call button here, which is doubtful.
Yeah, and I understand making recreational players sweat a little bit when they're at risk, but this is Jason Mercier. He's been winning major events since 2008. He doesn't care whether he busts in this hand or not.
Yeah, and he certainly isn't going to be affected by a quick fold from Antonio that might suggest he was just making a move here. Antonio's table image is his table image regardless.
Yeah, Jason, very sharp play there.
Well, Antonio with a little misstep, and it costs him. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on ClubWPT.com. So get in the game today. You're playing a poker tournament for a $100,000 buy-in, and you're risking big money, but you're always having such a good time. What is that about you that allows you to have such a good time?
Well, it's perspective. You know, realizing that I can afford the $100,000 to get into this tournament, right? I'm with friends, I'm in a beautiful environment. It's all about having perspective.
Well, you're a joy to watch, Phil. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Got to admit that there is a wonderful childlike property to Bill Perkins when he comes to these events, and it's infectious. It really puts everybody at ease.
Yeah, it really does. I'd love to trade lives with that guy.
I would love to have some more perspective in my bank account. All right, there's Olivier Bousquet at the top of the leaderboard, followed by none other than Bill Perkins and Tony Guglietti, a couple of amateurs. Down at the bottom, Talal Shakerchi, also an amateur, sitting on the short stack right now. He will be first to act.
Sitting right next to Perkins, who's apparently not been able to organize any fans or air conditioning out here. He's got the towel going on his head.
Yeah.
They're very different times.
He's not making a fashion statement. It's all function here, folks. He has raised it up to 7,000 with King-9 suited and gets through everyone, but not Jason Mercier, whose pocket nines are going to warrant a call. No 3-bet?
I like Jason's call here. He's on that awkward stack size where it probably plays better as a call than a 3-bet, and Bill's opening an early position, so you can't be that confident that nines are the best hand.
Yeah, Jason with about 40 big blinds, with the blinds at 1,500 and 3,000. He started the hand with roughly 120K. We get two more calls behind Jason's action from Alec Torelli's King-Queen, as well as Dan Coleman's Queen-8 suited. And look at this flop, Tony. 8, 9, 10, a rainbow. A little something for everybody.
Yeah, something for everyone, but Jason is the only one that's flopped strong enough here to feel confident in his hand and likely is going to re-raise Bill. I think Bill could have saved his bet here and just checked and seen how this pot developed. There are 3 players on a very coordinated board he has to get through.
Perkins fired 12,000. Mercier says, let's play for more. 25 more to be exact, total of 37,000. Too early lays down the 2 overs and gut shot straight draw. Bottom pair and the gut shot for Dan, also into the muck. Now it's back over to Bill, and he's gonna be steaming that towel out a little bit after this raise.
This is the problem with betting here. His hand can't actually take much more aggression, and if he doesn't improve on the turn, he's probably gonna end up check folding.
Yeah, no card could have hit the turn that would have put Bill out in front against the set. He wisely lays it down, and Jason collects the chips in this particular situation. We talked before about Mercier's demeanor at the table. He really does seem like somebody disinterested, but he is an acutely attentive person at the poker table.
Yeah, it's surprising how focused he is for someone who appears utterly disinterested.
Ace-queen suited will certainly pique Mercier's interest as he's under the gun. And we'll raise it up to 8,000 with the blinds having gone up to 2,000 and 4,000. Ante remains at 500. Over to Dan Coleman. He's got ace-king, sitting on just shy of 100,000, and he'll ship it all in.
Yeah, Dan down to about 23 blinds here. I think moving all in is a natural play, especially against another professional who will likely identify a small re-raise as strong.
Perhaps even stronger than moving all in?
Yeah, I think so in a situation like this where you're so short, it looks like you would only re-raise if you were comfortable committing your entire stack.
It's so clear. All right, now I have a really tough decision. How much is your all-in? 90?
I mean, he's got that parliament, which got the
Yeah, do you have ace-king so often?
Right? Like his house has 20, 30 rooms.
Oh, it's like Mercier can see through Dan's cards.
Jason is calling out the worst-case scenarios here, but he's also hoping that Dan shoves all of his pairs or some worse hands like king-queen suited or ace-jack.
How do you feel when your opponent calls out your hand in a spot like this, Tony?
In this particular spot, it makes me hope that he'll call because that means he has a worse hand than ace-king.
This is like the public rooms. Yeah, these are the public.
These are the public rooms you can know about. There are many, many more rooms in the White House.
It's kind of like an underground
There is an
bunker.
underground bunker.
Almost folded.
Jason's gonna make the call here and get the bad news.
We're gonna lose one of these eventually, though.
Dominated heading to the flop. Coleman's gotta love this.
Yeah, he is loving it.
Yeah, I was gonna fold too.
Pretty tough to fold, man.
I know.
Dan in great shape to double up here.
God, I thought you didn't have ace-king when you said that.
Yeah, I was hoping that.
It seems like there's so many queens out there just ready to come out.
And the flop, a queen high flop. Queen 6-4. Mercier way out in front now. This is not what Dan Coleman had in mind when he moved all in. And on the turn, he hasn't hit a king. He is down to just 2 outs once with 1 king already in the muck. Can he hit it and stay alive? No, he cannot, and that is the end of the road for Dan Coleman, who will send his remaining 93.5 over to Jason Mercier and put a smile on the face of just about everybody who's got to be relieved that Coleman is no longer in contention.
Yeah, one of the top players in the world now off the table. Dan said that he hadn't lost one of those in a while. Eventually, you do have to lose one.
Well, with that surprise 3-outer, we've lost Dan Coleman in 9th place. And that means we are now down to the Alpha 8.
Welcome back to the WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts event, our $100,000 buy-in super high roller, where moments ago we saw Jason Mercier give Dan Coleman a bad beat.
Never there's a one. Wow, sick.
Well, it's going to make you happy eating a 3-outer, Jason.
Yeah, definitely, especially against a good player like Dan, and to knock him out. You know, now I have a good stack, good chance to win, and one less top player at the table.
And now you're at the final table. You've been here before.
Mm-hmm.
You feeling good?
Yeah, I feel good. You know, been really close in a couple of these, so I think as long as they don't give me pocket aces, I'll be all right.
Ooh, he hasn't had a nice history with those.
Jason is telling the truth there. Aces have been the curse for Mercier. How about in Florida when J.C. Tran used ace-10 suited to cripple his stack after making a flush? And to add insult to injury in South Africa, an even more painful situation as he's up against King-Queen for Kinesh Pather, who made a 4 flush to take a huge piece of his stack. Tony, when you're running like that in a single event or across a series of events, does it ever cause you to alter your play? Will you stop playing aces the same way, for example?
No, a professional like Jason's not going to alter his play because he's running bad with aces. It's frustrating when it happens in that event, and you've got to stomach the beat, but I think between the events, there's a lot of water under the bridge, and he's probably forgotten about it.
Well, there's a lot of chips over the bridge as we look at Mercier's 298,500. Good for second place right now to Olivier Bousquet's chip lead. The short stack belongs to Talal Shakerchi. And with the blinds at 2,000 and 4,000, he is certainly in an all-in or fold situation. And on this occasion, he'll fold over to Bill Perkins, who's got pocket fives and raises it up to 10,000. Bousquet, the chip leader with ace-10 offsuit, will three-pop it to 25,000 total. Snowman for Kathy Laney, and she wastes no time mucking.
Yeah, she had the best hand there, but I think that's a good fold. If she's gonna play that hand, she has to go all in pre-flop, and I think that's aggressive for Olivier's range there. Olivier, meanwhile, showing us the difference between a professional and an amateur. Earlier, we saw Bill Perkins flat call ace-10 in a similar position, and I mentioned a professional would likely three-bet. That's exactly what Olivier does here.
Yeah, well, Perkins called the extra 15,000. The flop is ace-7-3. Perkins checks it, and Olivier checks top pair behind him on the dry board.
I like that check. It's designed to induce some action or a bluff from Bill Perkins, and he does follow through here.
Mission accomplished. He hits aces and tens on the turn, and now Bill fires 20,000 with the 2-5s. It's not that Bill thinks fives are good. He just can't resist the temptation of trying to steal the pot. Olivier not going to raise, however, just going to give Bill some more rope, calling the 20K, and the king of diamonds on the river, Tony.
Yeah, that's not the card that Olivier was hoping to see on the river, but he's still feeling very good about his hand, and he's going to bet for value here, but we know that Bill's not going to waste much time before folding.
Yeah, well, it's more comforting to see Bill check in front of you if you're Olivier after that card. Olivier bets 75,000 into a 100K pot, and Perkins says no thank you, sending his fives into the muck and sending more chips the chip leader's way.
Yeah, well played hand by Olivier. I like that he three-bet in position there and isolated the amateur player.
There's a look at all that beautiful cash. First place will be good for over $720,000, and that's not all our winner will get. They'll get a pair of our Monster 24K headphones and, of course, the Hublot King Power Unico Titanium watch made especially for the World Poker Tour. We had 15 total entries from 11 players, and 3 of them were courtesy of Antonio Esfandiari himself.
My favorite part about that payout list is that if Antonio gets third, he loses money.
He's got a silver medal or better in order to be profitable. Ace-8 offsuit for Alec Torelli, now the youngest player at the table after Coleman's elimination shortly before the break. Torelli calls Orange County, California home and has been playing the high-stakes cash games in Macau. Over $1.5 million in live tournament earnings over the course of his career. He's made it 9,000 to go, and action over to Talal Shakerchi with Jack-9 offsuit, and he sails off for 42.5.
Oh, this isn't good, Ali. He doesn't have enough chips to force Alec to fold whatever it is he raised. You saw that Alec called pretty much immediately. Unfortunately, for this play to work from Talal, he needs more like 60,000 in his stack as opposed to 40.
I like Jack-9 here.
All right,
or you can have it.
7-4 deuce on the board is going to make it a serious uphill climb for Jack-9 to win the pot. And that ace on the turn means that's it for the 50-year-old hedge fund manager who calls London, England home. One of the top 20 philanthropists in all of the UK. And he certainly donated $100,000 worth of buy-in and his remaining stack over to Alec Torelli.
It's tricky, that one. It's tricky.
And Alec Torelli, a guy who is all business at the table, but as our Lynn Gilmartin found out, knows how to enjoy himself as well.
We are at Ital Creations on Farry Organic Farm here on the gorgeous island of St. Kitts. Now, you take very good care of yourself. That's a big priority of yours when you're traveling the poker circuit?
Yeah, definitely. Poker is a marathon, it's not a sprint, and so taking care of your body and your mind is just so important. And the types of things I put into my body really influence dramatically my ability to perform my best mentally.
I've really noticed a huge shift in the culture in poker where players are actually understanding now that mind-body connection.
It's kind of like in golf. I mean, no golfer before Tiger Woods really was able to bench 350. And so he really shifted what was the demand and what you must do to succeed at that level.
Now, you said that you started playing poker professionally at 18. How did that start?
So I started playing with friends, and I always progressively took it more seriously, and I loved the game. And I wasn't able to play in the US, so my first event was the Bahamas, and then I went to Aruba, and in every event I went to, I would be physically in these locations for these amazing poker events, but all I did was play cards. I didn't see anything, and I didn't take advantage of the best part of what it is to be a professional poker player, being able to travel around the circuit.
Wow.
And so it was really like feeling this regret of like, oh my gosh, I did so much, and it's just this huge blur of what happened. So that's really had a profound impact on the way I view poker now and some of the decisions I make.
At the moment, you spend a lot of time in Macau, playing a lot of cash games. How big do the Macau cash games get?
You know, the biggest advantage that the businessmen have or the pros is that they just have pretty much an unlimited amount of money that they could play with. And so their strategy for when they're losing is to double the stakes. There's been times when the buy-in's been, you know, upwards of $1 million US in certain games out there, and it's a ride, for sure.
Suddenly the $100,000 Alpha 8 seems affordable.
I don't know that we could call it more affordable, can we, Tony?
No, but when you play $1 million cash game, $100,000 tournament isn't as intimidating.
Indeed. Down to 7 players when we return to St. Kitts.
Bill, what do you love about St. Kitts?
Well, I love the history. You know, places such as Brimstone Fortress on the island, it's got a lot of rich history. You can see some of that in the architecture downtown. The greenery, the beaches, the water, and the people. It's a very, very, very nice place to visit and a better place to stay.
It is a quiet and relaxing, truly vacation-like destination, Tony, and I know that everybody who comes out every year understands why it is that Bill Perkins loves St. Kitts as much as he does. Even more to love when you got 402,000 in front of you and your name's Olivier Bousquet. That is your chip leader right now, short stack. Belongs to the amateur Kathy Laney, although Kathy's been playing pretty well, Tony.
Yeah, she has. We saw her lose that pot against Olivier, but she's not wasting her chips.
No, and making good sound pre-flop decisions as well. We pick up the action with Jason Mercier, having raised to 8,000 with Jack-9 suited. Folded around to Bill Perkins. He's got King-Queen offsuit on the button.
Yeah, Bill could call or raise here. On these stack sizes, I think it's more natural to call. Plus, his style thus far has preferred calling over 3-betting.
Yeah, certainly more of a pot control type of approach. Outside the re-entry period, somewhat understandable for the amateurs. His smooth call allows Olivier to creep in with Queen-Jack suited from the small blind, and Kathy is going to participate as well for an extra 4,000 with pocket deuces.
Everyone with legitimate hands.
Laney is duck hunting. No ducks there, though. Ace-10-5, and no pair anywhere.
And nobody is really connected on this board. The 2s are technically ahead, but Olivier's hand might be best here. He's got a gut shot and a couple of backdoor draws.
A bet of 15,500 by the pre-flop raiser, Jason Mercier. A little too liberal, perhaps, against 3 opponents?
Well, it's a texture that shouldn't connect with them that well, especially the 2 players in the blinds, so I don't mind Jason's flop bet here.
Check.
It narrowed the field down to heads up between himself and Olivier. Bousquet checks it over to Jason, who has hit a pair of 9s on the turn and knuckles behind. Olivier picked up the open-ended straight draw, and on the end, the board pairs with an ace.
And when Olivier calls on the flop, he's both drawing to his straight draw and backdoor flush draw, as well as setting Jason up for an opportunity to bluff him on later streets by representing an ace or a 10.
And that's exactly what Bousquet is doing to the tune of 40,000 here. Mercier really with no choice but to lay down, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good fold by Jason. There just aren't many hands that Olivier should have that are bluffing him there. Typically, he's going to show up with the ace or the 10, and he's going to bet the river with both of those hands.
You mentioned a concept that I think a lot of people out there find peculiar, that you could have the best hand, throw it in the muck, and that can still be considered a good fold.
Yeah, correct. When you think about what Olivier shows up with in the long-term sense, it's mostly going to be an ace or a 10, or maybe even a slow-played set, whereas only rarely will he show up with a queen-jack suited, king-queen suited type hand that is missed on the river.
Right. Alec Torelli with ace-7 suited makes it 10,500 to play, and Tony Guglietti, who's been largely passive to this point with ace-10 offsuit, just flat calls on the button.
I don't want to play your button.
Now, we've seen our casual players flat call in this position with ace-10 offsuit, and we saw Olivier 3-bet it pre-flop.
Well, Olivier is going to participate with his 8-6 suited. 3 players will take the flop. And that flop is Jack 5-6, all clubs, pair of sixes for Olivier, who checks it over to Alec. Only club in the hand belongs to Guglietti. Alec is going to bet 12,500.
Alec doesn't have much here, but this is also a difficult board to play if you don't have a club, so he anticipates that his opponents will give up easily here when they haven't connected.
Well, Olivier certainly gave up, but not so much for Tony, who has position and has called the 12-5 with his 10-high flush draw. Turn card is a 4.
It's an interesting card. It gives Alec an open-ended straight draw, but he likely puts Tony on a jack, and he's uncertain whether he can make him fold that with another bet.
62,000 in the pot. Will Torelli fire a second barrel? No, he will not. Checking. And Guglietti says, I'll take the free card. Here comes the river. It's a 7 of clubs, giving Guglietti the best hand.
Well, if Alec does put Tony on a jack, this is a good card for him to bluff, despite the fact that he's picked up a pair. There's 4 to a straight and 4 to a flush out, so if Tony's got something like Jack 10 or Queen Jack without a club, it should be easy to get him to fold on this river.
And you see Torelli taking a look over at Tony, trying to determine whether or not Tony has a club. And, well, there's your answer as Tony moves all in, but that is a horribly aggressive play by Tony with a 10-high flush.
Yeah, and I don't want to be mean, but it's just straight up horrible. If he has the best hand, he should just call, but when he shoves,